Welcome to our conference about new issues in language context studies. My name is Barbara Hans-Bianchi, and I'm here at the University of L'Aquila with my colleagues, Barbara Vogt and Chiara Truffi, who works at the University of Lisbon. We are very glad and thankful that the rector of our university, Professor Edoardo Alesse, has joined us to give a short address to the conference attendees. Please, Rector, you can speak now.
Guarda, non ti sentiamo, forse devi attivare l'audio.
That's okay?
Ora sì.
Adesso sì.
Barbara? Okay. So, good morning, everyone, and many thanks for inviting me. I'll try to be as fast as possible to allow more time for your scientific contribution. It's with great pleasure I bring you the greetings of the L'Aquila University and my personal ones on the occasion of conference entitled New Issues in Language Contact Studies. I had the opportunity of reading the conference program very carefully, and even I cannot define myself an expert in this sector. In fact, I am a medical doctor on law and for biotechnology. I really appreciate several aspects of originality and high design quality of this program. I'm sure that all the speeches will be greatly appreciated during the meeting. It's a very, very nice program. Congratulations. After this institutional welcome to everybody, let me thank the organizers, Barbara Hans-Bianchi, Barbara Vogt, Chiara Luppi, all the speakers, all the participants, which will be numerous and very interested, and my friend Livius Bardella, the director of the Department of Excellence of Human Studies, which hosts this meeting. Now, unfortunately, I must leave, and I apologize to all of you, with the hope of being able to connect again before the meeting ends. Have you a nice, very nice day, and see you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Rector. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you. I'll try to connect again during the meeting.
That would be nice. Thank you very much. Now we will listen to the head of the Center for the Study of Transcodification in our Excellence Department of Human Studies, our esteemed colleague, Professor Massimo Fusillo. Prego.
Thank you very much, Barbara. I'm very glad to bring you the greetings from the Center on Transcodification. As a matter of fact, transcodification is a key term in our department, is the key term of the project of our Department of Excellence, so-called Excellence, and at the same time it's also the key term of our PhD program. Transcodification allows us intense synergy and interdisciplinary dialogue between different approaches. I think that it's a key concept of our culture because it defines the dissemination of images, media, languages, genres, which is at the core of our digital age. And I am not a specialist of linguistics. I I studied a lot linguistics when I was a student, but was especially structural linguistics. But I think that the true concept of contact language has much to do with transcodification. It's a kind of translation and transformation through contact. That's the reason why I'm very eager to. I will not follow the entire session, but I will try to listen and learn from your conference. And the reason why now I wish you all the best for the following days, and I'm sure it's going to be an excellent conference.
Thank you very much, Massimo. Very nice. Thank you. And let me now present our estimable colleague, Professor Anna Thornton, Professor of General Linguistics in our university and in this department, and past President of the Italian Linguistic Society. Please, you can speak now, Anna.
Thank you, Barbara. Good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to have a chance to welcome you all in L'Aquila, although so virtually. Finally, you get to see a linguist, actually the only linguist at present in the University of L'Aquila. So when Barbara asked me to say a few words to represent general linguistics in L'Aquila, I said, well, but am I going to represent just myself? Actually, up to recently, we had another linguist in L'Aquila, Professor Maria Grossman, who is now Professor Emerita, and she's still active in research and teaching. We have both been here about 30 years each. And to characterize what we did in all this time, I think I would like to remember an observation by Christoph Schwarze, who was at the time in the late 90s, professor of Allgemeine Sprachwissenschaft in the University of Constance. And he came to L'Aquila to an Erasmus exchange. And to start his lectures to our students, he said, maybe you don't know, maybe you're not aware of it, but L'Aquila is one of the main centers for the study of morphology in Europe. And at the time I was flattered, of course, but also a bit surprised because, I didn't feel that just two people would be a great center. But with hindsight, I think maybe Christoph had nailed it. It was right, because both Maria and I have devoted most of our research activity to morphology. We still participate actively in the international community of morphologists. And over the years, we have hosted in L'Aquila several meetings and conferences on morphology. From the annual conference of the Italian Linguistic Society in 2003, devoted to word formation, to a final meeting to celebrate Maria's retirement in 2017. And in 2004, the book La formazione delle parole in italiano, which was edited by Maria Grossman and Franz Reiner, was published by Niemeyer, and this book, to which I also contributed several chapters, is still the main reference work on Italian word formation. And the other thing that we did, besides research in morphology, I think our other main achievement has been the education of students. Several of our former students have now become colleagues in Europe and beyond. So we have Roberta D'Alessandro, who is professor of syntax and language variation at Utrecht, Diana Passino, who is professor de linguistique générale et dialectologie at the University de la Côte d'Azur, Francesco Ursini, who earned his PhD in Australia and is now teaching in China, and even Chiara Truppi, one of our co-organizers, who did her undergraduate work in L'Aquila and is now a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Lisbon. So, thanks to the many Erasmus and international conventions and agreements, mostly organized by Professor Grossman, also our students in L'Aquila had the opportunity to participate in lectures by world-renowned linguists such as Christoph Schwarze and also Eugenio Coseriu and Wolfgang Gressler, who have both been visiting professors in L'Aquila many years ago. So, as you can see, the main feature of general linguistics in L'Aquila has been that of stimulating students to pursue linguistics in several fields, not just in morphology, which was our field, because we have people who have developed to become researchers in syntax, phonology, dialectology, semantics, and even creolistics and language contact. And we brought them in contact with the world of linguistics and prepared them for a career anywhere they liked in the world. So I'm very happy today to receive in L'Aquila, albeit virtually, so many linguists from all over the world, to hear about language contact, which is also contact between people, which is something that really enriches our lives. So welcome, and let's start.
Thank you very much, Anna, for giving this historical view on our department or faculty beforehand. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so let's start. In 2011, 2 years after an earthquake had shocked and turned upside down our lives in L'Aquila, I was involved in the organization of a much smaller conference about the contact between different languages and different cultures and literatures from a German perspective. That interdisciplinary conference was held in a very uncertain and precarious scenario. And ever since, I have had the wish to host in L'Aquila a new conference focusing specifically on language contact studies in linguistics. Luckily, I found 2 engaged colleagues, Barbara Vogt and Chiara Truppi, who were enthusiastic about this idea and worked with me on its realization. To our great pleasure, all invited speakers accepted without hesitation. We received a lot of excellent proposals to our call for papers, covering many aspects of language contact in different parts of the world. Many colleagues lent a hand reviewing the numerous abstracts, and this is the moment to thank all of them for their fundamental contribution. Less luckily, just when everything was ready to go on stage, in 2020, a tiny little virus arrived as just another earthquake to undo our plans. 1 year passed before we could adapt to the new situation and move to a virtual space where we could nevertheless realize the conference, and here we are.
So good morning to everybody. So thanks, Barbara. I'm Chiara Truppi, and I'm very happy to be here. And above all, as an ex-student of this university, I'm particularly glad to have been invited and to be part of this organizing committee of this wonderful conference. Besides the coronavirus, something tragic happened in the last months, and we have lost one of our invited speakers, Peter Moisken, who we all know. We were shocked at the beginning when he told us he had to withdraw his participation due to his health condition, and then just a couple of months later we received the sad news that he had passed away. So the most natural consequence was to try to organize a tribute to him, and so I'm inviting all of you at 6 p.m. this evening for the in memoriam of Peter Moisken. And for this occasion we are very thankful to Tonia Spestra, who helped us in the organization and who prepared the presentation that you're going to see this evening. So thank you, Tanya. Now I'm going to give the stage to Barbara Vogt. Thanks.
Yes, good morning to everybody. So this will not be very time consuming. I just have some organizational notes for you. Before of all, I want to give a warm welcome to everybody, and I want to say hello also to those who are following us on the YouTube channel. So this is also to remind you that this conference will be recorded and broadcast by on the YouTube channel of the university, and by participating, you agree to that. So now we are turning to the organization of the discussions. We kindly ask you to keep your microphones and the video cameras turned off. After each presentation, there will be 10 minutes discussion, 15 minutes after the keynote speakers. So if you want to participate in the discussion, please raise your hands. And you can do this by clicking on the icon with the raised hand. So you see at the bottom of the screen, so at least on our computers, it is at the bottom, perhaps on your computer screen it is at the top, I don't know. You see this smiling face, the emoticon. You have to click there, and then you see the icon with the raised hand. You undo this action just by clicking once more on this icon, so it is as usual. When after having clicked on this icon, you will be put automatically at the top of the list of participants, and the chair will then give you the permission to open your microphone and ask the question, provided that there is enough time left. So you can ask also questions on the YouTube channel. This question will be collected by our collaborators. They are Giulia, Manuela, Elena, and Nicola. So I don't know if they want to turn on the video camera just for one moment and to wave once to the audience. They are master students here, and they are helping us during the conference, so many thanks go to them too. They will transmit these questions to us, and if there is time left, we will submit them to the chairs, and then they can report the questions also from the YouTube channel. So yes, I have also to announce, unfortunately, two small changes to the program. So due to recent cancellations, on Saturday we have to cancel the whole first morning session, which means that the conference will start at 11 a.m. And today we have also one cancellation in the afternoon session, which means that the tribute to Peter Muysken will start at 6 p.m. We have updated the program on Tuesday, so you will find the current version now on the website also. Yes. What else? Yes. If you need confirmation for participation, please send us an email with the relevant information. And yes, last but not least, obviously, we want to thank also Maurizio Cironi, who helped us with all technical aspects of the conference. And yes, I think that was all. Now, I'm not missing anything. No, just enjoy the conference. So, and now I will pass not the microphone, but the computer screen to Anna Taunton, and let's begin.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. We are like 10 minutes ahead of time, but I guess this is good because it gives us more time for discussion if discussion will develop, or for the coffee break that we will need in a couple of hours, I guess. So it is my great pleasure to start with this first session and to introduce our first invited speaker, who is Professor Silvia Del Negro from the Free University of Bozen. She's professor of full professor of linguistics at the University of Bozen, and she's the leading Italian specialist on language contact. She has worked mainly on Germanic languages spoken in the Alpine region and their contact with Italian and with other Romance languages, and also more generally in sociolinguistics. And another area of Silvia's interest is in spoken language and language education. And she's also a member of the scientific committee of GISCEL, which is the focus group on language education within the Italian Linguistic Society. So today, Silvia will talk about sociolinguistic typology and language contact. So please, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. Too nice for your words. And thank you very much to the organizing committee and to the BBC group, as they call themselves, very nicely. And thanks for inviting me. It's a, can you hear? Yeah. It's a big honor to be here, although I'm very sorry not to be able to be at l'Aquila, which, as Anna knows, I wanted very much, really, to be there. And And so now I try to share my screen. I hope it works. Thank you very much to the BBC Group. Thank you very much to Anna for the introduction. And I'll start. As I said, there are two reasons why I'm not so happy as I would have been. The first is that I'm not with you and sharing this experience at l'Aquila and with colleagues and friends. And the second, most important, is that we are very much missing an important scholar for all of us working in language contact. And it is a real loss, as we all know. So my very small tribute here is a quotation from a paper by Moisken, in which, so to say, the topic I'm going to deal with can be introduced. The fact maybe the first sentence is the most important one to introduce what I'm going to talk about, is languages do not exist in an ecological vacuum. So this is the whole point of speaking of sociolinguistics in the, as a sociolinguistic background to study language contact phenomena. In this presentation, I'll start with a couple very short examples just to to use this short time I have gained. Then I'll explain what I mean by sociolinguistic typology, which is maybe a bit different from what is usually meant with. And then I'll discuss a couple of case studies, and then I try to bring everything together if I'll be able to. Okay, so just to start with a couple of examples, I'll suggest to you a short touristical tour of northern Italy, starting from, if you like, hiking in the Alps. So here we are in the Aosta Valley, in the Western Alps of Italy. And this is what I heard many years ago doing my fieldwork in the Valsa German community at Issime, which is, if you're not familiar with the geography of Italy, up there, more or less taken from the Wikipedia. And here is what I heard a shopkeeper saying in the small shop in the main square of the village. And here, if we want to tag this extract with the languages that are documented in it. So in the end, if we consider some approaches of language contact, more formal approaches to language contact, this is a German sentence in which the grammatical information are in German and are on the word dir, which is a dative pronoun of second singular, as in standard German, in fact. And but it is, as you see, surrounded by other languages. Now I suggest you to take a train to move all east and to go to the Eastern Alps, and maybe to sit in a train going from Trento direction north, direction Brennero. So here you have a map. When you are more or less between Trento and Bolzano, you might hear young people in the train talking with each other, and then you can see examples like the ones I copied here, and that can be tagged like this, so that you can see the languages. So these examples are in German, and it's much more German as it was before. It is a German variety, it is a German dialect, South Bavarian dialect, and Italian words, different kinds of Italian words are inserted in it. Okay. What we have seen with these three examples, the one in Aosta Valley and those two in South Tyrol, are quite straightforward examples of so-called MAT borrowing, the borrowing of linguistic signs, both form and meaning, from one language to another. used in speech, in actual speech. And all these examples are recorded in two contexts in Italy that are characterized by so-called official bilingualism, that is, or rather multilingualism, if we consider, in fact, all of them are in situations of multilingualism, which is officially recognized, so to say. So both in the Aosta Valley and in South Tyrol, this multilingualism, or at least a bit bilingualism situation, is officially recognized. So this is a bit to give a frame, an introduction. Now it's 9:30, so I can start with the serious stuff. What does social-linguistic typology has to do with this? If we take the definition, a classical definition of social-linguistic typology, and I take it from Peter Tradgill's book of 10 years ago now, you can see that social-linguistic typology is seen as an approach in linguistic typology, something that deals, which is something a bit different from what I want to use the term and the notion myself in this presentation, in fact. As you can see from this definition, it is a sociolinguistically informed typology, and the hypothesis of which is that the distribution of linguistic features in the languages of the world is not totally random, or it does not depend exclusively on structural aspects, and not only also of areal distribution, but also the distribution also depends on sociolinguistic characteristics of the communities where languages are spoken. And some of the sociolinguistic correlates that have been considered by Tradgill, this is taken from a previous article, but more or less is the same as the book. Some of these correlates, for instance, demography, small versus large community size, very much studied by scholars of sociolinguistic typology. So the kind of social networks, social stability versus instability, a very well-known notion for those of us who have studied language death scenarios. This is has to do with a so-called punctuation model. That is, you have an equilibrium for a long time, and then suddenly there is a fact, something punctuated so short in a short time that makes this equilibrium collapse all of a time, all of a sudden. And then the kind of shared information, I don't know much about this, so I'll skip it. And then the degree of contact versus isolation. In the end, Tradgill emphasizes, especially in his book, especially stability versus instability. And so for some reason it doesn't emphasize the degree of contact versus isolation, which is what we are interested in just now. As Tradgill himself explains, contact is a strange social determinant to explain language change, because on one side, contact is seen as well known by scholars as a mechanism of simplification in language. And on the other side, strangely enough, contact is seen as a mechanism of complexification in language. Of course, these apparent contradictions, depends on the kind of contact we are dealing with. That is, whether the contact is a contact of L2 speakers, mainly a contact brought about by L2 speakers of the language we are interested in, or whether it is a contact from L1 speakers, from native speakers, taking advantage of another language. Maybe if we use the words of Thomason and Kaufman, which can be more or less connected with these two kinds of mechanism in contact as social determinants of language change, we have the very well-known two scenarios, the imperfect learning scenario, which resembles maybe to those of us who know something of historical linguistics, to the substratum scenario, that is the more or less mechanism due to the mass learning of a second language in a community, or to the ad stratum or superstratum scenario, which is the borrowing scenario, that is a native community that takes in structures or material from a contact language. And it is within this borrowing scenario that we are going to comment data and analyze data, so the borrowing scenario, because we take the point of view of native communities being in contact with another language, usually dominant language, or more than one dominant language. Okay, so this is a bit the way in which sociolinguistic typology has dealt with contact. We'll use this combination of sociolinguistic typology and contact in a bit of a different, in different terms, in the sense that we consider contact on both sides. That is, on one side, contact as the structure of bi or multilingual social speech communities, sorry. And on the other side, we are interested on the effects, on the actual contact effects in language. So on the outcomes side of the correlation, so to say. Of course, when working on sociolinguistic typology, one notion that we have to deal with, the fundamental notion, is that of speech community. Unfortunately, as with many basic concepts in linguistics and also in social linguistics, the notion of speech community is one of the most problematic. So in social linguistics, it's probably the most problematic, as the notion of word is in linguistics or morphology, as the notion of sentence is in syntax and so on. So speech community, there is a series of literature trying to work with it, and just to summarize very shortly the point that is made by an interesting review article by Schilling, summarizes the two extreme poles. On one side, when we work on speech communities, either we want to use social factors if we are interested to work then. So we use social factors to define the community in order to work on linguistic effects. On the other side, we use linguistic factors, that is the languages, the way languages are used, in order to work on social factor, on social outcomes. So it's one way or the other. But of course, this is more an extreme situation, and halfway between is what we are trying to make use of. And instead of trying to define a speech community, which I'm not going to spend the whole time left on it, I'll try to emphasize more on one concept which I'm finding more and more important in working with communities, and especially bi and multilingual communities, is the concept of norm. The norm in the sense of something that is normal. So the norm can be used, as we know, as the norm in the sense of Coserio, for instance, but in the sense of defining the standards of a language, for instance. But we can use the norm, of course, in a sociolinguistic term, in the sense of what is normal within a community. That is, what is most frequent, what is most likely to occur, and in the case of more than one languages, what is most acceptable and most frequent within the community, and it is what is part of what already Labov many years ago called the set of shared norms. Of course, he was working within a paradigm of variation within so-called monolingual communities, so English, American English communities, but this can be applied, of course, to bilingual, multilingual communities. So working on contact linguistics, keeping in mind the idea of norms and of speech community as being normative in the sense of orienting itself towards a sociolinguistic norm, is a good way to keep far off from what can be called, also in contact linguistics, besides typology and so on, the so-called Raritätenkabinet, which in case of contact linguistics is always a problem of many contributions. A lot of literature tends to emphasize specific examples, a bit as I started off my paper today, which was with some examples. Okay, the idea of just working on one example and discussing that example is a case of using one examples to build up a theory. But if these examples that I showed you at the beginning of the presentation are put within a system of norms, that is, these examples are not just an unicum, but belong to a system, a sociolinguistic system, then we are saved from the Raritätenkabinet, and we try to understand what the norm for a community is or can be intended. Okay. So, in order to try to establish a typology of speech communities, and we need factors, we need parameters to be considered and to be taken account in the moment that we want to describe speech communities from multilingual or bilingual speech communities. In fact, as you see below, apart from very important sociolinguists which are quoted here, also myself, I discovered with horror that some of the researches I've done, some of the thoughts and still using now, are now, I can say, of 20 years ago, more or less. And it is more or less the time when I went, for instance, to the community of Isima and heard that shopkeeper speaking that strange language. Okay, so in further researches also with colleague Gabriele Iannacaro, and then followed by other colleagues maybe are present like Antonietta Mara, we put and focused on some factors that we think, or I think, are interested to be taken into account. First is the one that is typical also of sociolinguistic typology in general. It is demography, and demography in the sense of linguistic demography. So how many speakers in absolute terms and in relative terms. So within a speech community, not all languages are big in equal terms or small in equal terms. Then whether the languages are the languages that are in contact are standard language or non-standard languages, and if they are not non-standard languages, whether they are dark laws. I use the Clausian terms, dark laws, so they are not protected by a standard language, or non-dark laws, so they are dialects of or dialects in contact with the standard language. Then using the terms of the classical terms of the Fergusonian approach to diglossia, we might ask whether are there more than 1 H languages in the repertoire, or and 4, are there more than 1 L languages in the repertoire? Are there any M languages, so in between, languages of wider communication but not on the higher level? Is bilingualism symmetrical or asymmetrical? and as a consequence, are there monolingual speakers in the community, so that can you be within a bilingual or multilingual repertoire monolingual in one of these languages? And so we have an asymmetry. Is the distribution of domains symmetrical or asymmetrical? And this is a bit to do again with diglossia. Is bilingualism stable or unstable? This again is one of the famous correlates quoted by Chadgill. And then is there a language shift underway? And finally, maybe it's not very clear from the way it is written here. Is there, do the languages that belong to the linguistic repertoire can be seen as all we codes, that is for the communities, they are all our languages, or we distinguish between our language or our languages and their languages or their language. So in the end, how many different communities are there? Okay, this for the sociolinguistic factors, but for the linguistic factors, so what have I looked for in the different situations that I've analyzed for this presentation, which I'm not going to present them all, otherwise takes 1 week, but I've done the research and then I try to summarize the results. Okay, what I've been looking at, I decided to focus, because of other research that I've carried out, also with colleague Simone Ciccolone, who is probably here. It is the notion of insertions, the object insertions I'm using here in, let's say, non-orthodoxical way somehow. And this allows me to take into account a large variety of phenomena and to draw some, to be able to make comparisons between communities. Insertion is a term used again by our missed colleague Moisken 2000, and it is one other language words inserted in speech. When I say words, of course I mean single words, but also multi-word expressions that can be considered as one single word. Also what Moisken called single constituent, so that also NPs or PPs can be considered as insertions. I took into the analysis different degrees of formal integration, so these insertions can be adapted and non-adapted. A point which is also in line with Moisken's description of insertions is that the main language of interaction is not called into questions. That is, the insertion doesn't set off code switching. So you have, for instance, you're speaking in Italian, and then you insert an expression, a word, a multi-word expression in English, but then you go on in Italian. And so they occur in monolingual stages of speech and are different from code mixing or code switching, although it is not always easy to distinguish the two, as most of you probably know. Differently from Poplak, who works on borrowing and especially on single word borrowings, I take together both active borrowing strategies, that is, when speakers use one word, one insertion that is not frequent, not widespread within the community, so they actively borrow, and both for widespread loans. If they can still be seen as loans, so distinct from the inherited language. The point is that in the communities I look at, in most communities I look at, we deal with non-standard languages, and it is very difficult to make a clear distinction between loanwords and borrowings, apart from frequency matters, which is a very important point, because we cannot rely on dictionaries. Usually we cannot rely on monolingual speakers' competence, as for instance Poplack does with the contact of French and English in the context of Canada or Quebec or Ontario. And dealing with non-standard languages makes it extremely difficult to decide whether something is a loan word, which is already, for instance, documented in dictionaries. You don't have a dictionary, or if you have a dictionary of some of these substandard varieties, is not a dictionary in the sense that we usually mean with big standard languages or cultural languages. Okay, again, insertions are then further divided, so organized according to their function. So drawing on recent research being done with my colleague Simone Ciccolone, I divided insertions in referential, insertions endowed with referential function, that is lexical, so to say, lexical words that are inserted in speech to refer to entities, to put new entities in speech, and are insertions that contribute to the propositional content of the sentence. We can say shortly like this, and they can be further divided into cultural or necessity borrowings, to use a traditional definition, like in South Tyrol, the word tabacchino or tobacco, tabacchi, to refer to the typical Italian tobacconist shop, or also basic vocabulary, so-called core borrowings, like the example we saw at the beginning. So the word magliette, which is not particularly linked to the Italian cultural domain world. Okay. The other macro function is what can be defined using here the definition of Matras 1998, a very inspiring article for many of us working on these topics, is the utterance modifier function, which is very difficult to put together. It relates to function words operating at various levels of text or discourse organization. And again, we can further divide onto the level of sentence grammar. And here I'm referring to the very nice contributions by Kaltenberg, Heine, and Kuteva, and further papers like also Heine devoted to contact linguistics and discourse grammar. So on the level of so-called sentence grammar, or so more with connective words or other words going into the syntax of the sentence and contributing to the propositional content again, or in the organization of the sentence, or on the so-called theoretical grammar, which includes discourse markers and other extra-sentential items that do not contribute to the propositional content. So here you can see two examples, one from Cimbro, a very, very small Bavarian variety in Trentino, where you have the conjunction che used in particular contents, and which is taken from Italian or Trentino, more probably from Trentino, to introduce argumental sentences. Okay, it's more complex than that, so I leave that. And then, for instance, in here we have an example of Ladin. And I thank Ruth Wiedesot for the translation of last night when I was a bit in crisis, and where we have ma logisch, which could be said to belong to the theoretical grammar of the sentence, so logisch in the sense of obviously, so detached from the preposition itself. I will never be that bilingual, where zweisprachig from Tyrolean into Ladin is instead a referential word, as it's quite clear. Okay, so this is finished with the presentation of what I'd like to do, and then it should now I have to come to the case studies. I'll see how many I can do, but it was important for me to introduce the way I try to analyze the different situation. That is, on one side, the list of sociolinguistic factors that help to define a speech community. On the other side, the kind of objects I decided to look at in different speech communities. Just to have an idea of the big work I did, I use here an extract from the very famous Carta dei Dialetti d'Italia, so a dialect map of Italy, just as a base, to show you the different situations I've considered. These pies that now are coming out are represent the corpora I have consulted to look for each situation to have at least 200, 250 more or less cases of insertions in different situations in order to look at the different distribution of insertions within the situations. In some cases, like in this one is Italian spoken in Bolzano by Italian speakers. As you'll see, there is almost none. So red is Italian, and this line should be the insertions of German, which is also too much probably, but it didn't work more. Then also we have Germans speaking, okay, German speaking German in South Tyrol, and this line should be Italian words within. What I wanted to say is that all these corpora come either from researches I carried out or being involved in, or colleagues who gave me the data. And in all cases, we have to do with interactional data, so free conversations, people speaking in the language, and what is most important, in all cases, we have to do with people speaking within the community. So it's not interviews from someone outside, but only native speakers speaking with native speakers. That is an important point. Okay, some little slice we can see here in the southern part of South Tyrol, where on the train we met these people, young people speaking about Maglietta and so on. Then, okay, I don't know, I don't see now because there is something, okay. Then here we are in the Ladin community of Gardena, okay. The slice becomes a bit more, so blue in this case is Ladin, red is Italian and German inserted within a Ladin corpus. Then here we are in Sauris, in Friaul, where the small German dialect is in contact with Italian and with Friulan, another minority language. The data, this is the only case where I didn't use a proper corpus, but I used the fantastic work of a very important and not so much known, I think, scholar who was Norman Denison, who in the 60s wrote excellent works on bilingualism and especially on the community of Sauris. And this year, the colleagues from Udine, in particular Francesco Constantini, edited a very, very important book collecting all the essays by Denison on Sauris, which I recommend very much. And in these essays, you have very long stretches of conversation in Sauran, from which I took the data. I use them as a corpus, but of course it's not exactly the same as in the other cases. Then we have Luzerne, in Trentino, where we have again a Bavarian minority language, so Cimbro. Here you see the slice becomes a bit bigger. And then I move to my favorite place is in the Western Alps, so Alemannic dialects, so-called Walser dialects, where we also have seen corpora. Small slice in Formazza, larger slice in Rimella, and a bit larger slice again in Isime, where we started this tour at the beginning of the presentation. As you can see, insertions are not so abundant in speech as one can think, also in these contact situations. And an important point to make is that they strongly, and as Denison, I recently read again, as Denison made a point, contact in speech, so explicit contact in speech, math borrowing, very much depends also on contextual features of the speech situation, so that it very much resembles what in monolingual communities is register variation. And so, as Denison very nicely describes, as for Sauris, you can be more or less dependent on Friulan, on Italian, depending on the situation, on the topics, and on other contextual points. The case that for Matze here has very little insertions into German speech depends on probably on the text I choose to make this research in this case, because in one case the conversation was about technical matters, that is about the constructions of big electric central in the community or agricultural technical aspects in one case, and so we have this slice. But in the other case we have women gossiping and talking about other people and talking about dead people usually and this kind of stuff. And this is monolingual. That is, we have very little recurrence to insertions. Okay, let's see at least one or two case studies and then I go to the conclusions. Okay, I start with a so-called easy example, South Tyrol with the jure bilingualism, that is bilingualism is officially recognized. This is the typical repertoire that we can depict about South Tyrol. That is, we have the German diglossia with German and Tyrolean in a diglossic relationship, and on the other side we have Italian that can cover all, as typically in the Italian dell'Aquila or general monolingual situation, all context. We have also Trentino, which is very reduced and depends very much on single specific cases. So we are not going to consider it right now. Okay, I'm not going to go through all of them, of course. I just say that on point 1, it is on the demographic aspect is a bit tricky, and it's not as easy as one can think, because if we look at local community, then German is the bigger language, but if we enlarge our view to the national level, German is a minority language. Other point is that in the low communication, in the medium and low domains of communication, we don't have standard German, so we only have Tyrolean and Italian. And Tyrolean and Italian are not on the same level from the point of view of Ausbau, so of standardization, because Italian is a standard language, Tyrolean is not a standard language. Okay, finally, point 8, languages strongly identify distinct groups. So we have we and them, which is very typical of the South Tyrol situation. For this reason, it is better maybe to look at the two different speech communities within the macro speech community. And so we have, for the Italian dominant speech community, we have mainly Italian, no Tyrolean. We have a standard language, German, which may exert some pressure on Italian, may. And then we have, for those who speak Trentino, a typical Italian dillalic repertoire with interferences on the low domain part of the domains. For the German dominant speakers, very different, because here we have the diglossic situation in contact with a standard language. Okay, so let's see if we look again, you don't have to read, it's just to have a colpo d'occhio, I don't know in English. And if you take extracts from conversations, and I put them together with the two bars to identify once the different terms, just to put them similar, you can see some different aspects. In both cases, we have very little insertions. Then I'll show the rationale. It's not only a difference, but as you can see also from this very short example, which I'm not going to read at all, also the insertions, you can see that not only in one case we have only one, in the other we have three in more or less the same amount of words, but also the kind of words are very different in these two extracts. Okay, if we're going to look at the data, in a very large corpus that for which I thank my colleagues Daniela Mereo and Alessandro Vietti, more or less 60,000 words of Italians speaking Italian in South Tyrol. I could only find 6 German Tyrolean insertions. These insertions are only referential, so lexical words. One is Mischung, so mixing, we used to saw before. The other one, for instance, is Kirtok, which means country festival. Okay. If we go to the Tyrolean German corpus, we have a slightly larger proportion, first of all, but also a very different distribution of these words. First of all, we have a large amount of dysphonism, as you saw maybe before. Then, what is most important, 3/4 of these insertions can be accounted as thetical, so belonging to the so-called thetical grammar, so outside of the preposition, outside of the sentence. Very few so-called, I put into quoting marks, cultural, because it's a bit embarrassing considering them cultural borrowings, but they refer to the Italian, so to say, Italian society. Okay, so very different, both from the point of view of quantity and of quality. If we go a bit southern, from in the southern part of South Tyrol, which is the part which, together with Simona Ciccolone and other colleagues, was most studied by ourselves in the last decades, the situation is a bit different. In these communities, of which we can say that places like Laives and Bronzolo are the most important centers, you can have, and these data are taken from a master MA thesis from Katrin Tartarotti, who interviewed 120 speakers in the community of Bronzolo, which is a large amount, from 3 different generations. You can see that in the end, the most frequent, most attested repertoire within the community is a 4-place repertoire. That is, in this community, most people, and here we have a sample of the community, but significant, speak German and Italian as standard languages, Tyrolean and Trentino as non-standard languages. You can also see that in the course of time, in the course of generations, monolingual repertoires are increasing, as well as Trentino dialect is disappearing, as most Italian dialects, especially in northern Italy, are disappearing. Another thing that you can see is that in South Tyrol, and even in this region, you can be Italian monolingual, but you cannot be German monolingual, which is a very typical case of asymmetry. And all communities which I've looked at are, in one case or the other, asymmetrical. That is, in a contact situation, you may expect that contact goes in both directions, but in fact, especially this kind of the so-called borrowing scenario by Thomason and Kaufman only goes in one direction in all situations. Here, as we observed with Katrin Tartarotti and with Simone Ciccolone, the point is that the fact that the community has as we codes, that is within the community, also Trentino dialect as part of their repertoire, makes exchanges and borrowing much easier and a bit more of symmetrical contact situation. I just show the same for, okay, here the same as we did before. Here you can see a bit more red spots in this text, not so much, but a bit more. So dystemic words are a bit less in the sense that are proportionally less, as well as we have proportionally less theticals, because we have many more referential borrowings. And what do these referential borrowings do? They're not necessarily cultural loans, but they just put into discourse Italian or Trentino words that make the second code, or show that the second code is much more activated. In this sense, for speakers of this area, we can say that for multilingual speakers of this area, the repertoire is complex, and from this repertoire they can take words from all the different languages that they have at disposals and use them in speech. Okay, I skip everything. Okay, but all of them are there if you're interested. And okay, and I go to so that we only saw a sample of communities similar, but although they are in the same region, they are very different. Okay, if we take a series of communities, as I did here, on the black side, you see data on corpus analysis, and on the red orange side, you see sociolinguistic characteristics. Okay, one thing we can see is that we have, in some cases, very little amount of insertions, which is much less than in all the other communities. Okay, and then we have to think what is particular on the sociolinguistic side. Then I'll draw some conclusions later. Started to see, okay, we have cases where the insertions are very scarce in comparison to the others. Then another point, very important point, is that what kind of insertions we have. Okay, interestingly enough, we have a majority of referential insertions in two completely different poles of this continuum. On one side, on the Italians in South Tyrol, where contact is almost non-existent, and then we have in all these Dachlose speech communities where contact is very strong, very almost aggressive, so to say, and then where the language of interaction that was registered is a non-standard ruthless language in contact with standard languages. Okay, then another point is theticals. Where do we find theticals? Especially the proportion of theticals is very high in cases of contact. So Germans in South Tyrol, bilinguals in South Tyrol, and also Ladins in Gardena, which we didn't look specifically because of lack of time. In all these cases, but we don't have not even one single case in Italians in South Tyrol. And living here or working here, I know this doesn't happen at all in Italians speaking Italian in South Tyrol. At least we have referential borrowings. What is the point? Why is this distribution like this? And so we go to the real conclusion. Okay. On one side, we saw what important factors have been found as relevant in considering a different variety of sociolinguistic contexts. On one side, contact is always asymmetrical, and in many cases we have implicational chains. We didn't go to that in particular, but we saw something for the livest repertoire of Bronzolo. So you may, if you speak the local language, for instance, if you speak Latin, speaking Latin means also speaking German, means speaking Tyrolean, which means speaking German, which means speaking Italian. The other way around doesn't work. You can speak Italian, but this doesn't imply that you speak all the other languages. Okay? So we have implicational chains in language use and implicational changes in borrowability of elements. The standard, having a standard language as a main language of interaction, and we have only one case, which is Italian, is probably a barrier to contact. This was observed very nicely by other scholars, a bit also popular, but Gardner-Cloros, Treffers-Daller, working in contexts like Alsacia, I don't know, Alsace and Bruxelles, where the difference between a case where the standard is the main language or a dialect is the main language has strong implications on the kind of borrowings you have. Then, at the point, whether bio-trilingualism is monocommunitarian or like in the case of Bronzolo and Leides, where you have one community with many languages, or where bilingualism is only in the society and it is an L2 bilingualism, which is a very different factor and which has to be taken into account. Then, we have seen that there is implication also of functional insertions usually preceding lexical insertions and theticals preceding sentence operators, provided that contact takes place in the spoken languages. Although we have seen that lexical insertions can also occur in cases where almost virtually no contact is present, as we all have experienced in cases of loan words from English or Japanese or Finnish. I go to the sauna, although I don't speak Finnish. Okay, so very little contact. But, sorry, I have to move this up. Okay. Okay, lexical insertions can be found in the case of cultural loans, where you have very, very little contact, whereas in the other cases, the high amount of lexical insertions depend on the fact that the other languages are seen as a lexical reservoirs, and in these cases, we have a large amount of ad hoc referring expressions that may appear as noun phrases or prepositional phrases. We didn't see the cases in Sauris or in the Valser dialects. We have lots of insertions with article plus noun, which are typical ad hoc referring expressions put into discourse to refer to objects. Okay, the fact that theticals are the first elements to come into discourse in contact situation depends very much on what already Matas called the pragmatically dominant language in a situation when the contact has to be on the spoken language. The very difference between, for instance, German South Tyroleans and Italian South Tyroleans is that for the Italian South Tyroleans, the contact is only, so to say, virtual to the German that exists there, but doesn't belong to your everyday speech. Whereas for German South Tyroleans, you have an everyday contact with Italian, which is a spoken language. Standard Italian is a spoken language, which comes into contact with Tyrolean as a spoken language. I had too much to get all together. I'm sorry to make a bit of a confusion. I finish as I started with the best multilingual community in Italy, which is ISIME, with merci, au revoir, and ciao. And thank you very much for your patience. I took too much time also.
Thank you very much. I also want to clap with the system. Yes. Okay, I see already one raised hand by Stefan Rabbanus, so please ask a question, Stefan. Hello.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Silvia, for this interesting talk. I have a question with regard to the notion of standard, because you said that standard acts as a barrier to language contact, and you also pointed out the importance of the standard for distinguishing borrowings and loanwords. And you said it's difficult in the case of these language islands. But actually, minority languages like Simian, they are standardized in a certain way. So there is grammars, normative grammars, as dictionaries, there is even orthography. So is there two different types of standard? So big standard and small standard, or what would be a possibility to distinguish these standard notions?
Okay, shall I answer now, Anna? I don't hear you. I don't hear you. Okay.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I think it's best if you answer now, and there's at the moment no other question waiting. So.
Okay. Thank you, Stefan. I know what I mean. And when I was preparing this, I was I was very much concerned about Ladin and about Symbian too. The point is that one thing is that is a standard which is a very recent standard created within an explicit language policy program, as it is the case, especially for Symbian and maybe also for Ladin a bit less, but also. And this standard is not really shared by the community in their actual uses. That is, you have a standard for the language, but you are not, for instance, you are not literate in this standard, or very few people are literate in this standard. And I know we should, one point is that we should be able to distinguish between different standards, because the effects are extremely different. The fact that you have a standardized grammar on your shelf doesn't mean that that very nicely made and paid by the region doesn't mean that the community is aware of this. I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is another question by Claudia Maria Riel, and after that by Simone Ciccolone. So Claudia Maria first, and then Simone.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Silvia, for your inspiring talk. I have a question on the deticals you mentioned, and I was wondering whether you also could or consider the different types of theticals that were used, because I can imagine that there are differences where they use just utterance thetical for utterance plannings, or something like die that kind of operates in the interaction, or things like that.
Thank you, Claudia. Of course, I'm aware of the differences, and the point is that for this presentation today, I couldn't do that on all the varieties. Some research in this direction are done, for instance, by my former colleague Ilaria Fiorentini on Ladin, in contact with Italian and with German, where different kinds of in that case specific on discourse markers, where you see the difference penetration of discourse markers according to the kind of contact. What I can say that is that in the situation of South Tyrolean Germans with less contact, you tend to have cases like this, more separated, completely separated by the utterance, like die, madai, or these dysphemic words I'm not going to repeat, which are out of the utterance. Whereas the more contact you have, the more you have these kinds, they sort of grammaticalized, that is, they enter more and more the grammar. So you have this kind of line Okay, but of course it is fundamental to take into account.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now Simone Ciccolone. Ciao.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. It's not actually a question, but more sort of a comment on the standard question, on the standard problem. I will say that what also Silvia said actually, that in fact Simbrian standard is not, there is maybe not real norm orientation by speakers. So they don't use every time to correct their uses of the language. While it's what we do when we use Italian in a formal situation, which we have this norm orientation to Italian standards, as well as German speakers in South Tyrol. They have an idea of a norm orientation, a strong attitude to correct their use of the language in formal situations. So they try to they are oriented towards the standard, which is not actually how new standards for minority languages really work in many cases. I don't know if it's useful or not, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Simone, you are always useful. I try to show in the slides, quoting you everywhere. One of the points that I'm not sure if I made make it clear in the presentation, because I wasted too much time at the beginning, is that really looking at this data and looking at the repertoires, I realized the importance of standard, and I'm happy that Stefan Rabanos took up this question. And the standard is in two ways. First, whether the language of interaction is a standard or not, and whether speakers of that language are standardized, and whether the contact language is a standard language, which is another point, or it is, whether it is a standard language or not. Because this makes the big difference also in the direction of what kind of insertions or borrowings you have, more on the referential side or more, for instance, on the critical or discourse marker kind. One situation I didn't deal with in detail is that one of ISIME, where 5 languages are in contact, in fact, but the point that this German community, German speakers, have as a stronger language alongside with German Piemontese, which is a medium language, that is a regional language, but not standard, makes Piemontese very strong, especially in providing criticals, much more than, whereas Italian and French, especially Italian, provides lots of referential borrowings. So I think that especially cases like ISIME, where you have such a large amount of languages, or the Ladins, could be quite interesting in detecting the differences of these social linguistic factors and the impact on the language.
Thank you. First, I would like to ask those who have already asked the question to lower their hand. And there is 2 more people wanting to ask questions. We don't have much time. One is Barbara Hans, and the other one is Antonietta with no last name. So I guess maybe Antonietta Marra, but I don't know. Yes. So maybe quickly both ask your questions, and then let's see whether Silvia can reply to both in one speech. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, very, very shortly, I would want to know if, as you are dealing with spoken language, and you are you have the dialects and different varieties, is it always easy to know where a word belongs to when it is inserted in another variety of another language? So maybe it could be a German word but pronounced with a dialectal pronunciation or something like that, and the lexical, the core lexicon is the same, or let's say it's similar between these varieties belonging to the same diasystem or the same architecture. Yes, that's my question.
Antonietta, ask your question and then we'll
Thank
hear
you.
the reply.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to Silvia for her beautiful talk. Maybe my question is very close to the previous one. I just was wondering, as in there are many different couples of languages, how can the structural similarities or typological similarities between or among languages can have a role in this process of insertion because of the closeness and distance among languages? Have you had any relevant element and issues, Silvia, about that?
Via non hai audio.
Okay, a bit of similar questions somehow, but the question of Antonietta is too difficult and too long to answer. So I'll concentrate first on the other question from one of the Bs. Okay. It's not a case that I've always concentrated on cases of Germanic languages in contact with Romance languages, so it is quite easy to detect which of the two is in play, although not always possible. The very difficult problem is when you have more Romance languages in contact with the German languages. That is the effect of Sauris, Isim, and many of the others. And so in many cases, you only have a Romance type which goes into. In the cases of these small minority languages, usually my experience, and then is half of the answer to Antonietta too, is that these dialects usually have, in order to integrate the elements, usually have a process of dialectalization of Italian words. That is, you have maybe an Italian word that becomes more Trentino or Piedmontese, which is, for some sense, more similar to German, because for inflectional characteristics, which I'm not going to explain now, but for instance, you have a word structure that is more similar somehow to Germanic. So you have usually a process of dialectalization from the standard Italian, which also again might be interesting. Either you have these NPs, big NPs like le dighe, so put together, all together come into Valser speech, or I cantieri within Cimian, I found in the data, or you have these integrated loan words which go through a process of dialectalization, so Italo-Romanization, so to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I have to interrupt this very interesting discussion, but we've managed to already lose 3 minutes from our schedule, although we started early, but we'll give the next speakers these 3 minutes, taking them away to the coffee break, which is long enough. So thank you again very much, Silvia, and let's pass to the next speakers. Were Jeroen Darkan and Wim van den Busche from the Université de Namur and the Free University Brussels. And their talk will be about assessing new perspectives on language contact and the individual terminological inflation or genuine progress. That's a very interesting question. So please.
Yes, good morning. I don't seem to have the possibility to share my screen. Is that possible?
Maurizio.
Don't you see on the bottom of the screen, don't you have the icon Condividi, share?
Yes, I do, but it's okay. I can see that it's.
Then you can choose schermo,
Yeah,
if it's
exactly.
in Italian.
Okay. I should have done this before the meeting, I'm afraid. So I have to leave and I have to come back again, apparently. Okay, I will quickly do that. It's
Let's hope.
So in the meantime, there was also a question in the chat. I don't know if you
Oh, yeah.
read it or not. We can bother Silvia once more. So.
Silvia is already going to.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm joking.
So I don't know if you read the question here. You know, what happens in places where there are multiple official and standard languages is mixing in multiple directions?
Yes, the answer is that in the cases I observed, there is always asymmetry, and where you have mixing in multiple directions, it's not standard languages that are involved. But this is my small perspectives. And sometimes when I read the literature, it's not always obvious whether these languages that are in contact are standard languages or non-standard languages. For this reason, I stress that it is important to know more about the sociolinguistic status of languages that are in contact. Okay, I shut up because I don't, Jeroen has to speak now.
Yeah, if he comes.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see you, but not your screen yet.
Oh dear,
but
oh dear, oh dear.
fine.
I apologize, but now I can share, but apparently, okay. Now it should work, I think.
It's working. Great.
Okay. So first of all, good morning and thank you for waiting. Good morning from Belgium, where the sun was shining, but now it's raining again, I think, which will not surprise you. So this talk, this very general talk this morning, talk that I share with my colleague Wim van den Bussen from the University of Brussels, is to be situated, in fact, against the background of our work on language contact, which is a volume that was published in 2019 as part of the HSK series. Now, those of you who are familiar with the series will know that back in 1996, a volume was published entitled Contact Linguistics. And now the 2019 volume cannot really be considered as a second edition of the 1996 volume, since it has its own particular structure, as you can see on the screen. But it can, of course, not be denied that the 2019 volume is inspired by the 1996 one. So when comparing the contents of the 2019 one with the 1996 one, and of course also with other edited volumes on language contact or even monographs, one can conclude, or one cannot but conclude, excuse me, that, let's say, quite a lot has changed over the past two and a half decades. And that's what's shown on this slide. So as far as, for example, methodology is concerned, the past decades have been marked by what you could call a sophistication of both quantitative and qualitative methods. There's also a lot more variation in the treatment of spoken, written, signed data collected in experimental and real-life settings. And we also witnessed a huge leap in the corpus linguistic manipulation of big data. As far as research on linguistic aspects is concerned, we are confronted with more refined theoretical, methodological models of contact-induced change. We also see that semantic change is being studied much more systematically. There's a growing attention to distinct processes of matter borrowing and patter borrowing. And we also notice that there is a growing integration of the purely linguistic dimension of language contact with the role of the individual speaker. So to repeat what Sylvia mentioned in her talk, you can see that I think much more researchers adhere to the principle that languages do not exist in an ecological vacuum, as Peter Moisken has also told us. Now, when it comes to the study of language contact and the individual, there's a growing focus, let's say, on language learning or multilingualism across the lifespan, and researchers do profit, of course, from the advances that have been made in psycholinguistics or in psychology at large. And in this particular, let's say, branch of language contact research, so language contact and the individual, we also see that there's a growing attention to agency and ideologies or aspects of ideologies next to, let's say, topics such as attitudes and identity. Now, the language ideological turn also, it seems to us, marks research on societal language contact, a branch of contact linguistics in which there seems to be a tendency to replace much more straightforward or traditional models of language communities with models that are meant to reflect the more pixelated, super diverse society that we would be confronted with today. Now, all in all, it seems that the more traditional macro-sociolinguistically inspired research on societal language contact phenomena has lost a bit of momentum over the past decades, and that the researchers involved in that kind of more traditional research or macro-sociolinguistic approaches to language contact do not always know how to respond to the claim that it's time for a fresh post-Fishmanian take on language contact. Now then the question, of course, is what is meant by a post-Fishmanian take on language contacts? What is that supposed to mean? If you are looking for an answer to that question, it might be best to have a look at literature on language and globalization, or literature that is to be situated in the sociolinguistics of globalization or critical sociolinguistics. And when you do that, you find quotes such as the ones listed on the screen, where people argue that it's time to rethink some of the central tropes of our field, such as community, authenticity, identity, language, society. That's a claim, you know, that you can find in an article written by Jaworski and Thurlow, who also say that it might even be better to ditch some of the concepts altogether. Others argue for a reconciliation of some of the traditional dichotomies of modernist linguistics, like language and society, language and the mind, society and culture, argue that sociolinguistics and linguistic anthropology should come together, and that one should turn away from the abstractions of language and their isolation from other semiotic modes towards an understanding of language as a social practice. That can be found, for example, in the work of Pennicook. Now, also Jan Blommaert, who is, let's say, at the forefront, or was at the forefront of this kind of avant-garde in the sociolinguistics of globalization, told us, well, in fact, you know, what should we do with the older literature? You cannot simply dismiss it. You have to rethink or reinterpret it. That's at least what you can read in some of those articles. But then the question is that really so? And is that what actually happens in this literature? Now, we have the impression that when it comes to phrases such as you ought to rethink and reread the older literature so that you would be able to readapt it or adapt it to, let's say, actual circumstances, what you soon discover is, in fact, that the contents of those articles mostly do not reflect what they promise, and so that you are confronted with some kind of a specific terminological apparatus that is supposed to help us to portray language as being an intricate interplay of different repertoire styles registered that color much of everyday interpersonal communication in an often transnational, hyperdiverse urban setting characterized by the presence of communities of practice or networks that we would be confronted with. Now, when looking at the terminological apparatus, you see that it not, and the articles, of course, in which this apparatus is used, you see that it not necessarily invites one to reread, rethink, or to shed light on the diversity that is inherent to discussions on established concepts used in literature to be situated in the tradition of Fishman, Horgan, Ferguson, Mackey, Kloss, and others like, for example, also Norman Dennison, who was mentioned in Sylvia's talk. And the fact so that you're confronted with literature that does not really rethink or, let's say, shed light on the diversity that was already there in much of the discussions in the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, is in fact quite a shame, because it's a worthwhile enterprise that has already been shown, for example, by Rosita Rindler-Scherve in her research on language minorities in Europe, and the same could be done, that's at least what we argue, when you start to reflect on, let's say, the links between language contact and the individual language user, and that is something that Wim, I think, Wim, are you there? Will now talk about. Okay, fine. The floor is yours now.
Thank you, and thank you for having us. As you've already indicated, it would have been lovely to be with you all. We do hope that we'll be able to make that happen as soon as possible in due course. But for now, we'll have to report on our work from, as you've indicated, rainy Belgium, and we can only dream of the pleasures of a Italian academic setting. Now, that being said, let's be frank. We've been working on this new handbook on language contact, and there are a number of things which really strike us. And the first thing is that language contact research is now governed by a new mainstream discourse with reference to an elaborate corpus of new terms. Being slightly unkind, you could call them vogue terms, like superdiversity, polylanguaging, translanguaging, maybe sometimes even plain languaging. And something you really notice when you go through the literature of the past decades is that these terms were incredibly rapidly canonized. I mean, if people would think that I'm over-exaggerating here, it took no time to build a handbook on language and superdiversity. If you look at the titles of new journals, you will find quite a few new journals where translanguaging is included in the titles of these journals. So the terms have really been incorporated into the mainstream discourse on language contact and sociolinguistics at large. And what you do see is that in many of the contributions within this apparently rebranded field, conversations are now seen, or conversations in contact situations, which is the focus of this specific conference, are now seen as a sequence of enactment, of performance. You do get the impression that performance theory has become a very important new aspect of interpreting and analyzing what is going on between speakers in contact situations. And the individual speaker comes very much to the fore. It's very much foregrounded as an actor which is continuously stimulated, which gets stimuli all the time in this super diverse, very busy society, and the individual actor responds to these context-specific impulses, which leads us to this term of the pixelated, super diverse society. Each individual is an individual pixel in the society, and the way each individual reacts to all of these impulses creates a new dynamic, apparently. Now, if you read these articles from a distance, and you try and sit down and grasp the really new thing from these contributions, you come to the conclusion that the intricacies and the added value of these new labels may lead the initiated to a deeper understanding of dimensions of language contact we apparently didn't see before or didn't understand before. But as editors of a handbook, you cannot help to be struck by the amount of effort and explanation that is needed to explain what is really different. And I understand that this may sound not too gentle as a judgment, that this may even sound slightly hostile, which is not my intention. But nevertheless, it is what you are struck with. And to be clear, we are by far the first to say this. I mean, Anita Pavlenko wrote a remarkable and highly noted article on the topic. François Grimber, Jan Meyerhoff, also I know we have said similar things. And we do note that criticism on this terminological term is not always welcomed. And there is a quite violent reaction from the, let's say, from the community which favors these new terms, which spearheads this vanguard whenever criticism is being formulated. So in order to can we move to the next slide, Jeroen? Thank you. In order to go into this in some more detail, let's take one of these terms. And I borrow a graphic which was trending on Twitter last year, a graphic based on the work of Ofelia Garcia, where translanguaging on the one hand and code switching on the other are juxtaposed, and where the author actually tries and explains, and in this case the graphic was made by Olivia Mulcahy, I do hope I pronounced her name correctly, where the differences were contrasted, and where she says on the one hand you have on the left you have translanguaging, which centers language users, and on the other hand you have the old term code switching, which only emphasizes, or which mainly emphasizes, language systems. Translanguaging would then be rooted in speakers and in the community perspective of language practices, whereas code switching would mainly be focused on a socio-political definition of named languages, etc., etc., etc. Now, all of this sounds very nice, and it sounds all very reasonable, but if you look at the actual literature, also at the old literature, you cannot help but ask yourself whether the difference between the two terms, or the concepts, really is that remarkable, or really is that striking. I refer on the slide top right to a quote by Juffermans and others, also Chacron and Jan Blommaert, who says that translanguaging, or crossing, is different from code switching, not phenomenologically, but theoretically. So the premise is that there is a different theory behind these terms, and especially behind this new term, translanguaging. In that code switching, grosso modo, takes a structural perspective on bilingual text or talk, whereas translanguaging focuses primarily on what speakers actually do and achieve by drawing on elements from their repertoires. Right? Translanguaging perspective looks at people not as having or using a language or identity, but as performing repertoires of identities. And all of this would be new. All of this would not have been included in the concept of code switching. Now, I don't have the time to go through the original literature in great detail, but if you go back to the articles of the 1970s, and I refer to one author here, John Pride, maybe slightly forgotten in the canon of sociolinguistics, but somebody who was at the vanguard of sociolinguistics in the early 1970s. But John Pride was very critical of a number of fellow sociolinguists, Fishman to name but one. He wrote a very well-known book, Social Meaning of Language, where he introduced sociolinguistics, and also a number of articles in which he elaborated on concepts like code switching. Well, in the early 1970s, he introduces code switching in his book, The Social Meaning of Language, and the very first thing he says is, the social value of language reveals itself in all manner of socially motivated verbal behavior, and he immediately refers to code switching. So the link between the social and the social behavior on the one hand and code switching on the other has always been there. His focus was not primarily on the structures, on the contrary, the focus was very much on the social. When Pride starts criticizing Fishman, or starts making a number of comments on Fishman, the same thing comes to the fore. Pride refers to social psychology, and one of the first things he says, referring to the work of Goodenough, is the following: individuals play many parts, or one might say, enact many statuses. So the whole enactment theory, the whole idea of performance, was already there in the 90s. When he criticizes Fishman, one of the things he says is that domains are the most common institutional arenas in which cultural identifications are enacted. And this is a verbatim quote from Fishman. Cultural identities or identifications are enacted. So the whole idea of enacting, of performance theory, was already there. And now I go to the quote by Miriam Meyerhoff at the bottom of the page. To argue that, as translanguaging does, speakers range freely over a repertoire that consists of multiple languages is to ignore precisely the empirical research which might help demonstrate that code switching is a highly skilled and linguistically developed behavior, not one that indicates impoverished linguistic skills in any language, very much the way Meyerhoff here shows, or tries to indicate, that the old literature from the 70s already incorporated these apparently or so-called new ideas of the translanguaging paradigm, very much in the same way you can easily illustrate that quite a few of the apparently new ideas of the translanguaging paradigm were already there and have always been there in the code switching literature. But for some reason, apparently, people want to try and prove that this was not the case, or want to try and prove that translanguaging really is something new. One cannot escape, and I apologize if this comes across as an unfriendly comment, one cannot escape the idea that old wine is being put into new bottles and sold as excellent vintage. Could you move to the next slide, Jeroen? Thank you. Okay. Now, the second thing which struck us when reading or when editing the book is the enduring crucial need and the crucial role for a historical perspective on present-day language contact. The terminological tug-of-war shifted attention in language contact research towards a meta-linguistic level. And there is a major focus now on the individual as an actor or as a reactor in this postmodern society, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, the individual is key to understanding what's going on, for example, in situations of code switching and or translanguaging. We do see, however, that the dominant role of the societal and political factors in the ecology of language contact, which has always been at the fore of these studies from the 1970s and 80s onwards, and also in the first incarnation of the handbook, we do see that this dominant role tends to be downplayed nowadays. And this ideological turn we're witnessing is being branded as a form of historicizing the present. I mean, there is no lack of attention or no lack of mentioning the fact that there would be a lot of attention towards the a lot of attention for the original sources, in the sense that they need to be reread and reinterpreted. You do get the impression that true attention for the historical dimension of language contact situations and language contact research can get eclipsed. There is a lot of focus on the present-day individual in our language contact societies, and there is far less interest, far less attention towards these larger societal factors which have played a role over the past decades and over the past centuries. Now, this may not be problematic when you try and assess relatively peaceful cases of language contact. For example, cases of urban superdiversity in, it was already mentioned, cities like Brussels or London or New York. I've witnessed quite a few, I've seen quite a few of these modern interpretations of language contact and translanguaging in the town I come from, Brussels, and that's relatively harmless. I mean, that's perfectly okay. The moment you try and reassess situations of language conflict, however, it is absolutely key to include this historical dimension, and very often you see that this historical dimension does get eclipsed there. Why do I notice this? Because our handbook is the, let's say, the stepchild of a sadly deceased predecessor, which is Peter Nelde, and Nelde's law still applies in these studies. Nelde's law, which says language contact leads to language conflict, or there is no language contact without language conflict. The question is whether there is room for this fundamental insight in the postmodern paradigm, and we get the impression that there is serious friction between the two. Which is why we want to launch a clear call for a renewed historical foundation of language contact studies. We think it's necessary to revisit the groundbreaking studies of the founding generation, not necessarily to reinterpret them in this new paradigm, but to use them as the basis, as a foundation for an understanding of what's going on nowadays. But we also think that it's necessary to revisit the historical sources which have built, which has created our impression, our basic ideas about the history of language contact and language conflict. We know, we've seen that, for example, in the domain of historical sociolinguistics. When you go back to these sources with the knowledge which is now there at the beginning of the 21st century, you may easily see things that were not seen a couple of decades ago. We also have access to sources nowadays which were not there or not as easily accessible half a century ago, and taking note of those sources and integrate them in our understanding, our attempt to understand language contact and language conflict situations is key. And on that note, and that slightly provoking note, I thank you for your attention, and we are we would be very happy to take any question you may have. Thanks again for inviting us, and we wish you all the success with the continuation of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a few minutes for questions. I'd say maybe 6 or 7, so that we try not to take away too much time from the break. I don't see raised hands, and I don't see question in the chat either. So maybe if there's no, yeah, Barbara Hans has a raised hand, so go ahead, please.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank you very much for this very, very interesting contribution. And we can see that you have a good experience in creating an overview of these different approaches to language contact over the past decades. And so you are aware of these different developments that come out recently of Blommert's super diversity research and things like that. So I thank you very much for this contribution that gives us this the result of your overview and your recent research for your book. Thank you very much. That's not a question, I know.
No, there is a question though by Simone Ciccolone.
Mine is neither really a question, but more of a comment, because I have to just to express my total agreement to Meyerhoff's critique of translanguaging, because when we see actual data in corpora, when we see spontaneous speech, it's not. I don't know how we can see what they say, that speakers draw on all kinds of linguistic resources for their own purposes, because on distributional observations, when we see how much of the content language we have in a corpus, we see that there's a strong asymmetry, that in every conversation, actually, also fully bilingual speakers tend to one variety, one code or another. It's a sort of a classic situation. So it's hard to think how this translanguaging idea can really work on real data, on corpora, on great assembles of data. Thank you.
We can't hear any reply.
Well, thank you. Simone, we fully agree, I think. But there you see how difficult it sometimes is. They launch a new notion or a new term, try to distinguish it from what existed before, but later find out that it's quite difficult, let's say, to explain the difference. And what you now see is that in some of the articles they say, well, it's just a theoretical explanation of the differences. So in fact, we talk about the same, but we use a new notion. And what you then get, of course, is this verbose that you are confronted with in quite a lot of let's say, articles that you sometimes read, and where you have to read each phrase at least 3 times to understand what it could mean, because you get confronted with let's say, with new terminology combined in one and the same sentence, which it can be quite confusing sometimes.
I just wanted to add one thing, just to clarify this. This critical notion, or this critical assessment of the terminological debate, I mean, is by no means to be interpreted as a criticism of the capacities and the scholarly qualities of the researchers involved. I mean, we know quite a few of them. They're excellent friends and colleagues, and they are stellar, excellent researchers. So that this is not at stake here. I mean, what we do find remarkable is, as Anna Pavlenko provokingly called it, is that this drive for terminological branding was actually, or is actually, taken to a point where a very nice new term, because I like the term translanguaging. I like the idea of the fluidness. I mean, it has a different feel as code switching, and it may actually feel as a more appropriate term to describe what's going on. But from suggesting a new term to trying to prove that the new term actually refers to a completely different concept and a different theory behind the concept, that's quite a long stretch. I mean, for me, it would have been. I think it could have been perfectly okay to say, listen, we've moved 50 years beyond the first coining of the term code switching. There's quite a few things we've learned. Maybe it's time to see if we can include the knowledge of the past half century in this concept of code switching, and if we need to reassess the term. Then again, if you go back and you look at what was written in the early 70s, you see that a lot of what is now being put forward as new was already there. I mean, of course, within the framework of the 1970s, which is completely different from the scholarly and the political and the social-cultural framework we have nowadays. But quite a lot of the insights were already there. One of the nice things we're still able to do now is to discuss this through with protagonists who were there in the early 70s, with the people who are in the vanguard of sociolinguistics. And very often when you talk to them, their reaction is, I mean, this is much ado about nothing.
Okay.
I fully agree, and I think that's true also in other fields of linguistics, not just in language contact research. Thank you very much again. I think now we have to proceed to get some sort of coffee break, although it won't be as pleasant as it would be if we were all together, but we still need it and deserve it. And so if the BBC has no other announcements, I think we can reconvene at 11:30, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. See you soon.
That's okay. Thank you very much, everybody, and we see you again at 11:30. Welcome again to everybody. I hope everybody is here for this new part, the second part of this morning. And Wim is the chair now, I guess, from the program. So I switch off my microphone and it's your turn, Wim.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to everybody who was with us before and all people who just joined. Welcome for this morning session of the first day of this conference in beautiful L'Aquila. And Clara Cuonzo is first. I mean, Clara, are you with us?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. Are you calling from Maryland?
No, actually, I'm calling from Abruzzo, so I'm really close by.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was afraid we were going to move beyond and across time borders, minus 6 hours plus 10 hours. But good to hear that we didn't make you get up at an unfathomable time in the morning. Clara, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for joining us. The floor is yours for a talk on language contact and expressives in Italian.
Yes. Can you see my screen?
We can.
Okay, all good. Just before I begin, it's really a pleasure to be here. It's the first time that I present my work in Italy, actually, so it's really exciting. And I'm from Abruzzo, so it's really close by. And I would have loved to be in L'Aquila, but sadly, that's not possible. Okay, so today we'll talk about language contact and expressives in Italian. Just to be sure we are all on the same page, I will present expressive content, and this will come in the form of swear words in English and Italian. So I'm sorry for any distress caused because of this, and I hope you will still appreciate the talk, nevertheless. Okay, so in a nutshell, what I will present today is that in varieties of Italian spoken by youngsters, the expressive word fucking is borrowed from English. However, on top of the phonological content, it retains its expressive meaning as well as its syntax. And so this means that it can occur either as an adjective or as an intensifier. And so I argue this is a case of global copying in which phonological, semantic, and syntactic content are all transferred from English into Italian. And so on the wider picture, I think the data I bring argue against a rigid division of borrowing on the one end and structural replication on the other. So these argues against some of the models that have been put forward for language transfer, eminently by Heine and Kuteva, but also by Matros and Sackel, and most recently by Kuteva 2017. And I think the data I bring also provide evidence to support Wimmer and Balkley's 2012 claim that non-standard varieties can be the repository of language contact phenomena that we usually don't see in the literature, or they're usually not reported in the literature. Okay, so the plan for today is looking at some data. We will look, first of all, at monolingual data in English and Italian, and then we will try to see the contact phenomenon. And then we will see what the theoretical implications of these are. And finally, we will draw some conclusions out of this. Okay, so let's start with the data. So expressive in English, so expressives have been widely studied in English. They convey the heightened emotional state of the speaker. So they can convey anger or excitement. So they're not necessarily negative. They can also be positive. And examples of expressives in English can be fucking, freaking, bloody, dumb, and you can add as many as you want. But the interesting thing is that they can be used as adjectives, so as in one, that fucking car. Here, fucking is modifying car, so it's used as an adjective, but really it's not saying anything about the car. It's just telling us something about the emotional state of the speaker. So the speaker is either angered or very, very excited, and that's why he's using the fucking word here. However, it can also be used as an expressive intensifier. So this is a case in two. So we have something like it's fucking awesome. Here, fucking is not used as an adjective. It is used as an intensifier because it modifies the degree of the adjective awesome. And on top of that, is also conveying this heightened emotional state of the speaker. So on the other end, expressive adjectives in Italian are things like fottuto, which means fucking, maledetto, and dannato, which both mean damn. An example of this would be something like quella dannata macchina, that car. And so you can see here that the data are quite similar between Italian and English. The only difference maybe is that in English you don't see agreement, while in Italian you see agreement. On the other hand, when you want to use an expressive as an intensifier in English, you need to add the adverbial suffix mente to the expressive adjective. So you need to import some morphological modification to the word in order to derive the expressive intensifier. So an example of this would be for quel film è dannatamente bello, in which you can see that the adverbial suffix mente, this suffix is usually used to derive adverbs. In this case, it's used to derive an intensifier. And we see this is an intensifier because it's modifying the adjective bello. And so the meaning of this is something like precisely that movie is fucking awesome. So the difference between English and Italian is that in Italian there is a morphological distinction between an expressive adjective and the expressive intensifier. And we've seen the adjective is the base form on which the intensifier is produced, adding the mente suffix. On the other hand, in English, there is no morphological distinction between the expressive adjective and the expressive intensifier. So one morphological word does two syntactic words. It either is an adjective or an intensifier. So in Italy, young adults that have a high exposure to English, and this happens in schools, in universities, of course, but I would say that this exposure comes from mainly online content, so songs, movies, social media, video games, online videos, and different kind of online content that is available to young students. And so in this kind of Italian spoken by these people, we have high rates of lexical borrowing. So examples would be something like schillato, which would mean something like skilled, detectato, detected, or spawnare, to spawn. And all of these cases, in all of these cases, you can see that the word is borrowed from English, but there is a morphological ending of an Italian word. So, for instance, in skilled, schillato, ato is the suffix for the past participle. So they are highly integrated into the language. They are highly specific to some category of young adults, especially gamers, but they are indeed present in the language. So the data I will bring today are naturalistic data occurring in WhatsApp messages in groups of university students. But similar data can be found through searches on Twitter for their search engine. And interestingly, similar data are tested in Romanian. So most probably, if we start investigating this in many languages of young generations in many countries, we will see probably similar effects. But this is just the start of this research, so I will need to look further into this. So fucking in Italian can be used as an expressive adjective, as in five, faccio un fucking casino. These here literally means I will make a fucking mess. And you can see here that fucking is used as an adjective because it modifies casino, mess. And similarly in 6, we have mi potete dare la fucking photo? So can you please give me the fucking photo? And here, fucking again is an adjective because it's modifying photo. However, it can also be used an expressive intensifier. So something like 7 era fucking gigante. Literally, it was fucking gigantic. And you can see this is not an adjective, but it's an intensifier because it's modifying gigante, so gigantic, which is the adjective in this case. So other examples of the use as an expressive intensifier are as in 8, questo appartamento è fucking bellissimo. So here again, fucking is modifying the adjective bellissimo. And in 9, you have something like è tutto così fucking stupido. Everything is so fucking stupid. So here, interestingly, you have a degree modifier, così, so, and then you have the intensifier, fucking, and then finally the adjective. But clearly in the last examples we've seen, fucking is used as an intensifier and not as an adjective. So when fucking is transferred from English into Italian, is used both as an expressive adjective and an expressive intensifier. And as we've seen, this is not usually allowed with Italian expressives. So Italian expressives, you need the adverbial suffix mente in order to turn the adjective into the intensifier. And so in this case, what is transferred is phonological content, its semantic meaning, and its syntactic structure. So let's try to see how this fits in the general understanding of contact phenomenon in language contact. And so usually in the literature, it has been argued that there is a two-way distinction between borrowing, which is the transfer of phonological material and phonetic substance. So borrowing is the term that Heine and Kuteva use, but for instance, this is called matter in Matros and Sappho's work. On the other end, there is replication, so the transfer of meanings and structure associated with them, whereby there is no phonological material or phonetic substance that is involved. So this is called replication in Heine and Kuteva's work, or pattern in Matros and Sappho's work. So an example of borrowing, there are many kinds of borrowing, but a lexical one, so a case of lexical borrowing would be something like opera that was transferred, that was borrowed from Italian into English. But we also see interesting cases of morphological borrowing. So for instance, in Nahuatl, the plural morpheme is an S, and this is coming from Spanish. On the other end, we have replication. So replication can either be lexical replication. So for instance, Italian grattacielo, which comes from English skyscraper. So as you can see here, there is kind of a literal translation of the English word into Italian, but no phonological content is moved from one to the other. On the other hand, when we see grammatical replication, we see a more structural level of replication. So, for instance, in Balkan Turkish, we see the use of the interrogative ne as a plural, as a relative pronoun, because of the influence of all the Indo-European languages that are in the Balkan Sprachbund. That do the same. So more specifically, this is a case of content-induced grammaticalization. But the point here is that, again, we're not borrowing any phonological material from one language to the other. We're just copying the underlying structure or the underlying meaning. So this is the last model that Kuteva put forward. And so there is a clear distinction between replication and borrowing on the other side. And so borrowing can be phonological, lexical, morphological, and morphosyntactic. And then some kind of borrowing can induce contact-induced grammaticalization. So they can induce some changes in the language, but this is a process that happens independently in the replica language. It's not something that is triggered by borrowing it. It's triggered by borrowing itself, but it's not coming from borrowing. On the other end, we have replication, and these changes, apart from lexical replication, grammatical replication, these changes the grammar of the language we're seeing. So in this model, it doesn't make sense of speaking of syntactic borrowing because borrowing is concerned with the phonological, phonetic part of the transfer, and it's supposed to be completely distinct from the semantic, syntactic transfer, so the replication. However, it seems to me that the linguistic transfer of fucking, it's precisely an instance of syntactic borrowing. Because we have both phonological content, but also semantic meaning and syntactic structure. And so I think like another model that has been put forward in the literature is the so-called global coping, put forward by Johansson, 2002. So in his work, a unit can be either a morphological, a lexical, or phrasal material, but units are made of different properties. So they are made of material, semantic, combinational, and frequential properties. And so we have global copying when a unit of the modal code is copied as a whole, including its form and functions. So basically here, as you can see, there is the phonological form, but also the semantic and syntactic functions, and they are both copied at the same time. So this is the model. So the letter here stands for M stands for material, S for semantic, C for combinatorial, and F for frequential. And when we have global copying, the whole of these properties is copied into the so-called replica language. And so going back to our data, we see that when fucking is transferred into Italian, it's the phonological content that is borrowed, so the form of the word fucking. Probably it's not exactly the same as in English. There is some phonetic adjustment to Italian, but really the phonological content is there. And also the semantic content is transferred. So the this meaning of heightened emotional state of the speaker is exactly the same in English and in Italian. And finally, syntactic content, so the combinatorial specifications of the word fucking are transferred from English into Italian. And so again, this means that fucking can be used in Italian as an adjective, as an intensifier at the same time. So what gets transferred again is phonology and meaning on the one end, but also combinatorial specifications on the other. And so I think this really argues for these kind of transfer to be an instantiation of Johansson's global copying. And this is really interesting because when a word has combinatorial specification in the modal language, then they are carried over to the replica language. And so I think this also shows that borrowing and structural replication can occur at the same time. And then we might ask why these cases occur with expressives. So expressives are known to have a non-standard syntax. There's this really nice work by Guzman that looks at various kinds of expressives in language. So modal particles, adjectives, and other kinds of expressive items, and they all seem to behave quite strangely, let's say. And so the question is whether this really matters. And so again, the more specifically for the case we're looking at, English fucking is ambiguous between an adjectival reading and like an adjectival use and intensifier use. And so even though this is not unique to expressives, so for instance in English, pretty can be an adjective, but it can also be a degree modifier. Perhaps the peculiar semantic contributions of expressives contributes to their borrowing. And then the question is whether there is more to it. So whether it's really expressivity that is responsible for the Proculain transfer that we observe. I think we don't have enough data at the moment to be able to say that, but it's an interesting avenue either way. So either whether the expressivity really matters or whether it doesn't matter at all. Also, I think that my data are interesting more generally because as Wimmer and Valkley says, that when we are looking at language content phenomenon and we are seeing universal tendencies, we should also look at various kinds of speech communities and contact situations because maybe in these cases we see differences. And so I think here we're looking at youth speech in online communities mainly, though there are also occurrences in speech in these communities. And so in these cases, we indeed find exceptions to rules that have been claimed to be universal. And so then the question is whether we should revise the model or whether we should account the data in a different way. So let's draw some conclusions. In Italian, the syntactic distinction between the expressive adjectives and expressive intensifier is signaled morphologically through the suffix mente. However, when packing is transferred into Italian, it can be both an adjective and intensifier without necessity of any morphological modification. And what is transferred, again, is phonological, syntactic, and semantic material all at the same time. And so I've argued that this transfer is a case of global copying, and I think that this shows that a strict division between borrowing and replication cannot account, at least for all cases of linguistic transfer. And then the questions that remain open is whether this is a pattern that we can see in other languages too, and whether it's quite extensive, but it's really interesting that at least the Romanian data seem to point to the same direction. But this is all for today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Clara. That was fucking interesting. I never thought about to say that in an official role during a conference. You can beep that out if you want to in the recording. Thank you very much for a highly interesting, also highly entertaining talk. Do we have any questions? I didn't see any questions in the chat, but some people may want to raise their hand and come in. I see hands from Simone, Chiara, and Stefan. So Simone, do come in.
Thank you for the really interesting presentation. I just have two short questions. The first one about this replication, syntactic replication in a sort of sense. I will say that in many L2 transfer or insertion phenomena, we have, well, I will say maybe often, but I don't have really data about it. We have this basic, very general replication of the combinatorial pattern. So if it's in a particular position, this element we transfer, then we transfer in the position in its natural position. So before the noun or after. This is maybe often obscured by the fact that insertion very often occurs where there is a common structure, a language neutral, so to say, structure or pattern. So but maybe it's more general that just this specific case. That this is what I will try to point at. The other thing is, maybe I misunderstood, but if you have written data, maybe, I don't know if it's totally correct to talk also about phonological content. Thank you.
We can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this is really important. So I think it's sometimes it's difficult to find such clear combinatorial restrictions in a single word, and so I think that's why the expressives in this case is really interesting, because they have very clear behavior in different languages, and you can pattern them out and see what's the behavior in the other languages. As for the written content part, yeah, that's interesting. However, at least in one, like the communities that I know best, they also use it in spoken speech. And so it's in that case, then it's really phonological content that is borrowed. So yeah, that's my main issue there.
Okay, thank you for that reply. Chiara, you also had a question. Do come in.
Thank you. And thank you, Clara, for your very interesting presentation. I have just a broader question. I don't know if you already thought about it, but I was curious. In one of your last slides, you say that there are universals versus exceptions to universals. So if I got it well, you found exceptions to these universals. My question, actually my curiosity, is whether you accept universals in contact between languages or in contact phenomena, or if you think that we don't need universal in order to explain this kind of phenomena. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. What I can say is that there are tendencies in language contact, and I think there is a huge literature that reports on that. Then the question is whether these are just tendencies or whether they are actually universals. So the case I'm bringing seems to be an exception to that. But then the question is whether this is really an exception or whether it can be modeled in some other way. And this is the first question. And the second question is, on the other hand, whether there are no universals, but there are tendencies, and then what is behind these tendencies, what these tendencies are telling us. And so I think these are interesting questions, because even though we might find exceptions, nevertheless, there seems to be tendencies, and so I think we still need to explain why there are them and why there are these kind of exceptions, I guess.
Okay, thank you. I have one last question, and that was by Claudia. Briefly, please.
Thank you very, very much for your interesting talk. My question is more social-linguistic in nature, because you are studying the youth communities, youth language, and my question is whether those expressives also have an emblematic function in youth language, though that they are typical for youth language because they kind of want to be different from the adult language and also express some kind of protesting or something like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Thanks for this. Yeah, I think they are kind of expressing. It's not just the expresses. So the language that these communities speak is really highly influenced by English. So I think it's more of an identity marker. So they're saying we're not just Italian, we are international somehow, and we are open to the world, and we are refusing, I guess, part of the Italian culture, I guess. But it's really so these are my kind of ins or feelings about this. I don't specialize in social linguistics, so I'm not able to say much more.
Yeah, but thank you. Yeah, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those questions. Thanks again for a highly provocative and thought-provoking talk.
Can I add another last question?
You can.
I raised my hand just. Okay, I wonder if the fact that the English adjective is already different from the Italian adjective, since it has no agreement for feminine or plural or whatever categories. So it is already as an adjective outside the morphosyntactic system of the Italian language. And so it stands a little bit outside the system from the start. Could that have an influence on the flexibility of this element?
Yeah, that's a good question. However, the data from Spanish are really interesting. So the data from Spanglish, again found on Twitter, you see fucking mente. So you see, so you see the modification with mente. And so this is really interesting. I haven't looked very much into that, but there seems to be this kind of thing. So there the difference is whether so the behavior of expressive adjectives and intensifier in Italian and Spanish is more or less the same, and they are borrowing from the same language, but the morphosyntactic behavior is different in Italian and Spanish. And so the question is whether what's the difference there, and whether speakers are more accepting in one language than in another, or whether Spanish is more ahead of in the borrowing curve. I don't know. These are interesting questions, but it's interesting that different languages do different things.
Okay, thank you. And thanks again for this talk, also to all people who asked questions, for the interesting questions. Can I ask the people who raised their hands to lower their hands? That makes it easier to get the overview for the upcoming talk. So thanks again, Clara. Good luck with the continuation of your research. And we move on towards the next talk. We move a couple of time zones up eastwards, 4 hours and 45 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, to Nepal, where Bimlal Gautam and Pimala Noipana, I do hope I pronounced the name correctly, will be talking to us on the topic of language contact in Kathmandu, a study on language use and attitude. The floor is yours. That's okay. We can see the slides. Thank you very much. But we can't hear you. You may want to switch on your microphone. Hello, we see your slides, but we can't hear you, and I see that your microphone is switched off. Yeah, it should be okay. Thank you.
So
you're good.
So I'm sorry to say that my co-presenter Pimla Neopane is not able to talk here with us because he is now in isolation because of the COVID pandemic, and I informed it yesterday with the organizer. So today's topic is language contact in Kathmandu Valley, a study on language use and attitudes. So Kathmandu Valley is the capital city of Nepal, a multilingual city. So this will be the outline of my presentation: the Kathmandu Valley, an introduction, then language contact in Kathmandu, and we will be talking about the findings and discussions. And at last, we'll go towards some summary and the conclusion of today's talk. So talking about the Kathmandu Valley, Kathmandu is a cosmopolitan capital city of Nepal, and it is a valley combined with the three districts, Kathmandu, Lalitpur, and Bhaktapur, having lots of ethnic groups living for years and years. And if we could see the census data of 2011, then we could see that the Newar's population, Newar people, the original ethnic population of the Kathmandu Valley, Khas Brahmins, the Nepali, native Nepali speakers, Kshetris, Tamangs, Sherpas, Gurungs, and so many peoples, and so many Kirat, Magars, and many peoples, and in some other Maithili speakers, lots of Maithili speakers, Bhojpuri speakers are residing the Kathmandu Valley for the last 30 years of time. And if we see the religion of the Kathmandu Valley, then we could see the Hinduism, Buddhism, Muslims, and other religion. And this shows that the Kathmandu Valley itself is a cosmopolitan city, it's a multilingual city where people use different language. They use their native tongues, they use their mother tongues within their family. Whenever they come out, then they speak Nepali, and they speak, even they communicate in English. And among the Madhesi speakers, They communicate Hindi and other languages too. And it is one of the very interesting research. And to be honest, that this presentation is based on the book that I recently published from Palgrave Macmillan entitled Language Contact in Nepal, a study on language use and attitudes. So this is the ethnic population. I am just focusing about the three language communities here, the Newar, the Sherpa. Sherpa are the people who are migrating to the capital city, especially to the Kathmandu Valley from the mountains, and the Maithili, another ones, the people who are migrating from the Tarai region, the plain region of Nepal. And if we see the migration ratio and their population between the two census, 2001 and 2011, then we could see the increment ratio of the ethnic population there of these peoples, and we could see that the Maithili population is increasing in a high rate. And my research methodology is based upon the Quan-Qual method. It is based upon the quantitative and qualitative techniques. So I applied some survey data as well as some observation, focus group discussion, and some of the stories told by the people, by the informants during my survey, and have focused about it with the area from the Kathmandu Valley. Within the Kathmandu Valley, I have already told you that the valley consists of the three districts, Kathmandu, Lalitpur, and Bhaktapur. So for the Sherpa from Kathmandu, that is Jorpati, Kapan, Gongobu, these are the places from where I took the data, I collected the data. Then after, this is the selection of the respondents from three language community. So this is the ratio of male, female, and three communities, and A1, A2, and A3 indicate that is A1 is the age group below 25, and A2 is the age group 25 to 55, and A3 is the age group that is above 55. This is the informants, that is the data, and the tool that I have used here to collect the data is, these are the questionnaires, and I use the focus group discussion, then I use some interviews and the observation. Then after, I also did the pilot survey in 2015 in Lalitpur and Newark, Lalitpur and Kathmandu, among the Newar and Rai communities. And after doing the pilot testing, then I collected the data during 2016 to 2018, and these are my findings. My findings, especially, I'm talking about the language contract in Kathmandu. So the patterns of language used in Sherpa, Newar, and Maithili, I will be talking about it. And among the patterns of language used in Sherpa, Newar, and Maithili, I will be talking about some informal situations, formal situations, religious and cultural activities, family and friends, media and entertainment. Then I will be talking about language contact, intergenerationship, and language attitudes in the respective language community. So if we see the, this table, then it is about the language used in personal activities. And whenever we see, I ask the question for them about these personal activities, which language do they use in these personal activities, like the making friends, shopping, telephone calls, talking with workers, talking with teachers, talking with academics. These are the personal activities. Then we see that Nepali language is extensively used among the Sherpa and Newar community for these activities rather than their mother tongues. But the case of Maithili is little bit different, that instead of Nepali, they are using their mother tongue and they are using Hindi language. And probably it could be the reason that Hindi is very popular. Hindi is very common among the Madhesi people living in the Kathmandu Valley. And if we see the data from their behavioral activities like joking, counting, quarreling, singing inside, bargaining, shopping, marketing, abusing, scolding, using taboos, praying, singing outside, discussing. These are various behavioral activities, and here we could see that the use of their mother tongue is more active for these behavioral activities than their personal activities. But even here, we could see the use of Nepali and English is increasing rather than their mother tongue in Newar and Sherpa, but in Maithili that we could see again the use of Hindi is increasing much. Let's see another. It is about formal activities. So formal activities here indicate that office and the workplaces, which language that you use, political and social gatherings, public activities and the fun fairs, administrations, and with the strangers, that which language you use. So if we see the data here in this table, then we can see that that Nepali and English, rather than the mother tongues, among the Sherpa is extensively used. Among the Newar, that Newar and Nepali is extensively used. But among the Maithili, that Nepali and Hindi is extensively used. Now the language contact and language shifting ratio that we could guess that how it is moving towards. Then very interesting is we asked the question about language use and attitudes, especially the language use in religious and cultural activities. Here in religious and cultural activities, among the Sherpa, that Sherpa language is extensively used rather than Nepali. In Newar, Newar is extensively used rather than other, but Nepali is also used here much. But there is no use of English language. There are very few cases where people use the English language in some festivals, religious festivals, but not others. And among the Maithili too, they use only their mother tongue. So in religious and cultural activities, still there is not the effect of language contact among these three language communities. And we could see that among the three language communities, that Newar themselves are the ethnic indigenous community of the Kathmandu Valley, have been living for the last more than 400 years in the valley before the starting of the unification movement of Nepal. But Sherpa and Maithili are the migrating population living in the city for the last few years. And if we see the language used in media related activities like the watching movie, serial, watching news, listening music, listening radio and news, listening interview, reading the newspaper, reading horoscope. Horoscope reading is very popular in Nepal among the people, especially the teenagers, the young peoples and the students, college going students. Here we see that the use of Nepali is used. Sometimes there is a use 100%. Among the Sherpa people, we could see that watching news 100%. And the Hindi too, the impact of Hindi. Why Hindi has been increased here in Nepal? Because especially in Kathmandu, that the housewives and the people, they spend most of the time watching Hindi movie and the serials. And this is the impact of movie and the media in the language community. So that we could see that Hindi language is increased here. The use of Hindi language is very much increased here, and the use of Nepali itself, because Nepali itself is a national and a contact language of Nepal, and it is a highly dominant and the prestigious language of Nepal, so that Nepali itself, and we can see the Hindi, as well as the use of English is also increasing, but here we cannot see more data here. Then whenever we see the language used in formal situation, this situation like the office workplace, I think we have already done this one. I'm sorry for the repetition. Now we are coming towards the causes of language contact. So now we are talking about what are the causes of language contact. It is, so what can be the cause of the language contact from the data that we have collected from the survey, we have collected from the focus group discussion, and the data that we have collected from some interview and observation. So these are the major causes of language contact, that the media, migration, and the marriage. One most important thing is about the media, migration, and the marriage. So because of media, because of migration, because the people from the Tarai region and the people from the mountainous region came to the Kathmandu Valley for employment, for better education, for better opportunity, and there is an intermingle of the intra-ethnic marriage between and among the people, and this move towards the language contact, because a Sherpa, whenever he marries a Newar, then after both of them, their mother tongue is, the boys and the girls' mother tongue is Sherpa and Newars, but they have to communicate in Nepali, because Sherpa does not understand Newar and Newar does not understand Sherpa, and they are compelled to communicate, compelled to talk in Nepali, and their newly born child must learn Nepali and English to the school and administration. Then another reason is about education, travel and tourism, and Sherpa are very famous for tourism, and for tourism they learn English, and English, there is a fashion for learning English in Nepal, especially for Sherpa people, because they are using English language for their tourism profession in hotel and traveling, trekking guides and others, and there are some other market force, economical benefits, and even the political ideological intervention is also there. So there are some impact of the language contact, and these impact are especially, we can see the ideological and attitudinal impact. So ideologically and attitudinally, it's people are very fascinated, attracted towards the use of Nepali and English language rather than their mother tongues, because they feel themselves that speaking Nepali, speaking English is a symbol of prestige in their society. So there is an ideological and attitudinal impacts towards language, and motivational impact too. For example, there is migrated people like Sherpa and Maithili living in the capital city have been directly and indirectly motivated by the globalization and international trade and communication. Moreover, they have been involved in various social, cultural, and ceremonial activities with the new mixed society, which motivates them to shift into the new target language from their ancestor source language, that is their so we can see that people living in the capital city have been influenced directly and indirectly by the globalization and international linkage and communication. Another is that Nepali, being the dominant language in the capital city, the lingua franca of the country, and English being the international language of the various purpose, is becoming more valuable and influencing in the respective language community that want the language shift and endangerment. So the influence of English is much higher than Hindi among Sherpa and Newar people, which indicates the influence of globalization and Western traditions, whereas influence of Hindi is higher than Nepali and English among the Maithili community. So I'm coming towards the summary that mother tongues are strongly used in personal activities and in informal settings within the family and the language community. So the language used by the Sherpa, Newar, and Maithili is found that these languages are spoken within the families and immediate communities. However, the language used shift to Nepali when they make interaction with interlingual social groups. Interlingual social groups means groups from the different linguistic backgrounds among three generations in terms of age groups. We studied that 15, 25, 25, 55, 55 plus, younger generations are found less motivated to use their mother tongues. Young generations are found picking up limited lexicons and simple songs, patterns of their mother tongues, rather than acquiring their mother tongues in full-fledged manner. So the patterns of language contact differ from the Tibeto-Burman and Indo-Aryan language in various ways, because we need to know that Nepali and Maithili are Indo-Aryan languages and Sherpa is a Tibeto-Burman language. So there is a contact between the two languages, Indo-Aryan and Tibeto-Burman. So language contact and shift is a natural linguistic phenomena in the context of multilingual cities like Kathmandu. So this phenomena needs to be studied more extensively in the social context where multiple languages are in contact and influence one another. So the patterns of language shift vary from one language to another, one geographical location to another, one social situation to another. Thus, it needs to be more specific in terms of language and space. Only then there could be more exploration in depth and range of language contact and shift in the states like Nepal. So the trends and patterns of language contact and shift differ in terms of age groups, gender, and literacy level. Thus, cross-generational patterns of language contact and shift need to be explored, focusing on the specific mother tongue. So, thank you. This is my presentation, and I will be happy to listen and clarify, to listen the queries and clarify your answers.
Thank you very much for your talk on the language contact situation in Nepal. I guess this was not just for me, but for many of the people attending. A lot of new information, a lot of highly interesting, up-to-date information, and I'm quite sure there will be a number of questions. I didn't see any questions in the chat appearing so far, but there may be people in the audience who want to raise their hand. Theo, I see your hand. Do come in. Theo, we can't hear you. You may want to switch on your microphone. Okay, Theo. Antonietta, we can hear you. Yeah, please do come in first, and then we can let Theo ask his question after that. Do come in. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for this talk. Very interesting. I'm quite curious about the presence of English. I saw that Maithili among Maithili people, English is not used in many domains, and they talk first of all Nepali, Maithili, and Sherpa. So I'm quite curious about the place of English in these different groups. Thank you.
Yes, very interesting questions, but see that in my data there is a use of English among the Maithili too, but I have selected only the three important languages here, that is Maithili, and the secondly used language, that is Hindi and Nepali too. So Maithili is also used by the English is also extensively used by the Maithili people living in the Kathmandu Valley, especially among the young generation, educated people, the literate people. But here in this data, I could not present almost all the data, that's why. But it has been extensively used among the youth people and the educated people.
But is it true? I understand well that it is less used among Maithili than Sherpa and Newar, because in first tables, English was in the first two groups, but not in the third. I mean, not in the Maithili group.
Yes,
Okay.
you are right. Sherpa and Newar, they use Nepali and English instead of their mother tongue. It's alternative language during the language contact situation. However, the Maithili people use either their mother tongue or Hindi and Nepali instead of English, because Nepali is the national language of Nepal, that they have to use this language, and they feel very easy using Hindi among their among the community. Maithili here does not indicate only the Maithili people living in the eastern Tarai region of Nepal, but Hindi is a kind of link language and the lingua franca among all the people living in the plain region of Nepal. This is the reason that they use more Hindi and Nepali than English.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any further questions? Barbara, do you come in?
Yes, I don't have a question specifically, but I wanted to express my appreciation for this very, very huge work and research that, if I have understood well, is going on since for some years, has been going on for some years now.
Yes, of course, yes.
Yes, and I found that the different domains, that the different languages and the different domains of use are very fine-grained, and so I wanted to express this appreciation for this very huge work you have done, and also I wanted to give our greetings to your colleague and your collaborator who cannot be with us, and to wish her good luck with her illness, with the COVID.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Barbara, for those kind words and remarks. I don't see any raised hands anymore. I also don't see any questions in the chat. So I thank you for your highly interesting talk, which really provides a dimension which is, I think, not that often present in conferences on language contacts. So we're extremely grateful that you shared these data and these insights with us. Thank you very much. And as already articulated, all best for you and for your colleagues. We do hope all will be well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'm very happy to present my findings as a part of findings in this very highly academic community. And I hope that this is the beginning and my research is going on, and hopefully that we will be able to meet again and again and verify more data in the days ahead. Thank you very much.
We share that hope. We really do. And we especially share that hope in the sense of being able to meet in l'Aquila, who knows, next year or the year after that. So we'll see about that. Thanks again. We move on through time zones, a bit back from Nepal, but still a bit forward from where we are now. For the final talk of this morning session, I already apologize for scrambling names. A talk by Zakaria Purtskvanidze, by Marine Beridze, and by Lia Bakaradze. I try to mumble in order not to destroy your names to a horrifying extent. I do apologize. From colleagues working at the University of Frankfurt and Tbilisi, Georgia, for a talk on aspects of identity formation in the context of the language island case Fereydani Georgian. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you hear me?
We do hear you, yeah.
Okay, your pronunciation of our surnames was perfect.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. So I tried to share maybe my, now. Do you see my slides now?
We do, perfect. Thank you.
Do? Okay, fine. Yeah, thank you very much to organizers for holding this idea to implement this conference. We are very glad to be part of this community and to talk about one part of results of our research in the last 6 years in Iran. The Faridani Georgian exists in Iran, and West Iran is a variety of Georgian which exists the last 400 years there. But I will talk about it a little bit concrete with examples in my presentation. So I try to explain a little bit the language island, why this term. When we use this term, we mean a spatial language contact situation, which we have in case of Faridani Georgian. But the term itself, the language island, has a long tradition also in the German ethnology by Walter Kuhn, for example, but after also in Soviet Union by Zimunsky. And this topic was dominated by with the German content and the German language islands outside of Germany in Europe or in America or in the Volga Germans, for example, is a very famous example for that. We think that the language island is very comfortable to describe the situation, language contact situation, very complex language contact situation in case of Faridani Georgian. And we think that island self is not a linguistical term. So we mean some part of land surrounded by water. What we have in language islands is not a clear separated land and water. So we have different languages. There is no one language and surrounded by one language. Rather, we have one language surrounded by many languages. And but this is for easily for us to use that language. But behind of it, we mean generally a language contact, very specific language contact situation. And the question, what is a joint language island? We will answer really only in frame, only in frame, and in case of Faridani Georgian. Maybe our definition of language island is not useful for other cases. And the linguistic features of identity building I call just anchors. So, and these anchors are on different level of grammar. So phonology, lexicology, phraseology, and so on and so on. So I try to avoid a theoretical discussion in my presentation and just show you some very interesting examples, I think. But before I will show you the classification of Kartvelian and languages and Georgian dialects. This is very broad spread and often cited classification in the linguistics. So you see here that on the Georgian dialects, we have two big groups, the West Georgian dialects and the East Georgian dialects. And on the East Georgian dialects, this is just geographical distribution in West and East Georgia. And on the East Georgian dialects, we have highland dialects and lowland dialects. You see here behind also the geographical determination of both termini. And on the lowland dialects, we see Faridanian marked here by in orange. But we are not really happy with this placement of Faridanian in this hierarchy. Why? Because our research shows that the Faridanian is kind of a puzzle or sum of many different dialects in West Georgia, also highland dialects. You see here the Kakhetian dialect, and the many researchers connect the Faridanian, the grammatical feature of Faridanian with Kakhetian dialects. Why? Because the many historic sources told us that 8,000 families forcibly deported from West Georgia to Iran under Shah Abbas I. held in Kajetia. But we think that Kajetia was just a place of bringing of these war slaves on this place, and it was a starting point or last point of deportation. So the starting point in Georgia and the last point of some of all these war slaves in Kajetia. So this is also the map of Georgian dialects made by my colleagues Marina Beridze and Lia Bakuradze in the project of Georgian dialect corpus. And you see here the 13 dialects of the varieties, dialectal varieties of Georgian language, but within of Georgian state territory. So, and what we show here, the dialects here, the two of these, namely Feridanian and Ingiloyan, exist outside of this territory you see here. Ingiloyan exists in Azerbaijan, and Feridani Georgian, as the name it shows, that in Feridan near Isfahan in Iran. So maybe an example of these two dialects, we can start to understand what we mean under language island. There are different ways in which language island is formed. A language island can occur when, for example, the country becomes smaller and the part of the country remains within the border of another neighboring country. So it's in case of Feridanian, which is a neighboring country in Azerbaijan, exists there. And the other way is, but these two ways are not all, there are many. But in regarding to these two dialects, we speak about two different scenarios or forms of language island. And regarding Feridani Georgian, we see that when significant number of speakers leave the country as a group, so voluntarily, as for example, labor migration, we know it in European history, or involuntarily, for example, prisoners of war or war slaves. This is the case of Feridani Georgian. So, and this is also very often cited map of linguistic composition of Iran. You have different colors for different languages documented in Iran, and you see here very little black points. So, and the authors of this map, they noted under Georgian. So it means Georgian language, but the Georgian language is represented here completely by Feridani Georgian. It is 160 kilometers from Isfahan, southwestern direction along the Bakhtiari Mountains. This is the Zagros area. And they are living the descendants of the Georgians who were forcibly, as I said, deported from Georgia 1614. So it's beginning of 17th century. According various historical sources, but also heresies, but also different historical sources, we have no real attested number of deportees. It was about 80,000 families, mainly from West Georgia, so from whole highland and lowland Georgia. And we think that some of the centers preserved the Georgian language in form of in the spatial form, which allows us to speak about island type environment. And this is the map we made in the last more than 10 years of research there. So we have here 9 villages. We document this current situation of this varieties of Feridani Georgian. We have 2 district capitals here, noted by star, Buin Miandasht and Feridun Shahra. And we put here the line for 2 different sub-differentiation in this dialect. We think we have no real numbers, but we think there are about 15,000 active speakers. And when we say active speakers, it means really active all-day language. So all-day language, but sometimes also using of language for business, for some administrational issues, because the people who are working in administrational bureaus and so on, they also use that language. And this is the all-time present and the dominant language of communication there. But as I said previous, you see here there is no clear distinction between one language and surrounded other language. No, we have a very specific language context situation, and there are represented other languages, not only Feridani, Georgian, and Persian, but also Turkic, Armenian. There are little part also of Kurd languages, and this is very interlocking of on the social level, the using of that languages. This is, I think, the one of the important, very important slide of my presentation. Let's take a little bit more time for that to understand it. You see here the timeline of development, of historical development of Georgian language from Old Georgian to modern Standard Georgian. Old Georgian begins by 5th century, because we have the first manuscripts with document this historical stage of Georgian language at up to 11th century. At this time we call the time of hagiography, so canonical texts we have from this time. And from 12th century up we have the new genre of literature. We call it hymnography. It's kind of, hero sagas and something like this, with totally new linguistic features, grammatic features, and so on. And it is the longest period of historical development of Georgia, from 12th to 18th century. And just recognize this point here, 1640. So within Middle Georgian time, it starts of deportation of significant number of speakers in this historical variant of Georgian to about 2,000 kilometers from. And this is the beginning of 17th century. 2,000 kilometers is a really world, right? This is really, really space, yeah. And this first time that the first deportees, they used the Middle Georgian as a language. So this is a very important thing, because the modern Standard Georgian begins by 19th century. That means that the Feridani Georgian have missed this transition. So only through a slow integration with the time, they got to know the modern Standard Georgian. But the whole time, in time of isolation, it was existed parallelly in Feridani Georgian, Middle Georgian stage, and in official Georgian state territory, modern Standard Georgian. The beginning of modern Standard Georgian is determined by newspapers and the civil society, building of civil society, and so on and so on. And the language of deportees, the language of Feridani Georgian, takes the Owen development based on Middle Georgian stage of Georgian. Why it is so linguistically so interesting? The first thing is we can research now, based on Feridani Georgian, some features of Middle Georgian. So we have a historical stage of this language alive. So not based on manuscripts, but also in some kind of deformation and all-day speaking. And this situation and this picture give us the reason to give kind of definition of language island, but regarding of Feridani Georgian and based on Feridani Georgian. We recognize this language island as represents a geographically restricted use of language that differs from the same language or dialect of the motherland in at least one historical stage of language development. So this is how we define Feridani Georgian as language island. So I said that the island is not linguistically a term, but geographically. And here is island not just in space, but also island in time. So that's the core point. I don't know how good I explain it now, but it was our starting point, the methodologically, to research Feridani Georgian. Let me go to a concrete part of my presentation. This is one of my language assistant, Haji Ali, who is a very interesting person, speaks about 6 different languages, writes poetries in 2 different languages, is really interesting person. And so what I will try to show you now is how the people there use the language as a base of self-identification as Feridani Georgian, and how this self-identification guarantee the existence of language island. So just recognize this is the really small island, but lives about 400 years. We know in the history the islands were much bigger, with 2 billion speakers. They exist more. But and this is the very interesting, and this is the curiosity of this case, to look deeper and to understand how is the border of this island developed and formed. So that's why I try to show you examples. I called these examples just the identity anchors. So why identity anchors? They are kind of triggers of self-identification and are often cited as a reason to call on self and Feridani Georgian. One thing again, and at this map I show the different villages, but the intensity of language representation is different. We documented one village in which the people say we are Feridani Georgian, but no one of them speak Feridani Georgian. Feridani Georgian is there just the language of a memory, but this language of memory is enough to identify self as Georgian, Feridani Georgian. So I start with this example from phonology. The Feridani Georgian who actively do not speak Georgian anymore, and this is at least one village we find there, remember the consonantal phonemes, including adjectives, for example, which do not occur in Persian. You know that the Caucasian languages are very famous by his consonantism. So the Georgian as Caucasian language as well. For the Feridani Georgians, just the ability to pronounce the uvular fricatives, for example, serves to form to a peculiar identity. I write some of examples here. Just the ability to pronounce or h or ch or ts. They cannot use these consonants in any sentence, phrase, or in any word. They do not know any lexeme with these consonants, but they know that the forefathers spoke the language which contained these consonants. And just this fact is enough to say we are, for example, we are not Persian, we are Feridani Georgian. Sometimes they use this in combination. They have something like there can be, for example, the word for water in Georgian, tsali. Yeah, and we very often we experience the dialogue between Feridani Georgian and the Persian people, who ask them why you say you are Feridani Georgian. You was born here. You don't speak Feridani Georgian. You speak just Persian. And the answer was, yeah, but our forefathers a language with the consonants like just try to pronunciate it. And when the Persian native speakers have a problem to pronunciate it, they you see the distinction between us. And along this fact is often enough to say, okay, we are Feridani Georgian as a trigger for a kind of identity. Then the next thing is place names. It's also a very interesting thing because the Feridani Georgian, what you see here is also as in Georgian, but we use the Google Maps for a map here, the micronyms, micro toponyms. This is inside of one village and the different places in. And they are not official name. We have official street names, but behind of these official street names, the Feridani Georgian use the unofficial, the Georgian names for same place. And if you do not know how this micronym will be used, you do not belong to this group. So it's also the kind of instrument to identify the group which use these micro toponyms. And we said that this is the creation of some kind of virtual ecology. This world with these names exists just in the head and the language of the people. And the other thing is, they are not just the Georgian words, but this Georgian words refers to real places in Georgia, in motherland. So we think that the reason of establishing and the using of this is to have a connectedness to the motherland. I go now to very short to language formulas, which also represent a kind of identity anchors. These formula are a kind of uninflected phrases, so phrasal particles, maybe something like this, and the people cannot explain what a single word means, but the whole phrase is usable in all their language. For example, the word for pearl, margaliti, throughout the interaction, it was to be interpreted that the saying referred to the slowly walking people. After several years, the language assistant found the meaning of the word pearl in the pearl chain in Georgian English dictionary and could understand exactly what was meant by saying at that time. So they used all time this phrase, margalit eps homar atzvam, as are you making the pearl necklace? But the word for pearl was unknown, but they knew that the practical, pragmatical meaning of this, but not the lexical. The next very interesting thing is refers to real ecology and Feridan. So shavi mitza dagaqare, be you covered, it's kind of curse formula. Be you covered with the black earth. So you will not see around Bakhtiari Mountains the black earth, right? Because the ecology in Feridan is rather bare, and that everything is the orange or very, very, I will say the yellow sometimes, but not black. But the saying will be used, and this is, they know that this comes from Georgia, and they use it as a course formula. So we see here also they have other alternatives but they use it, and they accentuate it sometimes when they use this formula. I have also here the word for youth. It doesn't exist in Feridani Georgian, but they use this kind of polite phrase. You have here in one of the first photographer we have from about 100 years. The man close a little bit European, and the left side is a worker of Soviet bank in Tehran who visit Feridan, I think the 30th of last century, in the first photo we have from Feridan. And this is the last example for this invitation formula or polite formula. Argi or opilikav, you say this to your guest. It will be great if you stay. Interesting, the word for good, argi, it doesn't exist in Feridani Georgian. The word good they called namai, but in this phrase they used the Georgian word, standard Georgian word, but the syntax of this sentence you see here is not the modern Georgian. Is at least 400 years old. Is a Middle Georgian syntax. and the lexeme in it, it's for modern Georgian. So it's a chart I showed you before, that the argi is the line of the timeline of a standard timeline of language development, and the syntax of this sentence is the middle and is preserved in Feridani Georgian until today. When Feridani Georgian hear an unknown word, Georgian word, on Georgian radio today, it is surprisingly quickly integrated into the language usage, and the newly learned word becomes part of the sacred heritage of the ancestors. The word loses the status of lexical innovation. It is considered part of the old vocabulary. I experienced by myself the completely new Georgian word, standard George, and the Feridani Georgians tried to explain me these words are very old. So the first what helps with the new learned Georgian words, they lose the status, the lexical status of innovation, of a new lexical word, and it will be recognized as the old word, so part of heritage. Isolation is a matter of survival of the Feridani language island as integration. And the one fact here, in the 17th of last century, there were some attempts to settle a few Feridan families back to East Georgia in the original home area. The returnees returned after a few years back to Feridan. And that's why we think that the Feridani Georgia is an island culture, and it was developed as it could only develop as a language island. I have here two terms which are, we think, very important for the title, formation of the island-specific identity. This is dynamic isolation. What we mean with dynamic isolation, the dynamism lies in the constantly activating factors of identity. That's the one thing. And the other thing is isolation is manifesting on the uninterrupted perception of the foreign environment and underlying of it. The interviewing of complex levels, geographical, historical, political, and cultural, creates a deep traces in the language, which at the same time serve as demarcation between environment, foreign environment, and the bridge to surrounded countries. Grazie per l'attenzione. Do you smell coffee?
Thank you very much for rounding off on the dot at 1 o'clock. That's fantastic. Coffee is due. Thank you very much before I say that, thank you very much for an engaging talk. And once again, as during the previous two talks, bringing in aspects of language contact, and especially from language contacts in regions which many of us will be less familiar with, I think, and which provide, in that sense, a fresh and new and very interesting view on the broad topic that brings us together here. It's 1 o'clock. I assume we have a lunch break or a coffee break waiting for us. I'm willing to allow for 1 or 2 extra questions, but I would like to keep that as limited as possible in order to allow people to move on to the other things they had planned at 1 o'clock. I see one raised hand.
Yes, hello, I'm Barbara.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you very much for this interesting talk. So it parallels somehow a little bit the situation we have also in the language islands in northern Italy, now, where we also observe the conservation of phonemes from earlier stages of the history of the language from Middle High German. I want to ask you a question because I'm not sure that I understood quite all. So there are these 15,000 speakers of Feridani Georgian, and among them, so living in the same space, there are also people who do not speak anymore Georgian.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
yes.
I just.
Yeah. Yep.
No, just to finish, what is the aim of my question? So we can say that they are exposed to these special phonemes, so to these adjectives, so they can listen to them, and so from the point of view of perception, it would be understandable somehow that they can distinguish these two sounds. But what is quite astonishing, I think, that they can also pronounce them as I understood it correctly. So how do they do that? So they train it, or I cannot understand really.
No, yeah, that's not easy to understand. We was also very surprised how the single consonant can be used to for self nomination as a self identity. But this is the one village, Apusi. It's the name of this village, and it was very enforced. I would say, the speaking in Georgian or in any other language as Persian was prohibited. So it was very strange situation historically. But this is only one village, and we met there the many speakers. They said us, we are Feridani Georgian, and we tried to start to speak in Feridani Georgian, and we saw they understand nothing. So, but we asked, why you think you are Feridani Georgian? And they said, okay, we are, our forefathers were Feridani Georgian, and we are as well. And in this discussion, they said, we can pronunciate, for example, something like this, uvular adjectives, this is not easy. Also, you need a training to say that.
Right? I mentioned.
Yeah.
What I'm wondering is that perhaps in early childhood, they were exposed to this word, and perhaps they pronounced also this word, and then growing up, they lost the capacity to speak Russian. Perhaps this could be an explanation.
Maybe, but the situation we met there shows us that the language is the longer time, the more than one generation, just language of memory. So we call it language of memory, Erinnerungssprache. So kind of memory as a part of culture. For example, they identify, for example, himself by cuisine. For example, they make some dishes. They say, okay, that's Georgian. So that's why we are Georgian. The condition to identify oneself is not only the language or religion or many, many other things. And sometimes the puzzle of these many other things is enough to say, okay, we are that and not that. What was very interesting, it was a community work in this village because they wanted to have a Georgian language school. And for about 2 years, they organized schools like this there, and with support of Feridun from district capital, and maybe we have the reanimation of language in the next generation there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to cut short here. I see there's 2 other people who raised hands. We're already 5 past 1, so I'm willing to let those people still ask their questions, but please keep it short in order to allow people to move on to the activities planned after 1 o'clock. First Stefan and then Claudia.
Okay, thank you very much for the interesting talk. We saw in your map that the region is extremely multilingual, and if I got the colors of your map right, then these Feridani Georgian areas are surrounded by Armenian rather than by Farsi. And my question is there a correlation between the vitality of...
No, it's a mistake. No, it's only one Armenian village there.
Okay, but anyway, my question is there a correlation of, let's say, the vitality of Feridani Georgian and other minority languages, in the sense that if there is also Armenian or Turkish, Azerbaijani Turkish in the area, then Feridani Georgian is more alive and people speak it. If there's only Farsi Persian, then they don't speak it anymore. Is there something like this? That the minority languages, they support each other, or the contrary, or...
Yeah, in the villages we identify as a Feridani Georgian, it will be dominated by Feridani Georgian. It's absolutely dominated, and this language is really very, very represented in every all-day communication there. Also by the people who are not Feridani Georgian. We document the speakers who are, for example, Lur or Lor. Also the Persian native speakers who, with the time, learned some phrases and they can master the simple communication in Feridani Georgian. But we have also the villages, and there the Feridani Georgians are minority. For example, the Turkic villages, in which the Turkic language is the absolute majority. But this is we have a different degree of intensity of language, but the center of with most density of Fereydani Georgian is Fereydun Shahre, with in the middle, and then in north Buin Miandasht, and surrounded are a degree lower and lower. So that's
okay. Thank you, Claudia. Final question.
Yeah, I just have one short remarks. Thank you so much for your talk. I really loved it because it reminded me to some similar situations of the German language island you also you mentioned, and we have the same situation, similar situation, for instance, in Chile, where people do not speak German anymore. But as you say, they kind of identify by this kind of formula and accents and things like that. So thank you so much. I just wanted to remark this.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks to all presenters for the talk this morning. I think that we had a highly interesting session with a highly diverse range of topics, and I look enormously forward to the sessions in the following chapters of this conference. My apologies for running slightly over time. This happens also in virtual space. I hand the word back to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you for chairing. Yes, thank you, Wim, for chairing.
And Anna for chairing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Anna before, yes, thank you. And we will see again after the lunch break at 2:30. And now, yes, everybody can have his lunch. Unfortunately, not all together. See you later.
So it's 2:30 in Italy. Hello to everybody again. And I think we can start. Now I'm going to give the word to Stefan Rabanus, who's our chair for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiara, and welcome back to the first afternoon session of this international conference on new issues in language context studies. We start with a keynote talk, which will be given by Claudia Maria Riehl. Claudia Riehl is full professor of German linguistics with a focus on German as a foreign language at the University of Munich, and she's also director of the Department of German as a Foreign Language. Professor Riehl has a very long publications list with many written and edited books, journal articles, conference proceedings, and so on. Part of them are related to German language teaching issues, but I would say most of them relate to our topic, which is multilingualism and language contact. Her Introduction to Contact Linguistics from 2018, Sprachkontaktforschung, and to Multilingualism, Mehrsprachigkeit, eine Einführung, 2014, are popular among students. They are based on extensive fieldwork conducted mostly on German as a minority language in all parts of the world, including Belgium, Italy, Ukraine, Brazil, and Australia. And Claudia now will give us a talk with the title that you already see here on the screen, Language Contact and Language Attrition. We are curious to know more about this, and the floor is to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Stefan, for the kind introduction, and thank you very much. Thanks very much to the organizers for organizing this very, very interesting and inspiring conference. And as already many other colleagues mentioned, we are really sad that we cannot meet you in person, but nevertheless, we are glad that we can share our research with you. Okay, I'll give you a quick outline of the talk, similarly to the discussion this morning by Wim and Jerome, I will give some definitions on this language contact and language attrition. And then I will present you some phenomena in first and second generation heritage language settings. And then I will pass to my, one of my main interests, that is the language context studies in German-speaking enclaves or Sprachinsel language island, as we heard also this morning. And I give you a study on, I refer to a study on case reduction. Okay, let's start with some definitions. And I found it very inspiring this morning when Wim and Jerome talked about this new terms that came up recently, and where there's a shift to the individual bilingual and multilingual speaker. And this also relates to what I want to focus on. And this starts with the question, when we talk about language contact, where is the locus of language contact? And here I would like to introduce a definition from the very seminal work of Uriel Weinreich, who defined language contact as two or more language will be said to be in contact if they are used alternately by the same person, and the language using individuals are thus the locus of the contact. So this is actually a psycholinguistic in nature, and says that the language contact takes place in the brain of the bilingual speaker. And then in the 1970s, there was a shift in the focus on societies or social groups, a more social linguistic approach. And Peter Nelle, who was mentioned this morning as well, who was one of the pioneers also of this language contact research in this context, also focused on the social linguistic approach. And the definition is a more broader one, brought in by Sarah Thomason: the use of more than one language in the same place at the same time. And so we see that in this definition, the language contact is a long-term process which leads to language change. And there are also integrative perspectives. I have actually written more recent approaches, but it already started with Klein in 1991 in his seminal work on community languages, and there were subsequently there were others who integrated the individual and societal perspectives, among them myself, who claim that language contact starts at the level of the individual speaker, and in course of time, the contact phenomena are spread throughout the speech community. But whether a specific contact phenomenon is accepted as a norm, remember also the talk by this morning when we heard also about the norm in particular language community. This depends on a variety of factors, and among them there are linguistic economy, for instance. By the way, because I mentioned the talk by Sylvia, who said, who also mentioned the South Tyrolean community. And for instance, in South Tyrol, they have this bilingual language certificate. And this is called in German, Zweisprachigkeitsnachweis. Very long word. In Italian, they say patentino. It's much shorter. It's obvious that also Germans, German-speaking South Tyroleans use Patentino instead of this very long German word. So this is something has to do with linguistic economy. Of course, frequency also plays a role, and also the illustrative power, like metaphors and things like that. Now let's come to language attrition. And language attrition is defined as the process of losing a native or first language, though this is a classical definition. More recently, there are also studies on L2 and L3 attrition. But this process is generally caused by isolation from speakers from the first language and the acquisition and use of a second language, and is most evident among speakers for whom a language other than their first has started to play a dominant role in everyday life, as we can see in all modern migration contexts. And in this way, we can differentiate between two types of migrant bilinguals. Bilingual migrants. So on the one hand, we have the canonical attritus. So I call them canonical attritus because this is a population normally focused on in language attrition research. And then we have heritage language speakers. So what is the difference? The canonical attritus, you have first generation migrants who acquire the second language only in adulthood. So these are people who normally emigrate already in adulthood, and then they experience, of course, their first language as a dominant language in early life, and then, as I already mentioned, emigrate to a different linguistic environment. And the research focus is here on aged speakers. And then, on the other hand, you have the heritage language speakers. So normally these are the second or third generation immigrants. They acquire first and second language simultaneously, or the second language in early childhood, experience the second language already as a dominant language in early life, and grow up in a bilingual environment. And here this research focuses on young speakers. You see the difference here. So where does now language contact come in? In canonical attritus, so the first generation, the language contact phenomena are rare and mostly ad hoc phenomena. They occur more frequent in the second and third generation heritage speakers. So you have a development across generations. But as Schmidt also claims, Monika Schmidt says, it is difficult to determine whether a certain phenomenon is used only at a particular point, what I personally call ad hoc transfer, or on a regular basis as a synonym of an L1 item. So they are used both, or whether the item has already replaced the corresponding L1 item. And this mainly refers to lexical transfer, of course. Now let's have a look at language contact phenomena in attrition and heritage language settings. And before I give you some examples, let me also again start with some definitions or some reflections I made on the different phenomena of language contact. So I personally, differentiate between transfer. I don't use the word boring or replication, but transfer is the whole process of bringing over an item from one language to the other. And this can be meta borrowing or structural replication. So both. And then we have a different process. This is convergence. So an increase of similarity between two languages at any level. This normally leads to some hybrid constructions that are do not exist either in the one language or in the other language. And then we have a different types of processes of restructuring and simplification. And these processes occur independently from the typological closeness or distance of the contact language or replica language. And this is often connected with language shift processes. And the language contact might have an indirect impact on these processes by accelerating them. But it is an indirect language contact. So this is actually a process that is inherent in the language. I will give you an example in the second part of my talk. Now let's have a look at my examples. The first examples I've taken from detritus from German in an English environment, just to show you that almost all types of contact phenomena can occur. So lexical transference, that it's logical. So we have this, as already has been mentioned by Sylvia this morning. So we have this kind of necessity borrowing for new institutions, or we have the TV dishwasher. These are technical innovation that had been only introduced after people immigrated to the new country. But you also can find interesting examples where verbs have been introduced or inserted, like in this example, servicen, to have the car service, which is interesting because you have also a restructuring of the argument structure here. So lexical transference can also be connected to syntactic transference or morphological transference. So then another interesting thing is semantic transference or conceptual restructuring. This is my absolute favorite example from Australian speakers. This is from my corpus from German immigrants in Australia, first generation immigrants. Das Krankenhaus wird jetzt als Business gerannt. So to run a business in German, you would not use this verb rennen to run in this context. So the verb is used in a broader context, and this especially occurs with similar sounding words or cognates. So you can find it across the board in this context. And then you have another example from syntactic transference or convergence. So like in this example, ich war an und für sich froh, dass wir nicht mussten in ein Camp, where the German verb in the subordinate clause is not placed at the end of the sentence, so it's not the verb last, but it imitates the verb order of English, but also could be a type of convergence. So because you have a verb second in the main clause. And there's also phonological convergence. I haven't done any research on that, but there is a lot of interesting research by Delo and colleagues on also on German and English detritus. I will concentrate now on three contact-induced phenomena which occur in different speakers and also in different communities independently. And I think this is the most interesting thing. We already talked this morning about universals. I would not say that these are universal, but interestingly, they occur in different contexts and also in contact of typological diverse languages. Light verb constructions, overt pronouns in proto languages, and discourse markers. When talking about light verb constructions, you have construction like to take a photo, to take the opportunity, to take an interview, to take a shower. So there are a lot of types of construction here, and the light verb is normally a verb that is semantically bleached and only used in this construction. And these are typically copied from the replica language. So we have the German equivalent, ein Foto nehmen, die Gelegenheit nehmen, ein Interview nehmen, ein Duschen nehmen. And here, for those who do not speak German, I have the translation here in English, and also what would be the normal combination here in German. You see, they adapt the translation equivalent of to take here. And this also occurs in German operators in the USA, and we have found similar examples also in German, Italian language contact in South Tyrol, where I also have conducted field works. And what is interesting is that this type of copying of in light verb constructions also occurs in the context of Finnish writers in an English context. And sorry, I don't speak English. Sorry, I speak English, but I don't speak Finnish, I would like to say. And you see here the Finnish equivalent of to take a shower instead of the normal Finnish, go by a shower, or to take a bus instead of go by bus. So it exactly copies the same construction. So what are possible explanations for this? In my, as I have already mentioned, the light verb is semantically bleached and merely expresses aspect, directionality, or Aktionsart of the predicate, so it can easily replace by other equivalents, and here by translation equivalents like to take here. And what we can see here is what Matras called pivot matching, so a deconstruction of four meanings pairs and a rematching. And this occurs very frequently also in first language attritus. The second example is on the overt, the use of overt subject pronouns in proto languages in contact with languages where the use of subject pronouns is obligatory, and this is typically in the context with English or German. And there are a lot of examples from Romance languages like Italian and Spanish and so on, with contact with English or German, where you can see that speakers apply subject pronouns where they should not use it. Yeah? So this is an example from a Spanish speaker in the USA. Había una chica que vivía con su mamá y ella va a visitar a su abuela. Normally this ella would not be used here because there is no topic shift. And now an example from my corpus on second generation Italian speakers here in Munich. And this is an example you probably all understand. A me mi piacerebbe vivere in Italia perché io spesso vado in Italia. Also in this example, there's no topic shift, so io should not be placed here. There are other examples on Romanian speakers in Germany, and sorry, I can't read this. So, but you have the same phenomenon here, and also from not Romance languages, like here from Hungarian. This is an example from a Hungarian second generation speaker in the USA. You have the same phenomenon. So what could be the explanation in an the interesting thing is that this use of overt pronouns in null subject languages, so we is a topic that had been researched, largely researched in language attrition research. And in language attrition research, there's in these studies there are often studies that use different types of designs, though they also use interpretation tasks. And so there different groups had to interpret examples with a subject pronoun, without subject pronouns. And here the attrition group showed significantly higher tendency to allow an overt pronoun to be interpreted as continued subject. And there is an interpretation by Dubinina and Polinsky who say that overt expression of the pronoun requires less effort to establish its co-reference with the previous antecedent. And Sorace claims that the effects may be related to the cognitive effort of handling two languages in real time. She says that having two plausible anaphoric options may lead to processing difficulties in pronoun antecedent mapping. So it would be easier for speakers to use the overt pronouns here. So this is a kind of reduction of mental load. So now I come to my absolute favorite. This is discourse markers. So I was really happy this morning that Silvia also mentioned this. We had we have different terms here as well. Matras calls them utterance modifiers, and we also have heard this morning that they are also called theticals, especially here in the context of Heine, Kaltenberg and Heine, Kuteva and others, who differentiate between sentence grammar, that's the core grammar, and the discourse grammar, which serves functions such as interaction management, attitude specification, or discourse organization. And in this context, it's interesting that we find a special discourse marker. This is val, and val is typically used for utterance planning and utterance organization, and it is used in all immigrant communities in Australia. This is from my corpus, Val, meine Mutter war schon tot, and this is from Klein, from Dutch second generation speakers in Australia. Well, he couldn't have second, sorry, my Dutch is actually not existing, and another from Italian generation, first generation Italians in Australia. Beh, si spera, ma però di andare prima dei 30 anni, etc. And interestingly, Val also occurs in different German enclave settings in the Sprachinseln like Texas German, Brussels German, Pennsylvania German, and so across the board. And I also have some example from the German equivalent. German equivalent to Val is also, and this is also from my corpus on second generation speakers of Italian in Munich. Also voglio fare dem la force. And the next example is from a project we conduct here on the Albanian community in Germany, and we have here also examples from the third generation speakers, which also uses also here. And this is last example is from Matras Lovari Romani in Hamburg, where we have the same phenomena. And interestingly, if you look at the example, also mainly in the second and third example, also occurs at a point where the speaker has some difficulty with utterance planning, especially because he's speaking in his weaker language. Okay, now the explanation, I have another explanation. Okay, we talked about this sentence grammar and discourse grammar. And my idea is that we really have three different levels where we process language. And the first level is the content-related level, which refers to the propositional context of the utterance, where this is kind of processed. And then we have another level. This is the evaluation-related level, that refers to the level on which the speaker evaluates the content of the utterance. So this morning we learned something about expressives. Expressive also have this, are on this evaluation-related level. And finally, we have the third level, and this is the interaction-related level. And this is a level on where the speaker organizes the speaking activities and monitors language processing. And my assumption is that speakers can resort to the repertoire of different languages at different levels. So they speak German or they speak Italian, but they organize their discourse in their inner speech, and this is in the case we saw before, German. So because German is the dominant language, or at least the dominant language at the time, and so sometimes it pops up then because it reflects the inner speech at the time and the language that is used to organize the interaction and monitors the discourse. Okay, so to conclude this part, when we look at language contact in the individual brain, we can see that language contact phenomena occurring in different settings independently mainly originate in cognitive processes which lead to convergence and restructuring. For instance, reducing the mental load when processing more than one language at a time. So we had this with the pivot matching or convergence of the pronoun use. And also what we have seen with the discourse markers, mental processes are also reflected in the use of other language discourse markers, which underpin the assumption that different languages can subserve different tasks in utterance processing. Okay, now let's come to language contact and language attrition in bilingual communities. And here let me introduce some reflections first on individual and societal language change. We can start from the assumption that if a generation uses a high number of transferred items in the L1, there is also a certain plurality of different variants in the input that is delivered to the next generation. Though the next generation has a lot of different variants at its disposal. And this in turn may lead to more instances of language contact phenomena in the next generation. But, and please keep that in mind, this does not necessarily lead to language shift, because as we see in a lot of language contact situations and minority languages, a community can use a contact-induced variety over a long period of time. Only if a generation has only received limited input and does not use the language on a daily basis anymore, and this is unfortunately the case with a lot of German language enclaves, German Sprachinseln, and they will undergo attrition, and yeah, this may lead to language shift in the community. And now, in this vein, I would like to add a third column to my comparison of attritus. Remember the canonical attritus and the heritage language speakers, and then we have the language enclave speakers. And the language enclave speakers are very similar to the classical heritage language speakers. But the difference is that they are members of a linguistic minority community, which is different from classical migrant settings. And the other difference is that the research focus is on age speakers. So this is, though, here they can be compared to the canonical attritis. Okay, so now I come to my study, and this is on case reduction in German enclave varieties. And before I give you some results from this study, I will introduce the communities I focus on. There are 3 different communities. The first is the Barossa German community in South Australia. As you can see here from the map, this is an area close to Adelaide, about 60 kilometers from Adelaide, in this valley, and it was founded in 1842. In the first picture, you see an old shed in this location, Bethany, still there. The German language was transmitted in the families over more than 5 generations, and the German language was also taught at school until the First World War, and then it was forbidden. But the German language was still used in the Lutheran church service, and here you see a typical example from the Lutheran church that was built in the 19th century, and the whole community is of Lutheran faith, and they used the German language in church and also for in Saturday school from the church. But the transmission stopped during World War II, and today we have only 40 to 50 speakers left. They are all over 80 years old. That's why I call this variety a relic variety. And another important thing is that this variety is not based on a dialectal on a vernacular, but is more a standard-based variety. So there has not developed a common koine in this area. The second group is Blumenau German in Santa Catarina in Brazil. You also can see in the map where it roughly is located. This community was founded in 1850 by the pharmacist Dr. Blumenau. Many people think Blumenau comes from flowers or something, but it comes from the name of the founder. And the first settlers came from the Braunschweig area, from northern Germany. And in this area, the German was also language of instruction until the Second World War. And up until today is still transmitted to the youngest generation, but only in very remote locations of the district. And in the second picture here, you see the children of a school. They have 2 hours lesson of German a week, and we've been there and talked to them. That's very interesting. And some of them still speak German with their grandparents. Again, it's similar to the Barossa community. The language variety used in this community is a standard-based vernacular with some dialectal substrate. But it's really difficult to define this as there had not been emerged a common koine there. And now we have a completely different community. These are the Russian German. Zaharia, I think, already mentioned the Volga Germans, a very interesting community. They date back to the 18th century, so they are almost 100 years older than Blumenau and Barossa Germans. They used the German language all over the time, and they also had their own school system, but they were deported to Siberia in 1941, and only some of them returned in 1955, and the German language was also forbidden until that time. So German is spoken only by the generations born before or immediately after the war, and generally not transmitted to the younger generations anymore. And now, in contrast to the other two communities, they have developed their own language variety. This is a Koine that is based on Middle German dialects. This is typical of the Vulgar German. Okay, now let's come to my study. The study is on reduction of case marking. And here in this context, most studies consider the reduction of dative case marking. There is a lot of research already done on this, on different German enclave varieties, and the studies found that the reduction of dative case marking depends on various factors, type of constructions, or whether it is verb assigned or preposition assigned, the prototypicality of the construction, for instance, with very prototypical benefactive verbs like helfen, to help. The frequency of lexemes also plays a role, and the syntactic category, whether cases marked on nouns or pronouns and adjectives and so on. My research questions in this context were, is there a quantitative difference between the various settings? Because now I compared 3 different settings, and we have 2 settings where the German language is in contact with a language like English or Portuguese, which have no case marking, and in the other context, in the Russian context, there is a language with a rich case marking. I wanted to know, is there a common development path of case reduction processes? Is there a difference according to frequency of use, type of construction? And is there probably an impact of the replica language which might accelerate or slow down the reduction processes? I have conducted an intergenerational study with a subsample of 20 speakers of each communities. And for Barossa German, unfortunately, we only could interview the last generation, so there was only one generation. But Michael Klein had already done some interviews taken some interviews in 1967, and we could use also the historical data for comparison. And then we have, for Vulgar German and Blumenau German, we had 2 generations. Generation 1 is the oldest generation at time of recording, and generation 2 is the second generation. So here you can see the age of the speaker there. Blumenau, they are a little bit younger than the others. Now, the results of this study is, here you can see on the left column, we see the dative marking in the first generation, and I have the gray bars, the gray color marks the distinct marking, so where they use dative marking, and the green color, the non-distinct marking. Why did I call it non-distinct marking? That means some speakers used accusative, some nominative, and some because we had it in the noun phrase. And when we when there was adjectives included in the noun phrase, sometimes the adjectives were not marked, and and so they have incomplete marking as well. So what you can see here is, if you see the historical data from Barossa German and compare this with the data we collected, then you see that there is a rapid change and reduction of case marking. But interestingly, the historical data from Barossa German overlap with the Volga second generation data. So you see almost they are at the same level here. There is a conspicuous reduction of dative marking in Volga German from the first to the second generation, as you can see here. So you have in the first generation still 66.7%, and in the second generation only 44%. And another striking result is that the case reduction in Blumenau German is more advanced already in generation 1, but the reduction from one generation to the next is less pronounced. It's only slightly different. So what does it say? Before I come to the explanation for this, let's have a quick look on attrition and variation, because I want to mention that the reduction of case marking is not systematic. Sometimes one and the same speaker uses different types of marking for the same construction, like here in this Russian-German example, der zweite Arbeiterlehrer in die Schule, die Tochter lernt auch in die Schule, and then she says 3 sentences further, in der Schule, for at school. So in the first 2 examples she doesn't use the dative case marking, but in the third example she does. And what we found, and this is an interesting development in all 3 cases, there are some typical constructions that are retained across the board. In verb-assigned constructions with high frequent ditransitive verbs, meinem Vater gesagt, dem Professor gezeigt. In preposition-assigned dative marking with highly frequent nouns, kinship terms, which typically are used in this family context, and words such as Zeit and time, and Zeit and Jahr and Haus, which are among the most frequent nouns of the German language. And additionally, in constructions where a preposition is merged with a suffix of the definitive article. In German, you have constructions like zur and zum and beim and so on, where you have this merger of preposition and article. And in all settings, the dative marking is retained best in set expressions like zur Kirche, zur Schule, im Dorf. So the explanation is that frequency and saliency play a major role. The dative marking is kept in constructions where they're used with high frequency, high frequent verbs and nouns. Usage frequency supports the routinization of the constructions, which in turn increases the likelihood of the activation and repetition. This is according to the EC model developed by Hans-Jörg Schmid in 2020. So this is the connection between entrenchment and in the individual brain and society use in the society. Best retained are salient constructions, the construction with merged preposition and articles, which are salient, and the frozen units, that is zur Schule or zur Kirche. Okay, now I come to the conclusion of this part, and what does it say about the connection of individual attrition and language shift. We have seen that the reduction of case marking in German heritage varieties follows the same developmental path in all constellations. We have all this path of reduction, first reduction in verb-assigned phrases, and then the prepositional in prepositional assigned phrases, and best kept are the frozen units and merged constructions. As we have seen, retention of dative constructions is item-based and dependent on frequency and saliency. In Barossa German and Vulgar German, we see very accelerated attrition processes in the second generation. So there is a huge decline of dative marking from one generation to the other. In Blumenau German, on the other hand, there's a little difference between generation 1 and 2, and this points to the vitality of the community. The variety is more vital in this community. So what does this mean? It is not the contact-induced language change per se, so that leads to language shift, but the acceleration of attrition processes from one generation to the next can predict this. So if you have this rapid attrition processes from one generation to the other, you might predict that this community is at the verge of being extinct. Okay, at the end I have some prospects from search, but we can skip it. Yeah. Okay. This is only one slide. You see, you can include more longitudinal data at different modes and things like that, and include comparative studies. Okay. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Claudia, for this inspiring talk, and I'm sure there will be some questions, and we have more than 10 minutes left for questions. So I see the first raised hand. Sylvia, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Claudia. Enjoyed a lot the examples, the argumentation, and everything. I have only a small question related to the last part of your presentation about the dative retention or loss, because years ago I worked a bit on it in a situation of regression in Valsa dialects. In the context you mentioned, and it's very interesting when you mention frequency, salience, and this item specific. I have a question about, do you have differences in some of these contexts about the difference in pronouns and NPs, for instance, or other similar?
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Silvia. I actually have done also a study on the pronouns, but I just had no time to mention this here. But actually there is a difference, and this is really interesting, because in the Russian community, the pronouns are still the dative and accusative pronouns in the first and the second person, mir, dir, mich, dich, are still kept, and in both generations there is no decline between first and second generation. This is really interesting. Whereas in the Barossa community, you see development towards the replacement of the dative pronoun by the accusative pronoun. So especially in the third person, they say instead of this is the third, the accusative pronouns in the Barossa community, and in Blumenau German, you have in the Barossa community, you have in the third person the accusative pronoun is used as an oblique pronoun, but in the second and in the first and second person the dative pronoun is used as an oblique pronoun for both dative and accusative. And in Blumenau German, it's vice versa. So this is really a very interesting issue, but sorry, I can't discuss it here because it's too complicated. But you see, we actually have to differentiate between dative marking in different lexical categories.
Okay, there are still at least 3 other questions. Next one is Jerome, and I invite you to be as brief as possible.
Yep. Thank you, first of all, Claudia, for this very interesting talk and also for mentioning my Doktorvater, Peter Nelde. He would have liked it, I think. So I have a question that is not really related, let's say, to the direct contents of your talk, but still has to do something with it. And that's a question related to the external factors, in fact, that trigger attrition. Because you've done quite a lot of research on attrition. So could you tell us something about, let's say, the patterns that can be detected among those external factors that trigger attrition in language context settings? Are there certain, let's say, regularities?
Yeah.
Or is it case dependent?
Yeah, actually, I mean, I did not look so much on the factors influencing attrition in the canonical attritis, but I looked at the attrition processes in the heritage language communities in the Sprachinseln. And the interesting thing is that the language is best retained by those speakers who either have some access to literacy, or they have contact with standard German speakers from Germany through diverse private contexts, or especially in Blumenau context, they have this Oktoberfest there, and so they have contacts with German bands and things like that. So these are the main factors, and especially I think it also has something to do with attitude and also language awareness. There are some speakers who mention that they look up words in the dictionary, and some speakers have had journals that they frequently read, so that they would not lose the language. So there is a personal attitude as well to not lose the language. And what I say, you have to do some language work. Then you have to work, and not to do something active, not to lose your language. And there are some speakers who do this, and they are among those who best retain the language.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next question is Barbara Hans.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask you, Claudia, if you had taken into account the fact that, for example, when you bring the sentence, das Krankenhaus wird als Business gerannt, if you take into account that you have two borrowings, if we want to call them that way, because business is also coming from English, and then you combine it with a English influenced German verb rennen, which is similar, obviously, and the cognative to run, to the English run. Is that
Yeah. Thank you, Barbara, for this question. You're absolutely right. You have two types of transfer here. The only thing is that we now, more or less, in standard German, also use a business. We have already accepted this as a loan word, so I did not really count this for an ad hoc transfer or something. But of course, but I could give you many other examples. This was only this one was so funny that I used this, but there are a lot of other examples where you also where cognates are used in other contexts, like for instance, hast du jetzt etwas gelesen und du misst du vermisst etwas, you miss something, like this. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it could be kind of trigger elements.
Yeah, okay, could be in this case, but as I told you, I have so many other examples which are similar, so that I think this is this typical case of using or expanding the semantic meaning of cognates.
Okay, there is still a question by Tonia Svenstra.
Yes, hi. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question on the definition of the generation. So at the beginning you said something like generation 1 is like the first generation, where the second language, where the language of the community is kind of a second language, and in the second generation they are bilinguals, right?
Yeah.
And now you're using these labels for the different German varieties there. And I think what you're actually kind of comparing, like in Volga German, are two successive generations, but they're both of generation 2 or even generation 3.
Yeah.
But not of generation 1, because generation 1, that's the generation that actually starts that community, right?
Yeah.
So, and all these communities were created like in the 18th or the 19th century. So it's very difficult to get generation 1 there. Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Or maybe I don't understand.
Oh, so thank you so much for this question that I can clarify. I mentioned, but probably I mentioned it too briefly, that in this research on the language enclaves, on the language islands, we took as generation 1 the oldest generation at the moment of recording, but in reality this was probably already generation 5 or 6 or 7. But so I differentiate. That's why I call them generation 1 and 2, and not first and second generation. But I understand that this is really confusing.
Yeah. Right, but then you're shifting the definitions of what generations are, right? Because at the beginning you had really that the generation 1 is like the classical immigrant situation where there's a lot of second language acquisition, whereas generation 2 is where there's a lot of bilingualism.
Yeah.
And so there the type of speakers are different.
Absolutely.
Right? Whereas in this, actually, the speakers are basically of the same type.
Yeah, that's right. But I mean, you know, the problem is that we can only include in our study those still alive, you know. The first immigrant generation does not live anymore, so we have to start from this. But what I wanted to say in this context, and this is so interesting, that we have now this variety has been kept, especially in Russia, for more than 10 generations, I think. And then from one generation to the other, due to political developments, and so you have a very rapid decline of the variety, and they do not use the language anymore on a daily basis, and you also see this in the grammatical development as well.
Okay, unfortunately we don't have much time anymore. There are 2 questions in the chat. I think there is one that Jeroen already answered in some way in the chat. I just want to ask you the second one, which is very interesting, I think, by Dimitra Mevisaropoulou. Is there any effect on word formation? did you notice anything on word formation? Because you talked about inflectional morphology and word formation.
Yeah, actually, this is a very interesting question, but I have not analyzed this yet in my corpus. What I can find is that there are sometimes the suffixes are used in a different way as in standard German, for instance. But I have not looked into this systematically yet. But thank you very much for this question. That gives me some new ideas for the next analysis. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so then Claudia, thanks again for your talk. And now we go on to the next talk, which will be presented by Michał Paradowski and Marta Gawinkowska. And the two colleagues are from the University of Warsaw. Michał Paradowski is Associate Professor at the Institute of Applied Linguistics. Are you here, Michał?
It's only myself.
Okay. And your co-author is Marta Gawinkowska. She's not here, but she is from the Department of Psychology, which tells us that now the focus of the talk is slightly different from the one presented by Professor Neal. And the title of your talk is Two Emotional Worlds, or Two Sets of Social Norms, Moving Beyond the Emotional-Rated Language Choice Theory. And we already see your slides in the presentation mode, so please, you have the floor.
All right, thank you very much. And let me just pause the video because the Wi-Fi is sometimes patchy here. All right, so yeah, this is a slightly different topic from those of today's morning and early afternoon. I myself am also interested in cross-linguistic influence and related phenomena, but this talk was going to be psycholinguistic. So first, let me illustrate briefly what I'm going to talk about, or with the person of Józef Unrug, who was born in Brandenburg under Havel in East Prussia, to a general major who taught him the Polish language of his forefathers. But well, that was Germany. During World War I, Unrug commanded an U-boat flotilla. And then when the Great War ended and Poland regained independence, he joined the Polish Navy because he felt Polish. And then less than 2 decades later, the Second World War breaks out when he's already the commander-in-chief of the Polish Navy, and he ends up in a German prisoner of war camp. And the Germans, knowing of his skills and his past history in the Kriegsmarine, wanted him to rejoin the Kriegsmarine again. But he refused. Moreover, he would not speak German to them. He would either use French or ask for an interpreter. And in the prisoner of war camp, he is said to have read around 400 books in English and German. Sorry, in English and French, but none in German. And now, as we go on, we're going to see why that may have been the case. So I've got to just check whether I've shared this. I think I've got to share it once again, but using a slightly different setting. Sorry, because I've got a multimedia clip. So we've got to do it like this. Okay, optimize for motion and video and share. Yeah, that's going to work. Sorry about that. Okay, that's what we want. Right. So We're going to focus on language choice in bilinguals, but not language choice of the following kind.
Please welcome Hugh Laurie and Helen Mirren.
Well, Mr. Laurie and I are both very, very proud to be presenting an award in such a prestigious ceremony. And
Monsieur Laurie et moi-même sommes très très fiers de présenter le prix d'une si prestigieuse catégorie.
You know, every year the Academy
Vous savez que chaque année, l'Académie
has the difficult
a la
task
tâche presque impossible
of winnowing
de winnowing
literally hundreds of stunning performances down to a meager list of just 5.
5.
This year has been harder than ever. I now ask Mr. Laurie to read the nominations for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Miniseries or Movie properly.
Yes.
Alright, so the language choice that we're going to focus on is what has been called emotion-related language choice. And this, unlike conversational code switching that's triggered by an interactant not speaking a language, takes place when the interlocutor knows both languages and the choice is practically dictated by the affective domain. And here what has been observed is that when bilinguals use their first language, at least sequential bilinguals, then they are being perceived as more personal and subjective, and when they are using their second language, they are seen as more distanced and objective. And this is the perspective of the audience as well as that of the speakers themselves. And you can observe that quite a lot among bilingual writers who will typically only choose one of their languages to write in. And here we can observe two tendencies. So there are those writers who are going to use their first language because they find that language as the only one that is capable of expressing the emotional content of their texts. And two examples are illustrated in the quotes here. And then there are also another group of authors who want to distance themselves from what they're writing about because of the traumatic experiences that brings. And then they are typically going to choose their second language. And again, illustrated with two quotes from two other authors. And this can even take the form of a sort of self-induced language attrition, where the speaker may wish to cease speaking the language and to forget the language. And here the case of Gerda Lerner looks a bit similar to that of Admiral Józef Unruh. So this is a nice clear-cut distinction, and it's also observed not only among the literati, but also in the daily experiences of multicultural marriages, where often in the heat of the argument, the spouses may move back into their first languages, even if it's not going to be necessarily understood by the other party. And the last quote on the screen illustrates a case when a court has a little more time and can inject some sarcasm into his utterance, and then he's going to do that actually in his second language. And there is more evidence for this emotional divide across the two languages. For instance, studies looked at psychotherapy of bilinguals and found that they typically prefer their second language to be used because then they can step out of the situation. different studies using skin electroconductivity or galvanic skin response showed that, for instance, taboo words and childhood reprimands such as shame on you evoke higher emotional arousal when pronounced in the first language. And also in terms of recall of words, this proceeds faster in the case of emotionally charged words in the first language. However, we thought that much as this clear-cut distinction is pretty neat, there might be a bit more perhaps to the story. So we decided to investigate that, looking at swear words and how bilinguals deal with them. So our hypothesis in the experiment were that it would generally be easier to use stronger swear words in a foreign language, but that there could be two mechanisms for that, not one. So the first mechanism would be what we call the emotional spontaneity hypothesis, so the explanation that we've been looking at so far. That is the second language distancing the speaker emotionally from the content. But we also thought that something else might be at play, that is that the second language might exempt the speaker from the social constraints and norms of political correctness that we acquire during our upbringing. And that's what we call the normative influence hypothesis. So to that end, we designed an experiment where highly proficient bilinguals, so these were last year graduate students in translation, interpreting, language teaching, and English studies, Polish-English, L1 Polish, L2 English, were given a text to translate. And we peppered the text with two kinds of swear words. One category were the universal four-letter words that you can use in any context. And the other were a special category that is called or can be subsumed under the label of ethnofaulisms. So these are expressions that relate to other racial and ethnic minorities, but also other outgroups such as sexual minorities. And the task was for the students to translate it into the other language. So one group received the text in English, one group received a comparative text in Polish. Now, once we submitted this study for publication, the first journal wrote back, or the editors wrote back, saying that this was a very interesting study, but some of the audience might be offended, as if oblivious to the existence of swear words in a language. So we sent it off to a journal whose impact factor was 3 times higher, and they didn't have any issue with that, and it's out in open access, everyone can read it. But in case you might feel offended, you can close your eyes for the 20 seconds when I'm going to show the stimulus in English. And then an equivalent one was provided also in Polish to the other half of the participants. And you can probably pretty quickly identify the two categories of expressions. So what were the findings? Overall, if you just look at the swear words in total, you indeed find that with one exception, all the cases of translations into the second language resulted in higher offensiveness, and into the first language resulted in lower offensiveness. And this was something that the translators or the participants were aware of, because we measured that 2 weeks after the study, every participant received a list of all the expressions from the source text and all the expressions that they had provided, and were asked to rate the offensiveness on a Likert scale. So we know that if a more offensive expression was used, the participant was actually aware that it was indeed more offensive. So this was the general picture, but importantly, this was only statistically significant in the case of ethnofaulisms, but not in the case of the universal generic swear words, thus seeming to confirm the normative influence hypothesis. So let's now split the graphs into the two categories, and we can see that there is indeed the difference and clear trend in the case of ethnofaulisms, but not so much in the case of the generic expletives. So this suggests that when we are being brought up in the first language, we acquire all the social norms and norms of behavior and political correctness that is typically not conveyed once you start learning a language later in life, because the assumption is that you've already been brought up. Now, after our study, there came a few others that were investigating this relationship between language choice and social norms. Probably the one that you may be best familiar with, because it attracted a lot of attraction from the media, was by Costa and colleagues, where they used a modified version of the trolley problem, where the participants were faced with a dilemma of the following sort. So you're on a footbridge and you can see a train speeding down the railway tracks, and there are 4 or 5 people down the tracks who cannot see the train, so they're going to be killed by it. Now there's this big guy sitting on the bridge. If you push the guy down, he's going to fall onto the tracks and he's going to die, whether by force of impact or from the fall or from being hit by the train engine. But the train is going to stop by the time it reaches the 5 people down the tracks. So 1 person is going to die, but 5 are going to be saved. And the bilinguals were basically asked, would you push the guy down? Now, when that question was asked in their first language, around 20% said that they would do so. In the group that were asked the same question in the second language, the ratio rose to around 50%, so 2.5 times as many participants from that group were likely to say that this is what they would do. And then there have also been other studies looking at the so-called foreign language effect, for instance, investigating scenarios where good intentions would lead to bad outcomes or bad intentions would lead to good outcomes. Examples could be someone giving a homeless person a jacket and then that person being beaten up by others because they thought that they had stolen the jacket, or a family adopting a child to get foster money from the states. Obviously they have a different agenda, but in the end it ends up being good for the child. And then another study where, for instance, participants were asked to judge social norm violations, for instance, a poor person eating a pet that had been killed by a car because otherwise they can't afford meat, and similar scenarios. And basically the findings were that the second language would focus respondents on the outcomes more than on the intentions, and that they would also be typically a bit more lenient with judgments. If anyone is interested in reading up on this original study, then the reference is at the bottom and it's in open access. And then we're also going to host a thematic section at the International Symposium on Bilingualism taking place online in July, specifically devoted to the foreign language effect, and beyond that with a very exciting lineup of speakers. So if there's interest in that, please feel free to check that out. And meanwhile, thank you very much for your attention. Grazie mille per la vostra attenzione, and I'll be happy to take any comments, questions, critique. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this very interesting talk, very special topic. Are there questions? I see here a raised hand by Caroline Zentner.
Hello. Thank you very much for that interesting topic. And as far as I got it, the differentiation between L1 and L2 is which was learned first. Because
Yeah,
they
so
were Polish English.
so basically looking at sequential bilinguals in this case, correct?
Yes, but do you know how this changes when your L2 becomes the dominant language?
Yeah, so we didn't look at cases such as heritage speakers. We looked at the most prototypical examples, all right, where the frequency of use of the second language is typically already higher than in the first language due to the number of hours in the grad programs, and also the fact that many of the students are already working as language teachers, translators, or interpreters, so they're actually spending a larger share of their day in the second language than in the first language, but we didn't investigate scenarios where the first language would, for instance, begin to attrite.
Okay, but I think that would be also very interesting, but thank you very much for that insight.
Thank you.
Okay, second question by Barbara Vogt.
Yes. Hello, thank you very much. I have a really small question. So the languages that were involved in your studies is always Polish and English, or did you test also other foreign languages?
Yes, so in this case, it was only Polish and English. We had wanted to extend the study to a second versus third language context, sort of to replicate it, but to see whether there would not be a difference on that occasion, because if the social normativity hypothesis is true, then this should be like the L2 status factor, right? In that the first language is qualitatively different from the second, third, and language N. But because of the pandemic, we didn't get to do that in the same way or in the same scenario or the same setup. So that's one thing we wanted to investigate. And of course, other languages or cases where other languages and configurations would be useful to see whether, for instance, there might be a third explanation that is, all right, these are highly proficient bilinguals, so C2 level interpreters, or on the brink of being interpreters, translators, language teachers. But it may still be the case that, at least in the case of swear words or specific swear words, they may not have the full array of expressions at their disposal, so that they may be choosing the only words that they know. And it so happens that this is a word that is more offensive. And maybe they would have chosen a less offensive expression had they known it. Right? So definitely replication would be very helpful here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there is also a question by the other Barbara, Hans.
Yes, thank you very much. I find this topic very, very interesting. Myself, as an L2 Italian speaker, living for many years in Italy now, and German mother tongue speaker, I feel that this is very true for me, that German words go deeper into my heart, my soul, I don't know what, where the emotions are. And so I would agree with you, but I wonder if the length of your stay in the foreign country has an influence, and not only the proficiency as a factor of influencing this kind of emotional reactions.
Yeah. So I think that if the length of stay does influence some of the aspects of emotional processing, then
I think I mean, excuse me, I just add something. The length and also the quality of your contacts, for example, having, I don't know, a mixed family or many friends or things like that, and not only an academic contact, things like that.
Right, yeah. So I think that it might influence some aspects. And there might be some where you would not perhaps see a difference. So referring back, for instance, to that skin electroconductivity study where the participants were reacting to childhood reprimands. Right, because few people are going to say to use the same reprimands to adults. Even if you tell of an adult, it may be using different expressions and maybe a more elaborate form. Then even if you haven't really interacted socially and emotionally a lot in your first language for a number of years, that may still bring back those childhood responses. So there, it's I'd guess that it may still be the case that the L1 reactions will be more emotional. But on some other aspects, especially those that relate to or that we get immersed in and exposed to in teenage and later years and adult years, where they may continue throughout our lifetime, the kinds of interactions and emotional contexts, there indeed it may be the case that dominance and the kinds of interactions may actually flip the relationship. That is again something that can be investigated. A very good point, yeah.
There is another question by Simone Cicolone.
Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation. I just wanted to point out that maybe also bilinguals in bilingual communities might be interesting to investigate, because when there are more languages, where the languages in contact are both involved in the emotional and identity factors concerning the bilingual. For example, just to make us an example that I know, bilinguals, German Italian bilinguals in South Tyrol, in Bassa Tesina in particular, they swear in Trentino, in an Italo-Romance variety, while they are talking in German dialect.
Yeah, and another thing that would match with what you're saying is a study that where the looking at emotional reactivity, where the where participants were simultaneous bilinguals. So they had acquired both languages, I think, before the age of 7, if I remember correctly. And there, that study didn't find a difference in the emotional reactivity, because then you can actually say that what you're dealing with is 2 L1s, right? So indeed, bilingual communities where the participants are brought up more or less from birth in 2 languages, that's yet another context that may yield different results.
Thank you very much.
And just one comment back to Barbara's question. So one Polish researcher in Germany uses the term Herzensprache for the first language, right? Because it's sort of because of its higher emotionality.
Okay, just a small final question from my side, taking a step away from the scientific content of your talk. On the basis of your results, what would you suggest for the language and international diplomacy, for example? Should they use more interpretation service, or should they try to talk directly in, let's say, L2 English?
Yeah, thank you. So that's an important point, and I think it becomes even more important in judicial contexts, right? So in all kinds of transactional exchanges and similar, I think that using the second language may help in focusing on, should we say, the pragmatic in the sense of cost-benefit calculations and remove maybe some bit of emotionality from the conversation and interaction considerations. So if objectivity is the point, then using the second language might actually be something to go for, right? And of course, that would be a totally different scenario from bilingual upbringing, for instance. So yeah, I'd say that in diplomatic context, it depends on whether you want to do business or whether you want to inject, the human factor into the conversation as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. And now we have a small coffee break. And if I'm informed well, we will then go on at 4:30, so in 25 minutes with the next section, with the second afternoon section.
Exactly. Thank you very much to all the speakers of this part and to Stefan for doing the chairing. See you at 4:30.
Thank you.
Well, I think that we might be able to slowly start the last session before the tribute to Peter Muysken.
Yes, I would say so also. Thank you very much for chairing.
You're welcome. So I noticed, I think that the three speakers arrived. So also
the next one is
Maria from British Columbia, where it's still early, I think.
Yes,
so,
there are 2 minutes left, perhaps.
Good morning to you. But we start with a presentation on contact phenomena within refugee centers in Italy. And that presentation will be a presentation by Luca Iezzi, if I pronounce your name correctly, of University of Chieti. So Luca, the floor is yours. You can share your PowerPoint, but you know better than I do how it works, I think.
Hi everyone, and thank you very much to the organizers for accepting my abstract for the presentation. I'm trying to share my screen and my... Okay. So today I will talk about contact phenomena within refugee centers in Italy. I will briefly introduce the reasons behind this research, the aims of the study, the methodology, the sociolinguistic background of my informant, and then I will focus on specific examples from conversations within the refugee center, and then some conclusion. I decided to look at linguistic behavior within refugee centers because refugees and asylum seekers haven't been studied under, let's say, a sociolinguistic or a language contact perspective. And also the languages that these people speak, the background languages that they speak, have low linguistic visibility in the host community. So Italian people, or anyway most Italian people, are not aware of languages like, I don't know, Urdu, Punjabi, or Wolof, etc. And also because the specific refugee centers that I studied, that are called CAS, Centri di Accoglienza Straordinaria, so extraordinary refugee centers, differently to public centers, to common refugee centers, can accommodate up to 100 people. So there are like more multilingual speakers that need to use all of their resources, all of their linguistic resources to communicate. The aim of my study was to investigate the linguistic behavior of the speakers, both with fellow countrymen and also to analyze the contact phenomena that took place in their conversations under a functional perspective and a structural perspective. And of course, besides fellow countrymen, also with Italian native speakers and other refugees within the same center. And I also looked at the differences between their behavior, so the behavior of my informants, from the behavior of other migrant communities in general, in Italy and in Europe. The methodology that I used for the structural analysis relied on insertional versus alternational mixing, differentiation provided by Malsken, and also the concept of superimposition proposed by Dabocca and Lieven and revised by Ciccolone in some Italian studies. For a functional analysis, I looked at the languages in the repertoire of my informants under a we code, they code differentiation, and then I looked at some items and analyzed them in terms of speech borrowing, as in Grosjean and Regis, and also at specific cultural Italian items. The informants of my research are Pakistani migrants, so migrants coming from Pakistan, especially, mainly from northern part of Pakistan. 6 of them from the province of Punjab and 3 of them from surrounding regions, but that lived in Punjab for quite a long time. Pakistan was established in 1947, and after this, the Great Partition, so the dissolution of the British Empire, the government needed to choose an official language. The government decided to maintain English, so the colonial language, as official language of the country, and to choose Urdu as second official language and as national language. They chose Urdu actually because the minority of people that migrated from India to current Pakistan at the time was the minority that led to the establishment of the country. It was the Muslim minority that led to the establishment of Pakistan. And also the government didn't want to give any ethnic present in what would become Pakistan much power. Also because at the time of the dissolution of the British Empire, Urdu was spoken only by 3% of the population of Pakistan, and today is spoken only by 8% as mother tongue. And in 1947, the major language of Pakistan was Punjabi, also now spoken by more or less half of the population. Urdu is the sister language of Hindi, as we can see in this chart, but it uses an Arabic alphabet, and it underwent a process of Arabization and Persianization, and is the language of the Muslim people. While Hindi is written in the Devanagari alphabet, it underwent a process of Sanskritization, and it is spoken by Hindu people. As I said, the 2 official languages of Pakistan are Urdu and English, but 92% of the people living in the country speak other languages as mother tongue, and Punjabi is the main language, spoken by 50% and used as a vehicular language in northern Pakistan, and also by my informant.
The school system in Pakistan is divided into two parts. So children can choose English medium schools or Urdu medium schools. But actually this system was maintained by the government in order to keep the elite closure, because only rich people can afford English medium schools that are private, and so their children can access high status jobs, while Urdu medium schools that are public, they give access to other types of jobs, but people who attend these schools cannot access like what they call high status jobs, like political or economical or institutional positions. As I said, most of my informants come from Punjab, and the other three that do not come from Punjab lived in the province of Punjab for quite a long time. Due to internal migration and economic development, there was like a process of urbanization that led to the, let's say, mixing of people, and this led to some language and cultural contact as well. And this can be seen from the variety of Punjabi that these informants speak. And now let's have a look at the urban Punjabi that these people speak in the province of Punjab. The name urban Punjabi comes from the fact that this language is spoken in big cities of Punjab, like Gujranwala, Lahore, etc. And besides containing like some borrowing from English, so items already established in the Punjabi language, like minute, art, check, and second, it also contains a lot of items that are inserted in this variety. So it differs from the standard variety of Punjabi for some Urdu and English items. Before looking at the mixing phenomena in this variety, I just want to focus on this particular example where we have Czech car. Czech is of course an established loan word in Punjabi, but this construction, this nominalized item plus the operational verb car, we will see it later with some Italian items. And this can be seen as a superimposition of an alien element in a fixed Punjabi frame, but we will deal with it later. As for the mixing phenomena in this variety of Punjabi, we have like a lot of English insertions of single items or fixed phrases like step by step. And in these two examples, like uncle, French is the language of the country, and why worry, everything is step by step, we have like French, country, tension, and step by step as insertions in this, in a Punjabi template, in a Punjabi frame. What is interesting also is this other example when we have another type of insertion. So not insertion of single items, but what Muysken calls morphological integrations. In some Italian studies, they are called hybridisms. So we have a lexical English morpheme pluralized using a Punjabi grammatical morpheme, like Mri Probleman, Mri Tensionan, Pakistan Part A. So Probleman and Tensionan, in this case tension in Pakistani English means worry, worries. And we have so the lexical items, problem and tension in English, and an, that is the plural feminine morpheme in Punjabi, that pluralizes these two items. So I didn't put any example with Urdu, but we also have insertions of Urdu items in this variety. And this aligns with the theory that in colonial context, the contact between languages take place mainly, let's say, under an insertional frame. So we have a main language, a language template, in this case Punjabi, and insertions from the high languages, in this case English and Urdu. Upon their arrival in Italy, these migrants find themselves in CAS, extraordinary refugee centers, that, as I said before, are different to the normal and common refugee centers like centri di accoglienza or centri per richiedenti asilo and several reception centers like SPRAR, because of the high number of people living there. And of course, upon their arrival, they add Italian to their repertoire. So the Italian language becomes part of their linguistic repertoire. From the pilot study, I could see that these migrants use the urban variety of Punjabi that we have just seen with their fellow countrymen. But they also use Italian items within this variety. And they only use Italian with non-Pakistani people. It means that they use the Italian language both with other refugees, called profughi in Italian, and the workers of the center that are Italian native speakers. And now let's look at some examples. First, from the urban variety of Punjabi with Italian items, and then the language choice, so the exclusive usage of Italian. In this example, we can see chalo chado, yar è important in ferma caro. So, in this specific case, we have the Italian item ferma with the operational verb caro, as we saw before with check car. So we have this superimposition of the item ferma, probably taken as a lexical morpheme, as a nominalized morpheme, as a nominalized item by the speakers, and then they conjugated the verb car into the imperative form. So leave it, friend, this is important, stop it. So the use of this Italian item, nominalized item, probably from the imperative fermati, because these speakers work in the countryside, and they probably hear this verb since they drive tractors or vans in the countryside. They probably hear this fermati by other people or by farmers with whom they collaborate. And so probably they analyzed the T as meaning tu, so you, and they took the item ferma as the base of the verb. And so they use it as a nominalized form with the operational verb caro that verbifies again the item. In the second example, instead, we have items with a high cultural connotation, like lavoro and campagna. And as we can see, Italia è lavoro carnà, lavoro campagna, campagna mencuccio cialanda. So the job I do here in Italy, lavoro campagna. I drive vans or tractors in the countryside. So we can see the usage of these highly cultural specific words in Italian instead of the other languages in the repertoire. In this other example, we have cartolina ciadia, cartolina che te ciadia, so we left the binder. Where did we leave the binder? Actually, cartolina means postcard in Italian, but I believe that they meant cartellina, that is a similar word that means like binder, so something containing documents. And so this is another highly cultural specific word, and they were coming back from the countryside, from work, And they probably left this binder containing documents somewhere, and they were talking about it, and they used the Italian word. And so we can see in these two examples how highly cultural specific words are used in the latest language that they added to their repertoire, namely Italian. In this other example, instead, we can see chi cahina in Italiano, pietra cahina, patar. So what do you call it in Italian? You call it stone. While in the previous examples, we saw insertions of Italian items within a Punjabi frame, a Punjabi-based morphosyntactic template, in this case, we can see an alternational type of mixing with kikahina, which means like, what do you call it? Like, what's the name? What do you call it? And in Italiano. If it had been like an insertional type of mixing, we would have had e at the end of the sentence, like after in Italiano, that is the verb to be in Punjabi. While here we have two different grammatical structures, kikahina and in Italiano, belonging to the two languages that are Punjabi and Italian. Leaving the mixing phenomena, we are now at a language choice part, where while speaking to non-Pakistani migrants and to workers of the center, my informants choose Italian and not English, even if they share the language with other refugees and asylum seekers coming from African-speaking countries, English-speaking countries, sorry, in Africa. So in this example, M is an African English speaker, but they speak Italian, as we can see, like, hi, oh, good, hi, you are good now, you are a good boy now. How are you? Everything's fine, and you? Good. And then switching to Punjabi to speak to a fellow countryman. In this other example, instead, we have O, that is an operatore, so a worker from the refugee center, and where you see the three dots, there is the other part of the conversation that is in Italian, so the conversation started in Italian and continued in Italian, and then again switched to Punjabi, to the urban variety of Punjabi, because here you can see the mixing part with English, to a fellow countryman. And in this last example, we can see how with Z, that is another African refugee, English-speaking person, they use Italian. So I went to Rome, io andato a Roma, come è andata a Roma? How did it go in Rome? Well, what kind of coffee do you want? I want the caffè lungo, so long coffee. And then the speaker switched to Punjabi again to speak with a fellow countryman. And then again to Italian when he turned back to Z. So to conclude, we can see that from a functional perspective, we have within the refugee centers the use of the urban Punjabi as a we code and Italian as a they code, also used as lingua franca, so with all the other people in the center, both other refugees, so people with whom they share English also, and Italian native speakers. So Italian has become the lingua franca within the refugee center. And this aligns with other theories where the host language is kind of the language used with the people in that specific place. But also we saw specifically related to items, we saw that we have speech borrowings in the urban variety of Punjabi and also elements in Italian that might become speech borrowings in the speech of Pakistanis settled in Italy, especially words with a high cultural connotation like campagna, lavoro, cartellina, etc. From a structural perspective, as for the urban variety of Punjabi, we could see, as I said before, insertions of Urdu and English items, and this aligns with theories in colonial contexts, and the superimposition of some elements in fixed Punjabi structures, as we saw, like check car, etc. As for the presence of Italian items in the urban variety of Punjabi, differently to other immigrant communities in Europe, where we would see the use of alternational mixing, here we see mainly insertions of Italian items. And as for the English elements, we see the superimposition of some elements in fixed Punjabi structures like ferma, caro. So, stop it, nominalized form of the verb to stop in Italian, ferma, fermare, and the use of the operational Indo-Aryan verb car, conjugated, for example, in the imperative. The limitations of this study were represented by the CAS itself, because people in the CAS can stay up to 2 or 3 years. So if we want to conduct a longer study, we need, let's say, to follow and see where these migrants go after they go away from the CAS, so from the refugee centers, and also from the pandemic, because I couldn't go and obtain like more elements and more conversations in the center, because all of my appointments for 2020 were cancelled. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luca. I see that we have 6 minutes left for questions, so those who would like to ask a question, please raise your virtual hands. Yes, Barbara?
Thank you very much for this interesting research you were sharing with us. I wanted to have some more information. I hope that I didn't miss something you already said. That is the acquisition process of the Italian language. Exactly what kind of input can these people get inside these refugee centers, or before they arrive there in other centers where they lived before, maybe before getting there, or some other places that where they get in contact with the Italian language. Do they receive some instruction in these centers, or is everything quite spontaneous, as your example of this ferma caro might suggest? Can you explain something more to me?
Yes, thank you very much for your question. And also, I didn't say anything about the acquisition of Italian. Actually, they learn it spontaneously because they have, let's say, some courses within the center, but my informants didn't attend them because they are not rigorous, so they are not like scheduled. And also the people who teach Italian to migrants in this specific center that I researched are not trained to be teachers of Italian. So they just go like once a month and they show some slides, some expressions. But my 9 informants didn't attend. So this was the real first center where they went, because the previous one was just the first center for the official recognition. So when they arrived in Italy and they had their health check and their official recognition, and then they were sent to Abruzzo, to this specific center. So the Italian that they learn it through TV programs. They learn it through speaking with other refugees and the workers from the center. They have a strict relationship with the social assistant, with the lawyer. There is a coffee shop near the center, so they often go there. And of course, when they work in the countryside, they work with Italian farmers. So they have a very close contact with other Italian people, especially in the working environment, let's say like this. So the Italian that my informants learned is spontaneous and not, let's say, formal during classes. And they had no previous knowledge of Italian upon their arrival in Italy.
I think that it is really very interesting to see how they reinterpret an Italian word without knowing the exact morphological structure of that word, as is ferma, and you suggested that it could be a part of fermati. It could maybe also be another input, I don't know, but that sounds quite plausible to me. Yes, that's very interesting, and I guess that there could be some parallelism with situations in pidgin languages or things like that, where a totally different grammatical interpretation is brought by the hearers of the language they do not master.
Yeah, definitely. And it would be interesting also to look at the similarities of the acquisition process and the, let's say, creation or usage of these items. And it's something that could be developed in further research, definitely.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Luca, for your presentation, for your interesting presentation. But now it's time to move on to the next speaker, and that is Simone Barco from University of Siena, who will give a presentation on dialect contact and on the birth of a new dialect in Puglia. So please, Simone, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to thank you for hosting me here. I'm honored to be part of this conference. And today I'm going to talk about a contact-induced variety, arisen in the southern part of Italy as a result of the contact between two different dialects. The aim of this presentation is to talk about a contact-induced variety that is called the Baxese dialect. And this is a newly discovered dialect, and we will discuss this data within the new dialect formation framework. As you are aware, this framework has been developed for the colonial Englishes and then applied to many European languages other than Italian dialect. So today I will try to show you whether and to which extent the new dialect formation model applies to the Italian situation too, by discussing data from southern Italy. As the map shows, I will focus on the dialect spoken in the region of Puglia or Apulia. Before we get into the linguistic data, let's take a look to the new dialect formation framework. To put it simply, the new dialect formation expression refers to the emergence of distinctive new language varieties as a result of migration of people speaking mutually intelligible dialects to a territory where there were no other pre-existing languages. The new arisen variety is what is called a koini, a stabilized contact variety which results from the mixing and the subsequent leveling of features of the original varieties. Of course, the birth of a koini is due to a heavy interaction and moreover accommodation between speakers. This framework postulates that the development of a new dialect could be possible within 3 generations. As is resumed in this table, each stage of the colonization process corresponds to a generation of migrants. At stage 1, the meeting of adult migrants induces a linguistic leveling, that is, the loss of marked or minority forms. At second stage, the children of migrants shows great inter-individual and intra-individual linguistic variability. Then, subsequent generation will display a focused dialect that is a new distinctive dialect with its own views. The framework was applied, among others, to the so-called new towns, which are those established in the absence of pre-existing population speaking the language in question as a result of migration. The new town definition has been coined in the UK in relation to the construction of satellite towns such as the most famous Milton Keynes. And then in the linguistic field, it has been applied to many countries and reality, not just in England, but also in Norway, Spain, New Zealand, and so on. However, there is only one study involving a dialect of Italian. So our challenge is to apply the new dialect formation model for the first time, as far as I know, to the varieties of the Italo-Romance dialecti, by analyzing the Buck's case whose emergence follows those of the new towns already studied by sociolinguistics. Another note needs to be done about the Italian situation, which is very intriguing from a linguistic point of view, in virtue of the coexistence of many languages along the peninsula. This circumstance has led to a noteworthy theoretical issue in the language content perspective. It's always important to remember that the Italian term dialetto is not a synonymous of the English dialect. Indeed, the many Italian dialects are not dialects of Italian, but separate languages, whose path has been, during history, parallel to the Italian one. As Martin Maiden said, the Italian dialecti are not daughters of Italian, in the sense of being regional variants of Italian historically descending from the Italian language. Rather, the Italian language is simply a sister of the other dialects of Italy. We should stress that, from a structural perspective, there is really no difference between an Italian dialetto and a language. That's why we will treat Italian dialecti such as languages and dialecti varieties such as language varieties. And by doing so, we could observe the colonization process not only in standard languages, but also in minority and endangered languages such as the Italian dialect. One of these varieties of a dialetto is Baxese. In the region of Puglia, at the end of the 19th century, some migrants from the cities of Ceglie Messapica and Francavilla Fontana moved to a farm located in the countryside between these two towns in order to get an employment as laborers in there. The farm was called Bax, and thanks to its huge activity, through time it became the core center of an actual village with its own school, church, public services and stores. Bax, once inhabited by around 1,000 people, nowadays still has 409 inhabitants. The birth of Bax involved the mixing of two southern Italian dialecti, Apulian, the pink-colored on the map, and Salentinian, the purple-colored one. In the border area between these two languages, there are the already mentioned cities, Francavilla and Ceglie, whose varieties fall into the continuum between Apulian and Salentinian linguistic group. Francavilla and Ceglie then form the link between the two languages mentioned above. So the dialect emerged in Bax, made up by the contact between two different dialects, stands at the same time on the isogloss between two different linguistic areas. That's why Baxese dialect came out being so much interesting in our perspective. So let's start with the Bax data. The example we will discuss are diversified. Some of them has been collected by using a specific questionnaire in order to elicit some relevant phonetic features, like vowel system or consonant cluster, while some others come from spontaneous speech or semi-driven interviews. Informants were 12, half men and half women, aged from 30 to 19 years old, and it is worthy to note that the speakers I interviewed belong to the second and third generation of migrants. As you have seen before, the new dialect formation process is made up by many different stages, 3 of which are greatly represented in Bax. Today, we will discuss examples of mixing, variability, and interdialect formation. In the first place, some forms in the contact variety may prove the initial mixture between the two original dialects. This is the case of the Baksese grapes variable. Baksese offers two different tokens of the variable, each one from a different dialect, which means that in Bax we could hear both the Cegliese uv and the Francavillese ua. And this is the first demonstration of the mixing of the initial mixture of the dialects in contact. But this coexistence of features from the two dialects of the original melange leads to high variability both in and between speakers, which is well known in situations of strong dialect contact, and it is due to the lack of a norm shared by the speech community that induces speakers to use all the available variables freely. So variability is highly represented in our corpus, and an example of inter-individual variability is the first personal singular pronoun, for which there are 4 different forms. Baksese dialect knows the Cegliese forms form I and the Francavillese form EU. But it also shows an innovative trend, such as in I and in I. We find the same variability within the community for the first person of the present tense of want. Here again, we both have the Cegliese and the Francavillese forms, voglio and voglio, plus many innovative forms such as voglio, voglio, and voglio. Till now, we consider the variability internal to the community. However, the interesting fact, I think, is the high intra-individual variability. In other words, the variability in the same idiolect. For the egg variable, we have 8 variants spread into the community. Ov, wev, yov, uev, ovu, ov, and weo. In addition, Baksese also show a great amount of intra-individual variability. For instance, we can see these 3 speakers who alternate between 2 or 3 different forms in their idiolect. So A55, for example, alternates between web and ovo, and M80 alternates between web, ovu, and ov. The variability we've noted so far is not only between forms derived from the original dialects, but also between innovative forms. Interdialect forms are those that were not actually present in the original dialects, contributing to the initial mixing. They instead arise out of contact between dialects. There are many kinds of innovative forms. The most frequent type in our corpus is the intermediate one, that is the hybrid forms. So these examples show both variability and innovation. Indeed, in the Baksese variants for 2, we can see the coexistence of both the original forms plus many other interdialect forms. So Baksese informants could produce toi following Francavillese, as well as do following Cegliese. At the same time, they could produce mixed innovative forms. These new variants mix the Cegliese consonant system with the Francavillese stressed vowel system, and sometimes mix the Francavillese consonant system with the Cegliese vowel system. So in Bax, we may hear do with the Cegliese voiced alveolar plosive plus the Francavillese posterior high mid vowel, as well as do with the Francavillese voiceless alveolar plosive plus the Cegliese posterior low mid vowel. Another interesting innovation is the Baksese term for dust. Here, we have a hybrid form made up by stressed syllable inherited by Francavillese, plus the unstressed syllable inherited by Cegliese. So, in Baksese, we have prob, following for the first part the Francavillese prola, as the metathesis of R shows, and for the second part the Cegliese porb. Essentially, a common pattern for creating new words in Baksese is to take the Francavillese stem and attach the Cegliese inflectional suffix to it. Here we have the first person singular of the present tense of it. In the Baksese manche, beside the Francavillese voiceless postalveolar affricate, we have the Cegliese final schwa. Again, we can see the coexistence of fixtures from both dialects. The same things happens with the Baksese West for the variable bonds. Here, in order to appreciate the mixing, we have to look at the vowel system level. As you can see, Baxese here uses the Francavillese stressed vowel system and the Celiese unstressed vowel system, combining the Francavillese stem and the Celiese suffix. Indeed, in Baxese Wes, we have a diphthong made by an anterior open mid vowel, such as in Francavillese Wes, plus the unstressed mid-central vowel, such as in Celiese Wes. So let's move to our last example, that is about the variables for preposition and adverb up. Here, we have two innovative forms that are made up by the same pattern. In the first example, sobre, we have the Francavillese consonant cluster plus the Celiese final schwa. Conversely, in sobba, we can note the Celiese geminated consonant plus the Francavillese final vowel, while the stressed vowel remain the same in the two dialects. It is important to highlight that, once again, these innovative forms coexist with the original ones. So Baxese speakers could produce all these four variants: sobra, sob, sobre, and sobba. Finally, what conclusion about the Bax situation can we take away from these examples? In Bax, we have a great number of innovative forms, as well as forms inherited by the two initial dialects. The coexistence of all these forms entails a high amount of variability. Given this example, nowadays, Baxese doesn't seem to prefer any of the input dialects, and the most important, the Baxese Koine is still far from being crystallized in a new distinctive variety. Therefore, Baxese is what is called a diffuse dialect. This situation is due, I believe, to some extra linguistic reasons. Bax has experienced a recent and progressive depopulation, and the inhabitants have never definitively cut ties with the two nearby towns. This is due to the fact that Bax is a rural and agricultural village. So while a century ago it was an independent community, since the 80s there have been no public services or school anymore. Therefore, today's inhabitants must commute out of town almost daily. Of course, this results in a constant linguistic interaction with other population. So the ongoing contact with the neighboring cities, in particular Celi and Francavilla, leads the Baxese variety to not being stabilized yet. To sum up, at the beginning of this presentation, we have suggested that the colonization model could be applied even to Romance dialect. However, we need to consider some issues. In Bax, we have a conspicuous variability of linguistic forms with respect to phonetics. This variability is equally widespread in the second and the third generation of speakers. The absence of focusing allows us to say that the Baxese Koine stays at an intermediate stage of the new dialect formation process. Of course, we intend to keep on monitoring the situation in order to take a picture of the next steps of the process. Particularly, it is important to investigate the linguistic behavior of the fourth generation children and adolescents because, as many studies have demonstrated, they are the driving force for change in a colonization process. But I think that a very important difference that must be taken into account when we study colonization in Italy is the contact between dialetto and Italian. In situations like Bax, we are dealing not only with the dialect contact, but also with language contact. Because Baxese speakers are bilinguals who speak both Italian and dialetto. This bilingualism definitely plays a role in colonization process and maybe contribute to delay the final focusing. In conclusion, our last slide, the absence of focusing and, on the contrary, the greater variability distinguish Bax from other Koine formation situations. Indeed, elsewhere, the focusing occurs within a few generations of migrants. Bax seems interesting because the contact that takes place here is still in theory, and it is important to keep up with studying it also for its geolinguistic position. As we have said, it lays upon the limit between two languages. In addition, it represents an example of colonization of an endangered dialect in a small and rural village of the southern part of Europe. So, since the formation of new dialects in an Italo-Romance environment is still an overlooked subject, I think that is interesting to study the varieties of the Italian dialetti in the light of the colonization process. I mean, when we consider dialects of the Italian dialetti as the same as dialects of a language, we can observe interesting changes in the light of contact linguistics. Now, although this was just a preliminary introduction to the Bugs scenario, I really hope you found it interesting too, and I would like to know what you think about this situation. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you for your very clear presentation, dear Marco. Simone, excuse me, we even have time, I think, for 12 minutes of questions. So I don't know if anybody would like to raise a hand. Yes, you have a question from Canada, Marie-Ève.
Hi, good morning. So I'm curious, I'd like to know, are those speakers aware of the fact that they're speaking a variety that is different? And if so, how is it perceived by themselves and by others in the other communities around?
Actually, thank you for the question. Actually, they know they speak strange dialects. They don't know how it works, but they say that their dialects is a little bit strange. So they know they mix sometimes the two dialects. But the important question is that the inhabitants of the other cities, they consider the Bugs dialect very bad things because they are this is a rural situation. Their dialects is very mixed, so people consider this dialect very not so prestigious. So I noted that the young people from Bugs tends to mitigate their dialects, tends to they don't like to speak Pakistanese dialect. So when they goes away in other cities, they tend to imitate the other dialects.
Okay, is that okay as an answer, Marie-Ève? Yeah, okay. Then we move on. We have two more questions. Claudia, please.
Okay, yes, thank you for your very interesting talk. I really enjoyed it, but you presented only examples from phonology. And what my question now is, are there also instances of mixing in morphology and in the lexicon, and or probably are the speakers tending to use the lexicon of one dialect or the other? Have you any observation? Probably this is not the focus of your project, I understand, but probably as a researcher you get some, ideas how it is, how the situation is.
Yes, thank you for your question. For the lexical level, there are no difference, but for the morphological level, I noted the fact that there is the use of they take the stem of one dialect and use the affix of another dialect. But this is the only morphological things that I've noted, and for this. Even for the syntax, I noticed something in the construction of the infinitives, because they have Francavillese and Cembiese have different type of infinitives. So Bugsese speakers uses all the available infinitives freely. They doesn't know what
completely mixed repertoire.
Yeah. So the situation now is very mixed. So yeah, but the lexical level is very it's the same. The lexicon is the same.
Yeah, it's not big difference. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. And then we have one more person who raised a hand. That's Chiara, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Simone, for your very interesting presentation. And I was thinking over one of your last considerations in your conclusions. You say that Baxese is already in its third generation of speakers, but nonetheless, it looks like it is still under construction. And I was thinking that maybe if we consider that the Baxese Koine or variety was or is being created by speakers of two groups with very similar and mutually intelligible varieties, maybe they don't feel the need for they just don't need a variety in order to communicate among themselves. So maybe this Koine was just formed or is just forming because of contact. And on the basis of this, if you agree, I would like, I'm curious about this, what you think, and what do you think it will happen in the future on the basis of your data and of your observations?
Thank you for your question. And yes, there is not a functional motivation for the converging of the two diets because they are mutually intelligible diets. But I think that the driving force of the colonization is the accommodation. It means they want to create a new community, a new identity, so they have to recognize themselves in a unique variety. And in the future, I don't know, because there is a really important depopulation of this town, and so it's very difficult to say. And the important fact is that the new generation, the youngster, they doesn't go to school in Bucks anymore, so they go outside. Their friends are from other cities, so I think that the Bucks diet will become different in the future because there will be other interaction with other cities, other varieties.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and now we go to Silvia.
Oops. Okay, yes. Okay, thank you very much. It was really fascinating. I enjoyed very much your presentation. I'm not sure if I got it just at the beginning, the two varieties that combined made the Baxese dialect, they belong to the Pugliese and Salentino dialect, is it? Okay. So that's why they are so different. The point is that this language border is a language border of which I imagine local speakers are very much aware of. It's not a usual difference between two neighboring dialects. It is a very important Southern Italian language border. So that's why probably made the particularly interesting this coinization, because it's not just going near, it is really also a cultural difference between Pugliese and Salentino. Did I get to, okay.
Thank you very much. It's true. Thank you for this.
Okay, I don't know if there are any other questions left. If that's not the case, we're 5 minutes ahead of schedule, but that's no problem, I think. So we can just continue. We can go to Canada now and stay in Europe at the same time, because Marie-Ève, you are going to talk about Foro and the European diaspora, right?
Yes, exactly. And I might need the 5 minutes just to figure out how to share my screen.
Well.
So it's fine that I have a few extra minutes. Okay.
I had lots of problems with that this morning, but you seem to know how it works. Okay.
So what are you seeing right now? My screen?
We see a screen. I see half of the screen.
Half of the screen.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Just need 1 minute. Cool. So my name is Marie-Ève. I'm an assistant prof at UBC in Canada. And when I submitted this abstract last year, this was my title, Foho in the European Diaspora, when the need of a secret code favors the maintenance of a language. But since then, in the last year, I was able to publish that work. So it was published a few months ago in the journal Multilingua with a different title. So this research that I'm presenting today is about Santomians and their language use. In São Tomé e Príncipe, the language shift toward Portuguese is resulting in the endangerment of the native Creole languages of the island. These languages have been considered of low value in Santomian society since the mid-20th century. But when Santomians are members of a diaspora, their perceptions of these languages, especially Foho, which is the focus of my talk, change in terms of value and identity marking. It's possible to observe such changes among the Santomians who learn Foho when they're abroad, who use it as an in-group code, and they start to value it more. I was made aware of this change of linguistic practice when I was doing research in São Tomé, when some of my participants told me that they learned Foho when they were living abroad. So a bit of information about the languages of São Tomé e Príncipe. Since the independence, São Tomé e Príncipe have been moving toward monolingualism, and its population is witnessing the loss of Creole languages. During colonial time, urban Santomians and education officials denigrated all Creoles of the islands as the languages of the poor, uneducated, rural people, and they did not allow their children to speak it. To speak the Creoles. So they were afraid that Creole would hinder their acquisition of Portuguese and limit their social mobility. This contributed to a rapid language shift, mainly in the capital and its surrounding areas, from Foho to a Santomian variety of Portuguese. According to the last census, I'm showing the number here, 98% of the population speak Portuguese. Foho is still the most widely spoken Creole in the country, with 36% of the population reporting speaking it. So how have Creole languages emerged? So contact between Portuguese settlers and their slaves on São Tomé e Príncipe Islands led to the emergence of Foho, Angola, and Lunguié after Portugal took possession of the islands at the end of the 50th century. But then a second contact with these Portuguese settlers and contract laborers coming from Africa, elsewhere in Africa in the 19th and 20th century, contributed to a language shift from these Creole languages to Portuguese. So a first contact with Portuguese favored the creation of the Creole languages, but a second contact 4 centuries later prompted their endangerment. So against this backdrop, I asked the following question, can another contact with Portuguese play a role in the maintenance and expansion of the Creole languages, more specifically of Foho? So in the paper that was published, I address sociolinguistic dynamics of language practice among Santomians who have lived in Portugal and the extent to which these dynamics shed light on language maintenance. This is the theoretical framework that I use. I situate the endangerment of Foho within the broader framework. I argue that through language contact, Foho gains value on the Santomian linguistic market and is being redefined as a marker of what is authentically Santomian. So you will see that my approach is sociolinguistic, but also very anthropological. So fieldwork and data collection. My work is based on 15 months of ethnographic fieldwork on São Tomé Island. I lived there for a total of 2 years, and it's after that time spent there that I started to be interested in the São Tomean in immigration. So I also spent 1 month in Portugal with São Tomean immigrants. Data were collected by 3 major means: semi-structured interviews, observations, and field notes. I conducted a total of 118 interviews in São Tomé e Príncipe and 40 interviews in 3 different cities of Portugal. So Lisbon, the capital, and 2 cities that are part of central Portugal, so the section in green. And this qualitative analysis of the interviews is based on discourse analysis, which was conducted on the participants' narratives. I'm going to show you excerpts to support my observations and discuss the main themes that emerge as most relevant in my data. Okay, so can't see what's written. So I examined the perceived need for an in-group language that emerges among São Tomeans when they are abroad in contact with other speakers of Portuguese and Creole, and how this contact may lead to a more expensive use of forro, its valorization, and a redefinition of its role. So the lack of value given to the Creole languages in São Tomé has certainly contributed to their endangerment. On São Tomé Island, starting probably in the middle of the 20th century, when the shift from forro to Portuguese was intensified, as forros were concerned with gaining access to Portuguese, the transmitted belief was that Portuguese was better than forro and all other Creoles, and that speaking forro was not acceptable. Older São Tomeans remember that in their youth, forro was considered to be an animal's language. It was ugly, it was inferior and marginalized. So these evaluative comments or stereotypes to describe forro circulated among forros and were normalized through their everyday use. As a result, many São Tomeans have not learned forro. In the following excerpt, Alberto discusses how living in Brazil impacted his use of forro, and he relates the low frequency of use of forro on São Tomé Island to the pejorative beliefs that many São Tomeans have regarding Creole languages. So Alberto said, "Before moving out of São Tomé, I think I'd only spoken forro once or twice in my life. But when I was abroad, I spoke it so often I lost count. I think that here in the city, the belief is that people who are even minimally literate don't speak forro. They speak Portuguese, namely the good. There was that period, right, when the good thing was to speak Portuguese. People got stuck with that belief back then. And I think there was, let's say, contempt for forro, a contempt that hasn't totally left us yet." So here Alberto establishes a link between literacy and language choice. The belief that existed and probably still exists in São Tomé City is that literate São Tomeans use Portuguese and illiterate São Tomeans use Creole. In this sense, language choice reflects socioeconomic class. The belief is still anchored in the mind of many São Tomeans and is reflected on the vitality of the Creoles of São Tomé Island, with the use of forro and the other Creoles continuously decreasing. People have notions about the linguistic capital of the available languages in the market. They know whether it is socially better to speak one language or another. For many São Tomeans, speaking Portuguese appeared as a way to maintain or gain a privileged status, and to create a distance with Creole speakers who were associated with a lower social status. So before moving to Brazil, Alberto already had some knowledge of Forro, which he had acquired with his grandmother. But Bibiana, my next participant, she did not. Her only contact with Forro was also with her grandmother, but she rarely spoke it with her. Even so, Bibiana said during her interview that when she was in Portugal, Forro was the language she would use when she met Santamians. So she said, I remember that generally speaking in São Tomé, I barely spoke Forro because at home my parents didn't speak it. My mother either, they didn't speak Creole. Usually with my grandmother, even with her, it was very, very rare. I remember when I arrived in Portugal, when I'd see a Santamian, what would come out of my mouth would be Forro. So in this excerpt, Forro is presented as a natural expression of being Santamians. Bibiana grew up in the 1960s at a time where it was common, especially around the capital, for parents to forbid children to speak Creole. As such, she grew up speaking Portuguese at home and at school, but migrating to Portugal brought out a connection between Santamians and Forro, between nationality and heritage language, as she started to use it more frequently. Many Santamians who have migrated to Portugal have mentioned this link between Forro and national identity. This certainly indicates that a change in the belief system of Santamians occurs during and after their migratory experience. So instead of being associated with lower socioeconomic class or reflecting low prestige, Forro becomes associated with identity. Its use expresses the speaker's belonging to the Santamian community. My next participant, Sandra, she's a descendant of Cape Verdeans. There are many descendants of Cape Verdeans in São Tomé. And even if she does not identify as Forro, she did learn Forro during her undergraduate studies in Portugal. In the following excerpt, Sandra explains that contact with Cape Verdean, who use their Creole in their everyday interactions, prompted her to learn and speak Forro. Her time in Portugal drove her to give more value to what is Santamian, and Forro for her developed into an important marker of her Santamian identity. So she said, being abroad teaches us to value what is ours, who we really are. For example, I learned Forro abroad. When I was abroad, I started to give greater importance to Creole. I studied a lot with many Cape Verdeans, and they only spoke their Creole between each other. So during the weekend, when I'd go to the communities where Santamians live, they spoke Creole together. I ended up making an effort to learn it, although my Creole is not the best one, but it's still something. I started to give greater importance to it because it seemed like it identifies myself. It makes me Sandra Santamian. So from this perspective, cultural and linguistic contact with Cape Verdean can be perceived as a driving force for the expansion and maintenance of Forro. The report of her experience suggests that Forro may be becoming an identity marker for all Santamians, even the ones that are descendants of Cape Verdeans, such as Sandra, and not only Santamians who identify as Forro. So Forro acquired also a new role among Santamians outside São Tomé, the role of a secret code. This is explained here by Clara. She said, I think that sometimes when I want to talk to my mother, sometimes I talk with her in Forro. She's talking with her on the phone. I talk with her in Forro because I don't want people to know what I'm talking about. There are 10 of us sharing a room, one bed beside another, so I don't have a lot of privacy. So in this case, Clara perceives and uses Forro as a sort of secret language, not to be understood by her non-Santomian roommates. The perceived need for a language, for a secret language, is an outcome of contact with other Portuguese-speaking Africans, mainly Guineans and Cape Verdeans in this case, who speak their national language, which most Santomians and Portuguese nationals don't understand. The national language of each of these nationalities can be regarded as a we code by the respective members of these groups. So for example, Cape Verdean Creole is a we code for Cape Verdean. For Santomians, Cape Verdean and Guinean Creoles are they code because they do not speak it and they do not belong to these national groups. So mirroring these Portuguese-speaking Africans, the we code for Santomians would be Forro. So the need for a we code appears as a motivation for learning Forro. In São Tomé, the lack of input in combination with the negative attitudes result in the lack of motivation to acquire and use Forro. But the redefinition of Forro as an in-group language, an identity marker when abroad, in Brazil and Portuguese in the case of my participant, that led to a redefinition of its value to a more positive one. And this change in the belief system and the more positive perception of Forro can also be observed among Santomians who do not speak Creole. In the following excerpt, Flore shares her desire to speak Forro that has emerged from her everyday contact with Guineans in Portugal. She said, "I'd really like to speak Forro. When I see Guineans speaking their Creole, I'm like, gosh, I'd like to learn that Creole because they speak together in their Creole so other people don't understand. Because Guineans often speak Creole. Because they speak together in their Creole so other people don't understand. Sorry. Because Guineans often speak Creole. That's partly good because their culture is maintained. And the other day, a Guinean colleague told me, I don't speak Portuguese because I'm not Portuguese. I'm Guinean, so I have to speak my Creole. Then I thought, gosh, I'm Santomian and I don't even speak Forro. So earlier I asked the question, can contact with Portuguese play a role in the maintenance of Forro? So my conclusion to that is that migration for Santomians entails a redefinition of their language resources. As the context changes with migration, the roles and value attributed to Forro changes as well. Through the experience of Santomians who have lived or still live abroad, I have demonstrated that the ideological positioning of Forro as having a low status in Santomian society is being challenged. For Santomians who have experienced living in the diaspora, Forro gain a symbolic dimension, that of an identity marker. Speaking Forro makes Santomian feel more Santomian. Forro becomes perceived as an asset that can help them feel a sense of belonging to a Santomian community that sets them apart from other Portuguese speakers and Africans. Thus, as a result of cultural and linguistic contact, Santomians attach their new perceptions to Forro. Forro also acquired a new role, that of an in-group code. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie, for this, again, a very interesting presentation. I'm pretty sure that there will be questions. Just have to, well, there's the first one. Chiara, you have a question for Marie-Ève, I think.
Yes. Hello, Marie-Ève, and
Hi.
thank you very much for your amazing presentation. I was really curious about one thing. So you explained to us that Santomeans in the diaspora, for example in Portugal, they more or less changed their mind, their attitude towards the Foro. And they want to learn this if they don't speak it already. But what happens if you know it, if you ask them, to your informants, what happens when they come back to São Tomé to visit their family, for example? Do they start to speak Foro with their family, or do they keep speaking Portuguese in São Tomé? How much the experience abroad does change their attitude in their country?
Yeah. So when they go back to São Tomé, they are the participants that because I did fieldwork in São Tomé before doing fieldwork in Portugal, and so these are the participants that made me aware that there was a change of value once they were in Portugal. So they were almost the only participants who were actually proud of their Creole. But do they speak it more once they're in São Tomé? Not the people I know. So they don't start speaking it more with their family members, for example. So that's why I'm not sure, is this, even if there's a change of value once they're abroad, is this going to have a real impact in São Tomé? I'm not sure, because they're not being that proactive about it, even if now there are a few revitalization projects. You can hear Foro on TV, radio, they're starting to have a few projects like this. So yeah, I would say that these are the São Tomeans that are more proud of their Creoles when they're in São Tomé. But I'm not sure that in the long term, this is going to have a real impact on the vitality of Foro. Does that answer your question?
Yes,
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we have another question, I think, from Robert Fournier. Sounds French, so... Yes, please, go ahead. We don't hear you. I think you have to switch on your microphone.
Alors, d'accord. Bonjour Marie-Ève. Une petite question de curiosité. Est-ce que les gens nomment leur langue créole ou s'ils nomment leur langue Foro?
Le plus souvent, ils vont appeler leur langue dialecte. C'est le nom le plus couramment utilisé. Ils vont dire je parle le dialecte, et dialecte est associé à créole.
Ils n'utilisent pas le mot patois ou...
Non.
Non, il n'y a pas ça. Non. Mais pas créole.
Tout le monde comprend le français ici. Oui. Ouais, aucun problème, hein. Mais...
Posso parlare italiano?
Maybe you should just sum it up in English for everyone to understand, please, Marie-Ève.
Yes, so the question is that if native speakers of Foro, do they call it Foro, or do they call it Creole? And I said that in my interview, the word that they use the most often is dialect. And they're not going to say dialect Foro, or just, if they say I speak dialect, it usually means Foro.
Another question from Tjerk Hagemeyer, please, go ahead. That sounds Frisian.
Yeah, that's true. It's not Frisian, but the name is, in fact. Hi, Marie-Ève.
Hi, Tjerk. Nice to see you.
Yes. Well, actually, answering Robert Fournier, Creole, if you say that the São Tomean speaks Creole, they say, no, we don't speak the Cape Verdean language. So that's a very common answer by people from São Tomé. So what I was going to ask, so it was a very interesting talk, was about how they, especially the younger generations, how they acquire Foro. Because, as you know very well, it's a typologically very different language from Portuguese. So, how did you ask any questions in your questionnaires about, well, how they acquired the language, how they learned the language, how well they assess themselves as speakers of the language after exposure, for example, in Portugal?
Okay, so the ones in the, because I had questionnaires in Saint Tomé, and the ones who speak it are definitely the ones who were speaking it with their grandparents. And so this is a bit different. Once they're in Portugal, it's with their friends. So their friends who do speak it, who did learn it with their grandparents, these are they are the teachers once in Portugal. So most of them, I think they do feel a bit more, they feel more secure to speak it once they are in between their friends in Portugal, even if they know that it's not the same variety of forró that is spoken by elders in São Tomé. But because these elders are not with them in Portugal, for them when they say, "Oh, we speak forró together," it's a mix of forró and Portugal, and it's not a high level of proficiency like the ones who are in São Tomé, but they're more confident. It's a language that it's associated to their identity. It's fun to speak it. They don't feel pressure to speak it well or perfectly like the elders. So I think that's why they have more fun with it and they feel more comfortable. But they acquire it, they learn it with their friends and Santomians who have been there for a longer period of time.
Okay. So, and do you know whether they were already kind of overhearers of the language before they started really activating their knowledge? I'm asking again because the language is so very different. It's a Portuguese Creole, but very different, very different from Portuguese.
Yeah. So some of them mentioned that, for example, in São Tomé, they would hear their grandparents, but they would never speak forró with their grandparents. But they realized that once they were abroad and they wanted to use it, they did have some kind of knowledge that they could use. I have one participant who said, like, I didn't even know that I could speak forró. But then with practice...
Yeah, I also know a few cases you described. Music is also probably relevant because there's still a lot of music in Creole. It's kind of... right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Marie-Ève? Yes, I think Barbara wants to say something.
Yes. Thank you, Marie-Ève, for this talk.
There's also, excuse me, there's also a question in the chat room, I think, from Elena.
I don't see the...
So, yes, we can do that one first.
Yeah,
then I come back.
So the question, shall I read it? Because it says, do you think there will be a raise in the number of speakers in the future, even if different, because of all the variations that new generations could add to the variety?
So I would like to say yes, but because I've written a paper also on the vitality of our languages used in music. It hasn't been published yet, so because there is some kind of desire for the language not to die, that's why I would like to say yes. But the reality is that right now there are no native speakers. The kids don't grow up speaking forró, most of them. So if we don't have native speakers, and especially when they are in São Tomé, forró is still perceived negatively, and especially it's not useful. It's not a useful language. They need Portuguese only, and speaking another foreign language would be much more prestigious than speaking forró. So because of that, even if there's a desire for forró not to die eventually, the reality is that kids don't speak it. So a raise in number, I'm not sure. I would like to say yes, but I think the answer is no.
Yeah, maybe this is already half of an answer to my question too, because I wanted to ask you if there are some even limited projects for revitalization of this language through, for example, a writing system created for it. I know that in Africa, for example, there are many languages being put on paper for the first time by missionaries, for example. So are there projects like this to enhance the language through writing or other means of revitalization?
Yeah, well, Tjerk did that work with colleagues. So he was part of a project. There is a dictionary, Portuguese forro, for example, and but local initiatives, there are some on radio and on TV, for example, programs where older Santomians talk together. Also on Facebook, there are a few pages where they put videos of people fighting in forro or things that they find funny. So it's not always super positive, but it's still some kind of information they give about the language. So yeah, so there are initiatives made by local, but I think you need support. You need like economic support from the government for that to be very successful, which I don't think they have.
Okay, thank you. But in any case, I think language shift is a non-linear process, so you never know what's going to happen. So it might even change for the better. You don't know. Okay, I think it's time to thank the three speakers of this session once again, and to hand over the floor to the BBC, because we're now, I think, entering yet another stage of this conference. So I think Barbara, one of the two Barbaras, or Chiara, I now give the floor to you. And so thanks again to the speakers for this wonderful session.
Thank you to the speakers, and thank you to Jerome for your help and for moderating this session. And I will now give the stage to Tonia Svenstra. And again, Barbara, and me want to thank him for his help in the preparation of this in memoriam to Peter Moisken. And actually, Tonias did everything. So thanks, Tonias, and the stage is yours. After Tonia's speech, we would like to open the microphone to anybody who wants to share a memory on or for Peter, or would like to say some words. So please, Tonias.
Well, yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is a kind of a new experience for me too. Given the time, I just suddenly had to was reminded of my first international conference, which was in Tilburg, which was very far away. That's why it was international. It was in the south of the Netherlands. And Peter was there, and he was one of the oldest, one of the last speakers of the day. And actually, what he did, I would love to do it now, is just to hand out candy so everybody had some sweets to eat, so that they get more energy, so they could, start thinking again, right? Because this is kind of the moment that you start to like fall asleep and nod away, which was also kind of everybody who knew Peter. That was typical when at listening at talks, he would just like fall asleep and during the talk, and wake up at question time, and was the first to ask a question that would hit the nail on its head, right? Yeah. So I prepared just some slides with a kind of an overview of his work and of his how important I think he was for the whole field. And the way it's set up is that yeah, it's kind of an overview chronologically, and then at the end it's about what he was actually probably going to talk about at this conference. But I think he would have loved all the different topics that came up today already. Yeah, so I will share just to. Are you people? Are you there? No. How?
I can see that.
If I also do it in big screen, yeah, like this, yeah, people see it.
Yes, we see it.
I do.
But you probably could go into the presentation mode.
The presentation mode.
Yeah, you know, what is
double screen. We're seeing two screens now. We're also seeing the next slide.
Oh,
maybe you should try and click use slideshow.
You know what? It's very easy. So where is the? Oh, this is so terrible.
If you look on top of the bar where you can, you know, close the window, there are 3 dots next to the recharge button.
Where the? Oh, I'm very
Where
sorry.
there are the 3 dots like red, yellow, and green. If you look on the right side of that bar, where there's the name of your file, can you see it?
No.
Right there, if you go to the left for a moment, there are 3 dots. Maybe there you can find it. Yes, no, okay.
We horen je niet, Tonjes.
Yeah, I think we got there.
Yes.
But now, Tonius, we have lost your voice.
You should turn on your microphone.
Now you hear me, and now you see it, right?
Perfect.
Okay. It's this is a new system. I don't know. But I'm now sharing this one. Right? Yeah? Okay. So my workplace, that's my head. That was one of his position statements at his PhD. Now, if I do, you see this? Yeah? Okay. So his university education, he was born in Bolivia. His father was a mining engineer. He did his BA in Yale, and then he went to Amsterdam, where he did his MA on the syntactic aspects of creolization, and did his PhD on the syntax of the verb phrase in Ecuadorian Quechua. Right? So he was a professor in Amsterdam from 89 to 98, and then he was like for 3 years in Leiden. Leiden is always a very complex, complicated situation there. And then he moved to Radboud, where he was the rest of his career. He was a full professor of general linguistics. Already at the end of the 90s, he got one of the awards that he got was the Spinoza Prize. And the Spinoza Prize is kind of the most prestigious award that you can get in the Netherlands, right? And it's not so often that a linguist gets it, and it's regarded as a Dutch Nobel Prize. So it's kind of a big thing. Good. His main preoccupations as a linguist, I just kind of organized it in terms of decades. So at the beginning, he worked on Media Lengua Papiamentu and looked at cross-Creole comparisons. In the 80s, you had Media Lengua and the Surinamese Creole languages, with a particular focus on Saramaccan. In the 90s, his work actually was broadening, like looking at contact in the Andes, not just focusing on Media Lengua, and also looking at other Creole languages. So Neger Hollands came into the switch, and he started to work on code switching, right? And then the last 2 decades was work on code switching with contact in South America, so even broadening just not only the Andes but also the Amazon and so. And in all these decades, all these years, he always kept looking at cross-Creole comparisons, right? His output, so Norval Smith and Enoch Abo and me, we actually organized a book, edited a book for him when he stopped teaching. And actually, from the introduction of that book, these numbers, we kind of calculated all the publications that he had, and we came to 236, which is a lot. But it's not only a lot, it is also a lot of different topics that it covered, right? So although the majorities are like Pidgin and Creole studies and language context studies, you just see like he made good contributions to different type of topics, right? Like aerial linguistics, mixed languages, code switching, borrowing, adrolex, and heritage languages. But it was not only what he wrote, it was also that he had like a total of 40 or maybe even 50 PhD students. And also he had like more than 20 postdoc persons who were postdoc under his command, right? And actually that also counts as a kind of output. And what you have is like, it's a very dense network of people who were actually his PhD students or his postdocs. He was also a founding father. In the 70s, he created the Amsterdam Creole Studies, which was actually an important publication. They stopped doing it in the middle of the 90s. By the time that Peter left Amsterdam, also Amsterdam Creole Studies basically stopped. But all these issues, they have just very good papers in them. In the 80s, he created the Creole Language Library, so he was the first editor of that series, which is now the Contact Language Library, the Yellow series of John Benjamin's. And in the 90s, he, together with Grosjean and Jürgen Meisel, he founded the Bilingualism Journal, so Bilingualism, Language and Cognition Journal of Cambridge University Press. Right? Good. So what I want to do is just like very quickly discuss 2 papers of him, which I think were very seminal, are still seminal, are classics by now, and very important in the field of contact linguistics. The first one is his 81 paper, where he introduced the notion of relaxification. And what he actually did in that paper was, it was within the context of Creole studies, so where people were looking at intergroup communication between different groups of slaves, and that they had to come up with some kind of new language. And he came there with his media lengua, which involves contact that involves Quechua, an indigenous language of the Andes, and Spanish. And it's kind of an intragroup phenomena. And he actually tried to show that it is also important for the field to look at this type of contact, and to account for the things that he found there was like he defined the process of relaxification, where you have like an original lexical entry with phonological, semantic, and syntactic features. You have another language, a lexifier language, with kind of a phonetic string. And that's from the combination, you get a new lexical entry where you have the phonological features from the lexifier language, and the semantic and the syntax features from the original lexical language, right? Now, this type of project process, as you all know, kind of defined the work of Claire Lefebvre. Claire Lefebvre took up this proposal and has worked the last decades arguing that Haitian Creole is a kind of relaxified version of French. So that's basically phone grammar with French. Peter was not so convinced that that was the way to go, and he actually thought that relaxification was basically done within the lexical, in the lexicon, with the lexical part of the language, but not so much with the functional part of the language. But so relaxification all the time played a role, and now in the last years we have an approach by Enoch Abo on recombination, and recombination is actually also a kind of relaxification, because basically what Enoch Abo does is says, well, you have these phonological, semantic, and syntactic features, and you can just, there's a free way of recombining these elements. So in a way, that's kind of relaxification gone wild, right? So in that sense, it's a very important notion still. I will skip this. The second paper is from 1988, and it actually, in that paper, what he does, he looks at all the possible theories of creolization, and he says, well, basically you have three perspectives. There are three things that you have to explain when you look at Creole languages, and what these theories do, right? And that is, are Creole languages simpler? Are Creole languages different typologically? And to what extent are Creole languages hybrid systems? So simple, similar, and mixed. And these three perspectives have actually, in the last 30 years, determined actually the research on Creole languages. So with simple, you think of John McWhorter's paper from 2001 in linguistic typology, where he brings up the idea that Creole grammars are the simplest grammars of the world, and this complexity idea and simplicity idea is just still kind of ongoing. The same with the similar issue was also John McWhorter in a language paper in 1998, and then picked up again by Peter Bakker and his co-authors in 2011 on that there is kind of a Creole prototype, right? And the mixed nature of Creole languages, to what extent they are hybrid systems, that is something that, again, in the last years have become kind of important in the work of Enoch Abo again. But actually the most important quote from this 1998 paper, I think, and also a lot of other people think, is the following, and that is the very notion of a Creole language from the linguistic point of view tends to disappear if one looks closely. What we have is just a language, right? I think that's kind of a very important quote, and that is still working. There are like, I think, there are different, I'm very sorry, but I have to do something. I have a pigeon problem, so I have to get rid of the pigeons from my balcony. Okay. Sorry. So I think these two papers from the 80s are kind of seminal, and they are still very relevant for research today. I think two other things that from his work that are important is that, first of all, the importance of scenarios. So that it's always important to specify the circumstances under which contact occurs, and that it's not enough just to say that two languages come into contact and then something happens, but that it's actually the scenarios that are very important. So whether it's maintenance or you have shift, etc., or a prolonged coexistence of A and B. These three things come back probably also later. And the other thing that is important, and that was also in his 2013 paper on bilingual optimization strategies, is the centrality of the bilingual speaker, so in language context research, right? And he actually has like four types of optimization strategies for how to cope with multiple languages. And these are the four, so rely on a first language, or rely on a second language, or exploit the similarities between the two languages, right? Just do as if they are the same, or don't rely on anything that you know about the languages and just rely on universal principles. And he actually shows that in whatever realm of language contact studies you look, you always find these four factors at play, right? Okay. So, and then like 15 years ago, he had the ERC advanced grant, and that was basically looking at very tried convergence of disciplines and scenarios. So he actually tried to look at all kinds of different levels and to get a kind of a broader picture. So looking at psycholinguistics, the social linguistics, the historical linguistics, and how to kind of, so look at the different types of scenarios, that all these different levels where you get different type of scenarios, contact scenarios, right? Okay. Now, from what I I got the abstract from Peter for his talk in this conference. And it starts with this kind of general thing, right? That you have a lot of diversification in language contact research. We also saw that today with like almost every talk was kind of focused on a different aspect of language contact. It was not just that we just have like paper after paper about the same type of issues. It is very different, right? Well, there was not so much about neuroimaging, but that's also happening, but a political discourse analysis, etc., right? And he actually kind of posed 3 challenges, and I think that's kind of very important. So, first of all, there is this thing about unification, that we shouldn't lose sight of common research questions and results that go beyond the sub-discipline, right? So that even if we're just like in our own little corner working, we always have to keep track of what other people do and how what you find is relevant for the other people and the other way around, right? The second one is that it's becoming clear that the notion of language is kind of very variable and has multiple ideas in it. And so it's always kind of important to look at where language context studies end or begin and where the non-contact developmental linguistic studies begin, right? So that you basically know that you're not just calling language contact if it's just kind of development, whether it's a development, right? And the third one, I think, is kind of the political challenge, and that is what you see now, and this is having to do with political discourse, that although we know by working in multilingual research, we know, basically that everybody, that actually being multilingual is actually what most people are. Still, there are political forces that actually try to maintain there is this monolingual bias, and that this monolingual bias is just the norm, and that what you get is like old nationalisms blending with new mono-ethnic conceptions of the human space, right? And that is something that we really have to take care of. Right. So that were his 3 challenges that he would have talked about on this conference. I will now just open. I will stop sharing. The title here, "The Day I Die, Bury Me with Books," that is a line from a poem in Papiamento. He was fervent. Oh, he was okay. He really liked Papiamento poetry in Papiamento, and he was a good translator of this poetry. And therefore, this line has been used as a kind of for a website that is dedicated to its memory that you can find online. And I will now stop the sharing so that we can just like everybody can see each other, and if you want to kind of share things that you experience with Peter, please do. Stop sharing. Okay, now everything is.
Thank you, Tonias, for your contribution. And if anybody wants to share some words, some thoughts, please feel free to do it now. Yes, please. Tanya?
Thank you, Tonias. I see these pictures of Peter as a young man, and this really brings tears to my eyes. I didn't know him as a young man. I met him for the first time in 2006 at Nias in Asena, and I'm sorry. I didn't know that I didn't know about his death, by the way. It was from you, Barbara, that I learned that. And my memories of Peter are as extremely, first of all, of course, excellent scholar, but not only that, a dear colleague, always so kind-hearted and constructive and supportive of his colleagues, of his PhD students and postdocs. You see the numbers are so impressive. And then later on, I was also invited to Radboud University. All that I can say is this is going to be a real loss to all of us. May he rest in peace. I'm just too emotional at the moment.
That's okay. I can understand that. It's just it was very strange because I had a kind of a mishappening the end of November, and I told him about it the first week of December, and he was like, "Oh my God, I didn't know," and he was just like very supportive. And then, it's like end of January that he found out that he had this aggressive cancer, and then it's like 2 months. Yeah, so it's very fresh, everything at the moment. It was not so easy to make this presentation. Yeah. I know him since '86. First time I started to study English, and you also had general linguistics, 2 hours a week, a general introduction. And that was actually where I met him the first time. And that was also the moment that I thought, like, okay, this is, I want to do general linguistics. Because his first classes were on Papiamentu and Quechua. That was kind of, right. Yeah. I don't want to talk too much.
Yes, Barbara?
Yes, I want really to thank you, Tonias, for sharing with us your friendship with Peter. We unfortunately had not the opportunity to meet him personally, and now through your presentation, I am aware of the great loss that we had. If our conference had been made last year, we could have listened to him. So it's really very sad.
It was not just listening to him, right? He would listen to everybody and would just have
give a contribution. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this.
Right.
Yes, I'm not seeing anybody else. No? Well, so maybe
yes.
I share
about Peter, I met him not physically, but by virtually in 2014 when I was the Esland fellow at the University of Lyon, France. At that time, I had some confusion about understanding code switching phenomenon. Then Anita Kopicka, my host, managed the video conference with Peter at that time, and after that I followed him. And to be honest, that the last year I sent my abstract here because I saw the Peter's name here, and I had a dream to meet him personally, but because of this pandemic, we could not make it successful. And I'm happy to know more about this great scholar of our time. And in this period, what we could do is that we can follow we can follow his path of the scholarship, working with the language contact, and even to the code switching and other phenomenon as well. And I have a dream to go with him by following his two work, especially the work that the book that is published in 2001 and 2013, talking about the code switching phenomenon. And I do not know, but I would like to say that I applied for a research at a postdoc Humboldt Fellowship at the University of Kiel this time, and my result will be coming probably in this July, and hopefully I will be able to work on his models, and that will be a great memory for me as well. And I'm very happy to express some words to him, and we all must wish him that he is listening us from the heaven. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing. So maybe I say something very briefly before we close this session, if anybody else wants to speak, but I'm not seeing anybody else. I met Peter on only 2 occasions, actually. In 2013, he gave a course on language contact, of course, at the Humboldt University to Berlin, where I was a PhD student. It was a summer school of linguistics. And well, the course was amazing. If you know Peter and you know how the course was. It was really great. And on that occasion, I was the only one in the class studying a Creole language. And when he heard I was studying a Portuguese-related Creole, he was very enthusiastic about this and encouraged me. And the second occasion was 1 year later on a conference in France, and also on that occasion he gave me a very relevant advice about the research I was doing, and a very helpful advice that helped me improve in my work. So I was very thankful to him. With just a couple of words, he was really able to help me in a very relevant way. So I met him only on these 2 occasions, but I really have a very nice memory of him. And I think if anybody else wants to share something, this is the right moment. Otherwise, I think we can close this first day of NILS conference. And we thank you, everybody, for having attended this first day and for your presentations. And so see you tomorrow at 9.
Thank you very much to everybody for staying with us so late. Thank you, and see you tomorrow. Thank you, Chiara, for your remembering Peter too. Great.
Bye bye, everybody.
Yeah. Bye bye. See you tomorrow.
Buona serata.
Buonasera, buona cena.